Almonds. Grape skin wine may first not be bought with second tithe money before it has fermented. 2. But it may be bought after it has fermented. 4. If a man bought a wild animal for a peace offering or cattle for use as food, sanctity of second tithe applies to the hide. If he bought jars of wine, open or sealed, where it was usual to sell them open, sanctity of second tithe applies to the empty jar. If he bought baskets of olives or grapes together with the basket, sanctity of second tithe applies to the value of the basket. 5. If a man bought water or salt or unplucked produce, or produce that cannot be taken up to Jerusalem, he has not acquired a valid substitute for second tithe. If he bought produce in error. 3. The money must be restored. If wantonly, the produce must be taken up to the place for and there consumed, and if it cannot be taken to the holy city. 5. It must be allowed to rot. 6. If a man bought cattle in error, the money must be restored. If wantonly, it must be taken up to Jerusalem and there consumed, and if it cannot be taken to the holy city, it must be buried with its hide. 7. Bondmen or bondwomen. Immovable property or unclean cattle may not be bought with second tithe money, and if a man bought the like, he must still consume the like value as second tithe in Jerusalem. Bird offerings of a man or a woman that suffered a flux, or of a woman after childbirth. 6. Or sin offerings or guilt offerings may not be offered if bought with second tithe money, and if a man had so bought them, he must still consume the like value as second tithe in Jerusalem. This is the general rule. If with second tithe money a man bought other than food, drink, or unguent, he must still consume the like value as second tithe in Jerusalem. 2. 1. Second tithe is appointed for use as food, drink, or unguent, that is to be eaten which it is usual to eat, and that is to be drunken which it is usual to drink, and that is to be used for anointing which it is usual to use. For anointing, a man may not anoint himself with wine or vinegar, but only with oil. He may not make perfumed oil from second tithe or buy perfumed oil with second tithe money, but he may spice the wine. If honey or spices fell into the wine. 7. And increased its value, the increased value is assessed according to the quantity of what is added. 8. If fish were cooked with second tithe leeks and so improved, the increased value is assessed according to the quantity of what is added. If second tithe dough was baked and so improved in value, the increased value is holy, reckoned 9 to the second tithe. This is the general rule. When the improvement is recognized as due to aught that is added, the increased value is assessed according to the quantity of what is added. But if the improvement is not recognized as due to aught that is added, the increased value is holy, reckoned to the second tithe. 2. R. Simeon says, a man may not anoint himself with second tithe. 1 See Mos 5, Hul I 1. 2. Since it counts as water only, see below, par 5. 3. Outside Jerusalem, and he did not know that he was using second tithe money. Red diamonds card suit. Jerusalem, for what has been bought with second tithe money cannot be redeemed. Heb, Mikdash, lit. Temple 1, but here used in the wider sense. So also in Pes 103, 6 for these CP 598, and 3. 7 outside Jerusalem and before its money substitute had been set aside. 8 Even if the improvement of the second tithe was worth more than the value of the added matter. 9 Its value is that of baked bread and not of dough only, plus the cost of the fire. Oil 1 In Jerusalem, but the sages permit it. They said to R. Simeon, since the more lenient ruling applies to the graver matter of heavy offering, 2 Should we not apply the more lenient ruling to the less grave matter of second tithe? He answered, no, even if the more lenient ruling applies to the graver matter of heave offering, where 2 applies a more lenient ruling in what concerns vetches and fenugreek. 3 Should we apply a more lenient ruling to the less grave matter of second tithe, where 2 a more lenient ruling does not apply in what concerns vetches and fenugreek. 3 Second tithe fenugreek may be consumed only in its green condition. But as for heave offering fenugreek, the school of Shammai say, whatsoever concerns it must be done in cleanness save combing the head therewith, and the school of Hillel say, whatsoever concerns it may be done in uncleanness save the soaking of it. 4 Second tithe vetches may be consumed only in their green condition, and may be brought up to Jerusalem and taken out again, if they have contracted uncleanness. R. Tarfon says, they should be divided among lumps of dough, but the sages say, they should be redeemed. Of heavy offering vetches the school of Shammai say, for they must be soaked and rubbed in cleanness, but they may be given as food in uncleanness. And the school of Hillel say, they should be soaked in cleanness, but they may be rubbed and given as food in uncleanness. Shammai says, they may only be eaten dry. Our Akiba says, whatsoever concerns them may be done in uncleanness. 5. If common money and second tithe money were scattered. 5. And confused, whatsoever coins are, first, picked up are deemed second tithe until its tally is complete, and the residue is deemed common money. But if the two were mingled together and could be taken up by handfuls, they are allotted according to their original proportion. This is the general rule. What must be picked up coin by coin, is first allotted to the second tithe money, but what is only mingled together is allotted according to the original proportion. 6. If a selah 6 of second tithe was confused with a selah of common money, 7. He should bring a selah's worth of copper coins and say, let the selah of second tithe, wherever it may be exchanged for these coins. He should then choose out the finer of the two selahs and exchange it, again, for the copper coins, for they have said, at need silver may be substituted by copper, not that it should remain thus, but that the copper coins should again be substituted by silver. 7. The school of Shammai say, a man may not change his selahs for golden denars. 9. But the school of Hillel permit it. Our Akiba said, I changed silver for golden denars for Rabban Gamaliel and our Joshua. 8. If 10 a man would change a selah's worth of second tithe money, outside of Jerusalem, 1. The school of Shammai say, he may change it for 1. He holds that it may be used only as food. 1 as taught in Shebi 8. JC Tur 11:9 C Edu II so that they must be picked up 1 by 1. 6 For the coins mentioned in this and the following paragraph see App 11. A. 7 And its owner wished to spend the common money outside of Jerusalem. 8 Of second tithe money. 9 Lest the difficulty of changing them back into smaller money should hinder his going up to Jerusalem. 10 Edu II 11 In order to lighten his burden on the way to Jerusalem. A whole selah, and the school T. F. Hillel say, a shekel's worth of silver and a shekel's worth in copper coin. Our Meir says, they may not change silver and produce, together, 2 and 2, other, silver, but the sages permit it. 9. If 3 a man would change a selah of second tithe money in Jerusalem, the school of Shammai say, he must change the whole selah into copper coin, and the school of Hillel say, he mav take 1 shekel's worth of silver and 1 shekel's worth in copper coin. They that made argument before the sages 4 say, 3 denars worth of silver and 1 of copper. Our Akiba says, 3 denars worth of silver and from the 4th denar a quarter in copper coin. Our Tarfon says, 4 aspers in silver. Shammai says, let him deposit it in a shop and gradually consume its value. 10. If of a man's sons some were clean and some unclean, he should lay down the selah and say, for what they that are clean shall drink, let this selah, of second tithe, be given in exchange. Thus clean and unclean may drink from the same jar. 3. 1. A man may not salve to his fellow, take up this produce to Jerusalem in return for a share therein, but he may say to him, take it up and we will eat and drink thereof in Jerusalem. Moreover they may make a present thereof one to another. 2. They may not buy heave offering with second tithe money, since this renders fewer 5 them that may eat of it, but our Simeon permits it. Our Simeon said to the sages, what if the more lenient ruling applies to peace offerings 6, which are subject to the laws of refuse, 7 remnant, 8 and uncleanness, 9 should we not also apply the more lenient ruling to heave offering? They answered, what if the more lenient ruling applies to peace offerings, which are permitted to non-priests? Should we therefore apply the more lenient ruling to heave offering which is forbidden to non-priests? 3. If a man in Jerusalem had second tithe money and it was needful for other than food, drink, or unguent and his fellow had produce that was unconsecrated, he may say to his fellow, let this money be rendered free for common use by exchange with thy produce. Then the one shall eat his produce in cleanness as second tithe, and the other may do what he will with his money, but he may not say so to an Amharetz 10 unless the money was second tithe money set aside for demet produce 114. If a man had unconsecrated produce in Jerusalem and second tithe money in the provinces, he may say, let that money be rendered free for common use by exchange with this produce. If he had second tithe money in Jerusalem and unconsecrated produce in the provinces, he may say, let this money be rendered free for common use by exchange 1 because if all go up with silver it will raise the price of copper coin in Jerusalem. 2 e.g. a h and h dirhams worth of produce and a half denar together for a whole denar 5 edu the pupils of our Akiba, Simeon b Azay, Simeon b Zoma, Hanan the Egyptian, not the Hanan of Ket 13 feet registered sign, Simeon b Nanas, and Hananiah b Hakane. It may not be eaten by non-priests or even by priests unless they are wholly free from uncleanness. 6 in that they can be bought with second tithe money. 7 Lev 7 inches abomination, Zeb 2. An offering eaten after its prescribed time or outside its prescribed place 8x 2914, Lev 7t. An offering that remains after the time appointed for eating it, and that must be burned. 9 C Lev y10 who could not be trusted to eat his produce in cleanness, as second tithe. With that produce, provided that the produce is brought up and consumed in Jerusalem. 5. Second tithe. Money that is brought into Jerusalem may be taken out again, but second tithe, produce that is brought in may not be taken out again. Rabban Simeon b Gamaliel says, even produce may be brought in and taken out again. 1-6. If produce that was fully harvested passed through Jerusalem. 2. The second tithe thereof must be brought back again to Jerusalem and there consumed, if it was not yet fully harvested, the like of grapes, that are borne in baskets to the winepress or figs in baskets to the drying place. The school of Shammai say, the second tithe thereof must be brought back to Jerusalem and there consumed, and the school of Hillel say, it may be redeemed and eaten anywhere. R. Simeon b Judah in the name of R. Jose says, the school of Shammai and the school of Hillel did not dispute about produce that was not fully harvested, whose second tithe can be redeemed and eaten anywhere. But about what did they dispute? About produce that was fully harvested, whose second tithe, according to the school of Shammai, should be brought back and consumed in Jerusalem, and, according to the school of Hillel, could be redeemed and eaten anywhere. Demay produce may be brought in and taken out again and may be redeemed. 7. If a tree stood within the wall of Jerusalem, and its boughs stretched outside, or stood outside and its boughs stretched inwards, the part of the foliage directly above the wall and inwards is deemed within Jerusalem, and the part directly above the wall and outwards is deemed outside. If the entrance to olive presses, in the city wall, was within Jerusalem, and there contained space outside, or their entrance outside and there contained space within Jerusalem, the school of Shammai say, the whole is deemed within Jerusalem, and the school of Hillel say, the part directly above the wall and inwards is deemed within and the part directly above the wall and outwards is deemed outside. 8. In the chambers 3 built in the temple court, and opening into ground that was not holy, no sanctity attaches to the space within them, but their roofs are deemed to be within holy ground. In those built in ground that was not holy and opening into the temple court, the space within them is holy but no sanctity attaches to their roofs. In those built both within the temple court, and on ground that was not holy and opening both into the temple court, and into ground that was not holy, then in what concerns the space within them and their roofs, directly above the temple court, and inwards toward the temple court, is holy, and directly above the temple court, and outward toward ground that is not holy, is not holy. 9. If second tithe was brought into Jerusalem and contracted uncleanness, whether from a father of uncleanness or from an offspring of uncleanness, for whether within or without the walls of Jerusalem, the school of Shammai say, it should be redeemed and it may be consumed within the walls, excepting only what was rendered unclean via father of uncleanness outside the walls. And the school of Hillel say, it should be redeemed and it must be consumed outside the walls, excepting only one to grind or bake it cheaply and then bring it back to Jerusalem. 2. Before heave offering and first tithe had been taken from it. IC mid-I. 4S4 app IV3. 4. CP 604. N2. CF PES 1. What was rendered unclean by an offspring of uncleanness within the walls. IO. If what was bought with second tithe money contracted uncleanness, it may be redeemed. R. Judah says, it must be buried. They said to R. Judah, if second tithe itself, that is rendered unclean, may be redeemed, must we not infer that what was bought with second tithe money and contracted uncleanness may also be redeemed? He replied, no, as ye argue of second tithe itself, that can be redeemed in clean condition far away from the temple, would ye likewise argue of what is bought with second tithe money, that cannot be redeemed in dean condition far away from the temple? If a gazelle bought with second tithe money died, it must be buried with its hide. R. Simeon says, it may be redeemed, If it was bought alive and slaughtered and then contracted uncleanness, it may be redeemed. R. Jose says, it must be buried. If it was bought ready slaughtered and then contracted uncleanness, it is treated in like fashion as produce. 112. If a man lent empty jars for wine already designated second tithe, even though he sealed them up, they do not count as second tithe. If he poured therein wine that was still undesignated and the wine was designated second tithe, before the jars were sealed up, they do not count as second tithe. But if it was designated after they were sealed up, they count as second tithe. 2. So, 2. If wine was designated heavy offering, before the jars were sealed up, and they are confused with others, they are neutralized in 101. But if after they were sealed up, they render holy others with which they are confused, in any quantity soever, until he has sealed them up he may give heave offering from one on behalf of all, but after he has sealed them up, he must give heave offering from each singly. 13. The school of Shammai say, if he would give heave offering from one on behalf of all after he has sealed them up, he must open the jars, and empty them into the winepress. But the school of Hillel say, he must open them but he need not empty them. This applies to places where their custom is to sell the jars sealed, but where their custom is to sell them open. The sanctity of heave offering applies to the jar, and if the seller restricts himself to selling by measure, sanctity does not apply to the jar. R. Simeon says, moreover, if a man said to his fellow, I sell thee this jarful, not including the empty jar, sanctity does not apply to the jar. 4. 1. If a man took second tithe produce from a place where prices were high to a place where prices were low, or from a place where prices were low to a place where prices were high, he must redeem it at the price that prevails in the place where he is. If a man brought produce from the threshing floor to the town, or jars of wine from the winepress to the town, the increase in value falls to the second tithe, and the outlay for removal falls on his household. 2. Second tithe is redeemed at the cheaper rate, the rate at which the shopkeeper buys and not at the rate at which he sells, and second tithe money is exchanged at the rate at which the money changer takes in exchange and not at the rate at which he gives. Second tithe may not be 1 and the principles of Part 10 apply. 1. The sanctity of second tithe attaches to them, and their value must be included when the wine is redeemed. Redeemed by guesswork. If it has a known price it may be redeemed according to the estimate of but 1, and if its price is not known, like as when wine is turned sour or produce has gone bad or coins have rusted, it should be redeemed according to the estimate of 3. 2. 3. If a householder bid a seller and another bid a seller, the householder's claim comes first, since he must add the fifth. 3. If the householder bid a seller and another bid a seller and an icer, his claim comes first, since he adds to the value. When a man redeems his second tithe he must add 1/5 more, whether it was his own or whether it was given to him. 4. Men may act with cunning in what concerns second tithe, for thus a man may say to his son or daughter that are of age, or to his Hebrew bondman or bondwoman, here is money, do thou redeem this second tithe. But he cannot speak thus to his son or daughter that are minors or to his Canaanite bondman or bondwoman. 6. Since their hand is as his hand. 5. Or, if he was standing on his threshing floor and had no money in his hand he may say to his fellow, this produce is given thee as a gift, and say moreover, let this be substituted by money that is in the house. 6. If a man drew into his possession second tithe from another at the price of 1 selah, but before he could redeem it its value stood at 2 selahs, he pays but 1 selah and makes 1 selah profit and the second tithe remains his. If he drew into his possession second tithe from another at the price of 2 selahs but before he could redeem it its value stood at 1 selah, he may pay him the 1 selah in common money and the second selah from second tithe money that belongs to him. If he was an imharetz he may pay him the second selah from dimmer produce. 7. If a man redeemed second tithe yet had not designated it second tithe, R. Jose says, it suffices, but R. Judah says, he must designate it expressly. If a man was speaking to a woman about her divorce or her betrothal and gave her her bill of divorce or her betrothal gift but did not expressly designate it such, R. Jose says, it suffices, but R. Judah says, he must designate it expressly. 8. If a man set aside 1 icer as second tithe redemption money, and in virtue of this consumed half its value and then went elsewhere where it was worth a pondian, he can still consume another icer's worth. If he set aside 1 pondian and in virtue of this consumed half its value and then went elsewhere where it was worth only 1 iser, he may consume only another half mer worth. If he set aside 1 iser as second tithe redemption money, he may in virtue of this consume up to 7/111th of an iser's worth, if it was demur produce, and 1/100th of an iser's worth, if it was produce certainly untithed. The school of Shammai say, in either case 1/10th, and the school of Hillel say, 1/11th if it was produce certainly untithed, and 1/10th if it was demay produce. 9. Any coins that are found are deemed unconsecrated, even if it was a golden denar found with silver and copper coins. 8. If a potsherd was found with them and on it was written tithe, they must be deemed second tithe redemption money. Some texts add witness. 2 Sinai 3, 3 Lev 2711, see Iraq 8, s to evade the payment of the added fifth sc kid I 3, 6 c kid I 2 i.e. so as to leave the precise interpretation of the rest of this paragraph is doubtful since it is not usual to mix them together. Therefore the natural inference would be that they were specially set aside as second tithe redemption money. 10. If a man found a vessel and on it was written Korban, 1 R. Judah says, if it was of earthenware the vessel is to be deemed unconsecrated but its contents Korban, and if it was of metal it is to be deemed Korban but its contents unconsecrated. They said to him, it is not the way of men to put what is unconsecrated into what is Korban. 11. If a man found a vessel and on it was inscribed a kaf, this is Korban. If a mem it is maser tithe. If a daleth it is tchmat produce not certainly tithed. If a tet it is tchbel, produce certainly untithed. And if a tau it is teruma, heave offering, for in the times of danger too they used to write tau for teruma. R. Jose says, they may all be the initials of men's names. R. Jose said, even if a man found a jar full of produce with teruma written on it, it should be deemed unconsecrated, since I may assume that it was rilled with heave offering a year ago and afterward emptied. 12. If a man said to his son, there is second tithe redemption money, this corner, and he found money in another corner, it counts as unconsecrated, if there had been there 100 denars of second tithe redemption money, and he found there 200, the surplus counts as unconsecrated if there had been there 200 denars and he found but 100, this all counts as second tithe. 5. A fourth year vineyard 3 must be marked by clods of earth, and trees of orla fruit 4 by potsherds, and a grave 5 by whiting mingled with water and poured over the grave. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel said, this applies only in the 7th year. 6. The truly pious used to lay down money and say, whatsoever fruit is picked from here may it be redeemed by this money too. Fruit of a 4th year vineyard was taken up to Jerusalem, from any place, 1 day's journey in any direction. And what was the farthest limit? Elaph 7 to the south, Akraba 8 to the north, Lydda to the west, and the Jordan to the east. When the fruits became too many it was ordained that they might be redeemed even though the vineyard was near to the city wall, and this was with the understanding that when they wished, the matter might be restored as before time. R. Jose says, this was the understanding after the temple was destroyed, and the understanding was that when the temple should be rebuilt the matter would be restored as before time. 3. The school of Shammai say 9. The rules of the added fifth and of removal do not apply to the grapes of a 4th year vineyard, and the school of Hillel say they do apply. The school of Shammai say the laws of great gleanings and of the defective cluster apply, and the poor redeem the grapes for themselves. And the school of Hillel say the whole yield goes to the winepress. An offering dedicated to the temple, either for use as an offering if it is fitted for such use, or as a temple utensil. See Shek for registered sign, s. When in time of persecution, such as followed the Bar Kokhba revolt in the reign of Hadrian, it was forbidden to observe the Jewish religious practices. Cf. Keto 1 cf. Levi 9:4, cf. App I 32s to give warning of uncleanness. Cf. Shek I 1, MCAT 1, cf. Par 3 inches. When all produces ownerless property. 7 Noob PTTGF. No place of such a name within 1 day's journey from Jerusalem has yet been plausibly identified. 8 Noob P 159. Perhaps the modern Akraba, 25 miles north of Jerusalem. 7 CP 7, Edu I 4S. 4. How are the fruits of 4th year plantings redeemed? The owner lays down a basket before 3 that are skilled 1 and says, "How many such baskets full can a man redeem for a selah, and yet defray the costs incurred by his household?" And he lays down the money and says, "What soever is henceforth gathered, let it be redeemed by this money at the rate of so many baskets for a selah." 5. But in the 7th year it must be redeemed at its full value. 3. And if it was all ownerless property, only the cost of gathering is taken into account. If a man redeemed the fruit of his own 4th-year plantings, he must add the 5th of the value, whether it was his own or whether it was given him. 6. On the eve of the first 4 festival day 5 of Passover in the 4th, 6th and 7th years, the duty of removal 7 was fulfilled. Thus heave offering and heave offering of tithe were given to whom they were due, and the first tithe was given to whom it was due, and poor man's tithe was given to whom it was due, and the second tithe and the first fruits everywhere were removed. R. Simeon says, the first fruits like the heave offering were given to the priests. Cooked food 8 should be removed, according to the school of Shammai, but the school of Hillel say, it is accounted a thing removed already. 7. If a man had produced 9 at this time 10 and the season came for removal, the school of Shammai say, he must redeem it with money. 11. And the school of Hillel say, it is all one whether it is in the form of produce or of money. 8. R. Judah said, before time they used to send to householders in the provinces saying, hasten and duly tithe your produce before the time of removal shall come. Until R. Akiba came and taught that all produce was exempt from removal if its tithing season 1 was not yet come. 9. He whose produce is far removed from him must say expressly to whom the tithes thereof are due. Once 13 when Rabban Gamaliel and the elders were sailing in a ship, Rabban Gamaliel said, the tithe which I should have measured, as first tithe, is given to Joshua. 14 And the land whereon it grows is rented to him. The other tithe which I should have measured, as poor man's tithe, is given to Akiba b. Joseph that he may possess it on behalf of the poor, and the land whereon it grows is rented to him. R. Joshua said, the tithe which I should have measured, as heave offering of tithe, is given to Eleazar b. Azarch. 1:5 And the land on which it grows is rented to him, and they each received rent from the other. 10. At the time of the afternoon offering on the last festival day they used to make the avowal. 16 How used a man to make the avowal? He said, I have removed the hallowed things out of mine house, that is 2 1 cf. Sinai 3, 1 of guarding, hoeing, and the like. J. Not deducting the cost of labor, since in the 7th year it is forbidden to tend it. Some texts read last as the 1st and 7th days of Passover are festival days, heb yam tabim, good, i.e. holy days. The intervening days, the middle days, are called hoi hamod lit non-holy days of the feast. See Pi 8i, N11, page 207 N19. 4 In fulfillment of Duke 14:7 cf. Shebi 9 that contained any produce subject to removal. 4 Second tithe and 4th year fruit which should be consumed in Jerusalem. Degrees when the temple has ceased to exist. 11 And throw this into the sea. 12 Mastia. See Duke 26:11 On the eve of Passover when the time for removal was come, R. who was a Levite. 5 Who was a priest. 14 Duke 26. 5s. 3349. Tithe and the fruits of 4th year plantings, I have given them to the Levite, that is the tithe of the Levites, and also 1, have given them J, that is the heave offering and the heave offering of tithe, to the stranger and the fatherless and the widow, that is the poor man's tithe, gleanings, the forgotten sheaf, and P, although these do not render the avowal invalid, from the house, that is dough offering. 11. According to all thy commandment which thou hast commanded me, thus if he granted second tithe before first tithe he may not make the avowal. I hate not transgressed any of thy commandments. I have not given from one kind instead of from some other kind, or from what has been plucked instead of from what is unplucked, or from what is unplucked instead of from w had is plucked, or from new produce instead of from old, or from old produce instead of from new. Neither have I forgotten, I have not forgotten to bless thee or to make mention of thy name over it. 12. Have not eaten thereof in my mourning. Thus if he had eaten during mourning he may not make the avowal. Nor have I removed aught thereof being unclean. Thus if he had set it apart in uncleanness he may not make the avowal. Nor given thereof for the dead. I have not used aught thereof for a coffin or wrappings for a corpse, nor have I given it to other mourners. I have hearkened to the voice of the Lord my God. I have brought it to his chosen temple. I have done according to all that thou hast commanded me. I have rejoiced and made others to rejoice therewith. 13. Look down from thy holy habitation from heaven. We have done what thou hast decreed concerning us. Do thou also what thou hast promised to us. Look down from thy holy habitation from heaven and bless thy people Israel, with sons and daughters, and the ground which thou hast given us, with dew and wine and with the young of cattle, as thou swarest unto our fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou mayest give flavor to the fruits. 14. From this they have inferred that Israelites and bastards may make the avowal but not proselytes and freed slaves, who have no share in the land, our Meir says, and not priests and Levites, because they have not received a share from the land. Our Jose says, they have the cities of the outskirts. 2:15. Johanan the high priest 3 did away with the avowal concerning the tithe, for he too made an end also of the awakeners 5 and the stunners. 6 Until his days the hammer used to smite 7 in Jerusalem, and in his days none needed to inquire concerning them of produce. 1 This is an example of the rule of ribu and mit extension and limitation taught by our Nahum of Jimzo, according to which certain particles, as here, extend or else limit the provision enjoined in the law there enjoined. Cf. Shibu 3 degrees. 2 C Num 35 3 John Hyrcanus, 135-105 BC cf. Sot 910, par 35, Yod 4 plus so that a man need not say, I have given it to the Levite, for Ezra had enacted that, as a punishment to the Levites who did not go up with him to Jerusalem, the first tithe should be given to the priests. 3 He abolished the daily singing by the Levites of the verse, Ps 4413, Awake, why sleepest thou, O Lord, because of its unseemliness? Who used to stupefy the animals in the temple before slaughtering them. This was abolished as likely to cause a forbidden blemish in the beast. Lev. 221 feet registered sign. Z in the middle days of the feasts, i.e. he forbade even necessary work on such days. CP 207, N19. It is doubtful whether the above rendering of these two clauses, which is that of the Gemara, Sot 48a, represents the original sense of this early tradition. Before time it was needful to inquire whether a dealer was trustworthy in the matter of tithes or not, and it was necessary to set apart all the dues and tithes in cases of doubt. But Johanan the high priest issued the ruling that, Sot 48a, only heave offering of tithe and second tithe need be taken account of in detne produce. CP 20, N9. Hala 1. Dough offering. I1. 5 kinds are liable to dough offering: wheat, barley, spelt, goatgrass, and oats. These are liable to dough offering and may be included together, to make up the quantity that is liable to dough offering. Z and they are forbidden. 3 Such time as they are new produce. 4. To be made use of before Passover or to be reaped before the Omer. 5 If they have taken root before the Omer, the reaping of the Omer renders them permissible, otherwise they are forbidden until the Omer of the next year. 2. He that eats an olive's bulk of them as unleavened bread at Passover has fulfilled his obligation. 6 And if he ate an olive's bulk of them leavened, he is punishable by extirpation. 7 If one of them was mixed with some other kind, this transgresses the Passover law. If a man vowed to abstain 9 from bread and grain, he is forbidden these 5 kinds. So are Meir. But the sages say, if a man vowed to abstain from corn, he is forbidden these only, and these 5 kinds are liable to dough offering and to tithes. 3. These are liable to dough offering but exempt from tithes: gleanings, the forgotten sheaf, peak, 0 ownerless crops, first tithe from which heave offering has been taken, second tithe and dedicated produce that have been redeemed, 11 the residue of the omer, 11 and grain that has not reached a third of its growth, 13 R. Eliezer says, grain that has not reached a third of its growth is, also, exempt from dough offering. 4. These are liable to tithes but exempt from dough offering: rice, dura, panic, sesame and pulse, and less than 5 quarter, and afo, emav, the 5 kinds of grain, spongy cakes, honey cakes, paste balls, pancakes, and produce that is mixed with heave offering are exempt from dough offering. 5. Dough which at its beginning was intended for spongy cakes and in the end was used for spongy cakes is exempt from dough offering. If at its beginning it was ordinary dough and in the end was used for spongy cakes, or if at its beginning it was intended for spongy cakes and in the end was used as ordinary dough, it is liable to dough offering. So, 2. Kinubka, S cakes are liable. 6. Flour paste 16 is exempt according to the school of Shammai. According to the school of Hillel it is liable. Dumplings 17 are liable according to the school of Shammai. According to the school of Hillel they are exempt. The carcass of the thank offering 18 and the wafers of the Nazirite 19 are exempt if Ammon made them for his own use 20, but if to sell in the market they are liable. 7. If a baker made leaven to distribute to buyers, it is liable to dough offering. If women gave dough to the baker from which to make leaven for them, and none of the portions of dough was of the prescribed measure, 21, it is exempt from dough offering. 1 lit. Cake. Num is 1 cf. Ezek 4410. Net 10 inches. Requires that when ye eat of the bread of the land, ye shall offer up and heave offering unto the Lord. Of the first of your dough ye shall offer up a cake. 2 i.e. 5/4 calves. C1. 2. J. Lev 23 inches grown in the current year reckoning from Passover to Passover. S. The sheaf of barley. Lev 23 feet registered sign. See also men to 18. App I 31. 6x 12 inches. Pes 2 feet. 7 CP 562. N 16. May 8th also be rendered. Cf. Pes 31. This must be removed at Passover. See Ned 710 on these CPILB. 4W. 11. S registered sign. For these CP7. And N69. 12 men IOUC MOS 114 edu I1. I unknown meaning. Commentators explain it as dough made by reducing baked bread to crumbs and wetting them as food for young children. 16 dough made by pouring flour over boiling water. 17 dough made by pouring boiling water over flour. 18 liters. F 17 num 620 sanctity already rests on them. 21 5/4 calves. 8. Dog's dough. 1 if herdsman can eat of it, is liable to dough offering, and it mav be used for Arab and Shittaf. 1 and benedictions 3 and the common grace 4 must be said over it. It may be made on a festival day. 5 and by eating unleavened and olives bulk of it a man can fulfill his obligation at Passover, but if herdsman cannot eat of it, it is not liable to dough offering, nor may it be used for Arab and Shittaf, and benedictions and common grace need not be said over it. It may not be made on a festival day, and by eating unleavened and olives bulk of it a man does not fulfill his obligation at Passover. In either case it is susceptible to food uncleanness. 6-9. Through dough offering and heave offering penalty of death may be incurred. 7. They are subject to the law of the added. 5th. 8. They are forbidden to non-priests. They are the property of the priest. They are neutralized in 101. 9. They require washing of hands. 0 and the awaiting of sunset. 11. They may not be taken from what is clean instead of from what is unclean. 12. And they must be taken only from what lies nearby and from produce whose harvesting is completed. If a man said, let all the grain in my threshing floor be heave offering, or let all my dough be dough offering, his word is void unless he keeps back a part. 13. As common produce. 2. 1. Produce from outside the land of Israel that enters the land is liable to dough offering, if it was taken out thither from here, in the land of Israel. R. Eliezer declares it still liable, but R. Akiba declares it exempt. 2. Whatsoever grows in soil from outside the land that comes to the land in a ship is liable to tithes and subject to the 7th year law. R. Judah said, this applies only when the ship touches the land. Dough that has been kneaded with fruit juice is liable to dough offering, and it may be eaten with unwashed hands. 14.3. A woman may cut off her dough offering while sitting and in nakedness, because she is able to cover herself, but not so a man. If a man cannot prepare his dough in cleanness, let him prepare it in portions of 1 cab each. 15. But let him not prepare it in uncleanness. But R. Akiba says, let him prepare it in uncleanness, but let him not prepare it in portions of 1 cab each, for like as he must designate what is clean, as dough offering, so should he designate what is unclean. He must designate the one dough offering and he must designate the other dough offering, whereas portions of but 1 cab each have no share in what is designated dough offering. 164. If a man prepared his dough in portions each of 1 cab and they touched one another, they continue exempt from dough offering unless they wholly adhere. R. Eliezer says, howbeit if they are taken off from the side of the oven and put together in a basket, the basket causes them to be, which has a large proportion of bran. Add. I8. 39. 1 C. Berti. 5 CXIA. The rule is that only necessary food may be CPX 8T. N11. 6 CP 714. N3. Ta 8. Lev 22 feet. Ver 71 prepared on a festival dav. Lev 22 U. Cf. BM. 40 C ter 4 feet exclamation point 0 that is they are susceptible to third grade uncleanness. CP 714. N3. P 778. N8. 11 before they can be eaten by a priest who had contracted uncleanness and had already immersed himself. Lev 22. CP 773. N6. 11 C ter 21. 13 CF. Ter 41. 14 because it has not been rendered susceptible to uncleanness through being made wet by one of the 7 liquids. Mach 64. C Lev II 38. S less than the quantity liable to dough offering. 16 better to offer from what is unclean than to evade the obligation of dough offering altogether. Included together, and, if they together make up 5/4 and AFO, liable, to dough offering 5. If a man set aside his dough offering while it was yet flour, it is not deemed valid. Dough offering, in the hand of a priest it would count as property wrongly acquired. The dough itself would still be liable to dough offering, and the flour also, which the priest received, would be liable to dough offering if it was of the prescribed quantity, and it would be forbidden to non-priests. So are Joshua, they said to him, it once happened that an elder, who was not a priest, seized the like of this and ate it. He answered, nevertheless he rendered himself liable to punishment and gave occasion to others to act amiss and yet rely upon him. 6. 5/4 and excess, or more, of meal are liable to dough offering, if in the meal, including the yeast and fine bran and coarse bran, there is in all 5/4 AAR, it is liable. If the coarse bran was taken out and it afterward fell in again, it is exempt. 7. The measure prescribed for the dough offering is 1/24th part. Whether a man prepared the dough for himself or for his son's wedding feast, the dough offering must be 1/24th part. If a baker prepared it to sell in the market, so taught. If a woman prepared it to sell in the market, the dough offering mav be 1/48th part. If a woman's dough was rendered unclean by error or constraint, the dough offering may be 1/48th part, but if wantonly, the dough offering must be 1/24th part, so that any that sins shall gain no advantage. 8. R. Eliezer says, dough offering may be taken from what is clean instead of from what is unclean. Thus if a man had clean dough and unclean dough, he may take sufficient for the dough offering, for both, from clean dough from which dough offering has not been given, but he must put less than an egg's bulk of the unclean dough between the two, so that he thus takes the dough offering from what lies near at hand. But this the sages forbid. 3x They may eat of the dough haphazard until it has been rolled out if it is from wheaten flour, or until it has been kneaded into a lump if it is from barley. If the wheaten dough has been rolled out and the barley dough kneaded into a lump, he that eats thereof is punishable with death. So soon as a woman puts in water she must take up the dough offering, provided that there were 2 5/4 fxu of flour too. If before she rolled it out her dough was mixed with heave offering, it is exempt, since what is subject to the law of heave offering is exempt from dough offering. But if it was mixed after it was rolled out it remains liable. If before she rolled it out there befell her a condition of uncleanness that was in doubt, it may be prepared in uncleanness. 3. But if after she rolled it out, it must be prepared in cleanness. 4. 3. If before she rolled it out she dedicated it to the temple, and redeemed it, it is still liable to dough offering. If she dedicated it after she rolled it out and then redeemed it, it is still liable. If she dedicated 1 C edui, is 1. Some texts read were not. This is interpreted, provided that there no longer remain 5/4 cabs of flour in the baking trough still unkneaded, for this flour would not be exempt from dough offering. J. Since it had not yet become subject to the dagfa offering obligation, since it contained the dough offering within it which must be kept clean for the priest. It before she rolled it out and the temple treasurer rolled it out, and afterward she redeemed it, it is exempt, since at the moment when it would have been liable it was exempt. 4. In like manner if a man dedicated his produce before its time for tithing was come, and he redeemed it, it is still liable to tithes. If he dedicated it after its time for tithing and he then redeemed it, it is still liable. But if he dedicated it before it was fully harvested and the temple treasurer completed its harvesting, and afterward the owner redeemed it, it is exempt from tithes, since at the moment when it would have been liable to it was exempt. 5. If a Gentile gave dough to an Israelite to prepare for him, it is exempt from dough offering. If he gave it him as a gift and it was given before it was rolled out, it is liable. If after it was rolled out, it is exempt. If a man prepared his dough together with dough belonging to a Gentile, and the portion belonging to the Israelite was less than the measure liable to dough offering, it is exempt from dough offering. 6. If a man became a proselyte and he had dough that was already rolled out before he became a proselyte, he is exempt from dough offering. But if it was rolled out after he became a proselyte, he is liable. If it is in doubt, he is liable, but because of it none three can become liable to the added. 5th. For our Akiba says, all is determined according to the moment when the dough forms a crust in the oven. 5-7. If a man prepared dough from wheat and rice and it has the taste of corn, it is liable to dough offering, and by eating unleavened and olives bulk of it a man fulfills his obligation at Passover. But if it has not the taste of corn, it is not liable to dough offering, and by eating of it none can fulfill his obligation at Passover. 8. If a man took leaven from dough from which dough offering had not been taken and put it into dough from which dough offering had been taken, if he had provision elsewhere of dough that was liable to dough offering, he should take dough offering from it in the quantity required, but if he had not, he should take from the mixed dough one dough offering for the whole. 9. In like manner, if harvested olives were mixed up with olives belonging to the gleaners. 6. Or if harvested grapes were mixed up with grapes belonging to the gleaners, and he had provision of untithed olives or grapes elsewhere, he should take tithes from them in the quantity required, but if he had not, he should take heave offering and the heave offering of tithe from the mixed produce for the whole. 7. And the rest is allotted as tithe and second tithe, only in the quantity required at the outset. So, if a man took leaven from dough of wheaten flour and put it in dough of rice flour and the dough had the taste of corn, it is liable to dough offering. If it had not, it is exempt. Why, then, have they said, any untithed produce soever renders other produce forbidden? That applies only when one kind is mixed with like kind, but when one kind is not mixed with like kind, then applies the principle of that which gives a flavor. 8. 1 at the moment of being rolled out, 1 at the moment its harvesting was complete. 3. A non-priest who consumes it in error. Red Diamond's card suit. C15 and not according to the time when the dough was rolled out. 6 and so tithe free. 7 as though the whole was liable to tithe. Cf. Shebe 7 feet. Tur to 1 feet 11. 4. If two women rolled out 2 pieces of dough, each of 1 cab, and these touched one another, they are exempt from dough offering, even if they are of the same kind of grain. If they belong to the same woman, they are liable to dough offering, if like kind touched like, but they are exempt if the one touched a cab of dough of another kind too. What is implied by if like kind touched like? Wheat may be included together one with not save only spelt. Barley may be included together with ought save only wheat. R. Johanan B. Nuri says, the rest of the 5 kinds can be included together one with the other. 3. If there were 2 pieces of dough, of 1 cab each, of 1 kind of grain, with 1 cab of rice or 1 cab of heave offering between them, if they touch, they cannot be included together to make up the quantity that is liable to dough offering, but if between them there lies dough from which dough offering has been taken, they are included together, since it is dough that is already made liable to dough offering. 4. If a cab of dough from this year's flour wholly adheres to a cab from last year's flour, 2. R. Ishmael says, one may take dough offering from the middle, but this the sages forbid. If a man took dough offering from a single cab, R. Akiba says, it is valid dough offering, but the sages say, it is not valid dough offering. 5. If dough offering was taken from 2 pieces of dough, each of 1 cab, from each one by itself, and they are then made into a single piece of dough, R. Akiba declares it exempt from dough offering, but the sages declare it liable. Thus the more stringent ruling, in the one case, 3 becomes the more lenient in the other 6. If a man had pieces of dough of we produce that was unclean, he may take sufficient dough offering for them from clean dough from which dough offering had not been taken but which had been prepared in cleanness, and he may go on separating dough offering from the clean dough, instead of from the deme produce until it rots, because dough offering for deme Produce may be taken from what is clean instead of from what is unclean, and from what does not lie nearby. 7. If Israelites leased a field from Gentiles in Syria, R. Eliezer declares their produce liable to tithes and subject to the seventh-year law, but Rabban Gamaliel declares it exempt. Rabban Gamaliel says, 2 dough offerings are given in Syria, but R. Eliezer says, 1 dough offering before time. They accepted the more lenient ruling of Rabban Gamaliel and the more lenient ruling of R. Eliezer, but afterward they followed the rulings of Rabban Gamaliel in both things. 8. Rabban Gamaliel says, 3 regions are distinguished in what concerns dough offering. In the land of Israel as far as Chesed 1 dough offering is given, from Chesed to the river 5 and to Ammana. 6. 2 dough offerings, 1 for the fire and 1 for the priest. That for the fire has the prescribed measure, but that for the priest has no prescribed measure, from the river and from Ammana, inwards. 7 2 dough offerings, 1 to make up the total of 5 quarter cabs that renders the dough liable to dough offering. 2 And it is forbidden to take dough offering from the one instead of from the other. 5 R. Akiba's decision in the foregoing paragraph plus 1 for the fire and 1 for the priest. 1 It burned, since it is unclean like the country of Gentiles, and 1 is given to the priest so that the obligation shall not be forgotten. Eastward, to the Euphrates. 6 Northward, to the river Ammana, Kings 5 inches, which rises in the Anti-Lebanon and flows through Damascus. 7 Between the river and Ammana are given, 1 for the fire and 1 for the priest. That for the fire has no prescribed measure, and 1 that had immersed himself the selfsame day, because of uncleanness, may first eat of it. 2 R. Jose says, he does not, even, need immersion, but it is forbidden to a man or a woman that suffers a flux, a menstruant, or a woman after childbirth. 3 It may be eaten in the company of a non-priest at the same table, and it may be given to any priest. 4 9 These things may be given to any priest. Devoted things. 5 Firstlings, the redemption price of a firstborn son. 7 The redemption price of the firstborn of an ass. 8 And the shoulder and the 2 cheeks and the maw. 0 The first of the fleece. 10 The heave offering, oil that is become unclean and must be burned. 11 The hallowed things of the temple. 12 And first fruits. 13 R. Judah forbids first fruits. R. Akiba permits heave offering vetches. 14 But the sages forbid them. 10. Nittay of Tekoa brought dough offerings from Beater. 15 And they would not accept them. The men of Alexandria brought their dough offerings from Alexandria and they would not accept them. The men of Mount Zeboim. 16 Brought their first fruits before the feast of Pentecost, and they would not accept them because of what is written in the law. And the feast of harvest. 11 The first fruits of thy labors which thou sowest in the field. 9. Ben Antigonus. 19 Brought up firstlings from Babylon and they would not accept them. Joseph the priest. 20 Brought his first fruits of wine and oil, and they would not accept them. 21 He also brought his sons and the men of his household to keep the lesser Passover. 22 In Jerusalem, but they turned him back lest it should be established as an obligation. Ariston brought his first fruits from Apamia. 23 And they accepted them from him, for they said, he that owns land in Syria is as one that owns land in the outskirts of Jerusalem. 24 One who still awaits sundown to become wholly clean and fit to eat of heave offering. CP 773, and 6. 2 The portion for the fire. 3 On these see App IV 2. 4 Even to one that is an Emharetz, so maim, or one that does not eat his food in the prescribed conditions of cleanness. Lev 27 inches, Num 1814. 6 Unfit for the altar by reason of a blemish. Beck 51, Num 181-1. Dut 15-1-1. 7 Beck 8 feet, Num 18 inches x 13 inches. Beck Eilful Dut 18, Hull, Joe 1, 2. O Dut x 8 feet, Hull Ire, cf. Turret 1 feet 12 Offerings which may be consumed only within the temple. See below. N24, 13 x 23. See Tractate Bikurim. 14 To be given to any priest. See Tur 1-1. MSH2S or Beth Torah Bitter. Outside the land of Israel. Noob. Pino. See Ton 4. Where the Bether spoken of is the site south of Jerusalem where was the last stand of the Bar Kokhba revolt. 16 Nen 4. See Bik 117 which is the feast of Pentecost. Registered sign X23U1 registered sign. Some texts read Antinous 20 C Mik 1021 since liquids could only be brought as first fruits if they had not been harvested in the beginning as first fruits. 21 or second Passover. Num G. Pes. G. R23 Noob. Pages 28, 304, 24. The Munich Codex adds, 20 and 4 dues were given to the priests, 10 in the temple and 4 in Jerusalem and 10 within the borders of the land of Israel. These are the 10 that were given to them in the temple: sin offerings of birds, the unconditional and the suspensive guilt offerings, the public peace offerings, the leper's log of oil, the residue of the omer, the 2 loaves, the showbread, and the residue of meal offerings. And these are the 4 that were given them in Jerusalem: the firstlings, the first fruits, the heave offering from the thank offering and the ram of the Nazarite, and the burnt offerings from among the hallowed things. And these are the 10 that were given them within the borders of the land of Israel: heave offering of tithe, dough offering, the first of the shearing, the priest's dues, of every beast that was slaughtered for food, the redemption price of the firstborn son, and the redemption price of the firstling of an ass, the field of possession, and a field that was devoted, and what was wrongly gotten of a proselyte. No priest that is not skilled in these things may receive them as dues. The passage is a gloss on 4. Hala, 4, 8, Orla, 1, 7. Orla 1, the fruit of young trees, 1, 1. If a man planted a fruit tree, as a fence or, only, for timber, he is exempt from the law of Orla. Our Jose says, even if he said, let the inner side serve for food and let the outer side serve for a fence, the inner side alone is liable and the outer side is exempt too. When our fathers came to the land of Israel, if they found a fruit tree already planted, it was exempt, but if they themselves planted aught, it became liable, even though they had not subdued the land. If a man planted a tree for the use of the many, it is liable. Our Judah declares it exempt. If he planted it in the public domain, or if a Gentile planted it, or if a robber too planted it, or if it was planted in a ship, or if it grew of itself, it is subject to the law of Orla. 3. If a tree was uprooted together with its clod of earth, or if a river swept it away together with its clod of earth, and it was able to live from that clod alone, it is exempt, but if not, 3. It is liable, if its clod of earth was torn away from it, or if the plow broke it up, or if it was broken up and dealt with like the earth around it. 4. If it was still able to live, it is exempt, but if not, it is subject to the law of Orla. 4. If a tree was uprooted but one root still remained firm in the ground, it is exempt. How thick need the root be? Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel in the name of R. Eliezer b. J. Judah of Bartotha says, as thick as a weaver's stretching pin. 5. If a tree was uprooted but had still a sunken shoot by which the tree could live, the old tree becomes now like the sunken shoot. In what concerns the law of Orla. As if fresh shoots were sunk year after year and then broken off from the parent tree, the space of 3 years during which it is subject to the law of Orla is reckoned from the time when it was broken off. Grafting on vines and regrafting on a grafted part, even though they sink this into the ground, does not render the added shoots subject to the law of Orla. Our Mayor says, if the grafting was upon a part where the tree's growth was healthy, it is not subject to the law of Orla, but if upon a part where it was weak, it is subject to the law of Orla. So, 2. If a sunken shoot laden with fruit was broken off and it increased by 1/200th part, it is subject to the law of Orla. 6. If a sapling that was subject to the law of Orla, or to the law of diverse kinds in the vineyard, 6 was confused 7 with other saplings, none may pick any fruit from any of them. If a man did so, it may be neutralized in 201, provided that he did not pick with this in mind. Our Jose says, he may pick with this in mind and it may still be neutralized in 201. 7. The leaves and the shoots and the sap of vines and newly fashioned great berries are not forbidden under the laws of Orla, of 4th year fruit, or of the Nazarite vow. 8. But they are forbidden if they come from an Asherah. Our Jose says, newly fashioned berries are forbidden since lit on circumcision. The law is that given in Lev 19, which forbids the use of the fruit of young trees. The fruit is wholly forbidden during the first 3 years. In the 4th year the fruit is still holy, but it may be redeemed, the 5th of its value being added. C. P. 7, and so rendered free for common use. CFMSH 5. In the 5th year it is wholly permitted one or usurping occupant. See Git 5:3. Then it counts as a newly planted tree. And the tree was again planted in the earth. 5. Its age is deemed to be that of the sunken shoot. 6. See Kill. V7 and indistinguishable. 9. Any tree worshipped by heathen. See Azar 3 Num 61 4. Na 6. F. they count as fruit. R. Eliezer says, if milk was curdled with the sap of or a fruit it is forbidden. R. Joshua said, I have heard an explicit tradition that if milk was curdled with the sap of the leaves or with the sap of the roots it is permitted, but if with the sap of unripe figs it is forbidden. Since they count as fruit 8, defective grapes, grape pips, grape skins, or grape skin wine made from them, the rind of a pomegranate or its sprout, walnut, shells and fruit stones are forbidden under the law of Orla or if they come from an Asherah, and they are forbidden under the law of the Nazirite vow, but they are not forbidden under the law of fourth year fruit. 1 Fallen fruit is forbidden in all 4 cases. 9. R. Jose says, a slip from an Oroa tree may be planted, but not a walnut from an Orla tree, since this counts as a fruit, nor may a slip with early date berries from an Orla tree be used for grafting. 2. 1. Heave offering. The heave offering of tithe from Tiamat produce, dough offering, and first fruits are neutralized in 101. 2. And they can be included together. 3. A like quantity must be taken out. 4. Or a fruit and diverse kinds of the vineyard are neutralized in 201, and they can be included together, but a like quantity need not be taken out. R. Simeon says, they cannot be included together. R. Eliezer says, they can be included together in cases determined by the principle of that which gives a flavor. 5. But not in the case of dry produce, in such wise as to render the rest forbidden. 2. Heave offering may serve to neutralize 6 Orla fruit, and or a fruit heave offering. Thus if one seah of heave offering fell among common produce, making in all 100 rai, and afterward there fell in 3 cabs of Orla it, or 3 cabs of diverse kinds of the vineyard, such is a case where heave offering would serve to neutralize the or a fruit. Or a fruit the heave offering. 7. 3. Or a fruit may neutralize the diverse kinds, and diverse kinds the or a fruit, or a fruit other or a fruit. Thus if one seah of Orla fruit fell into common produce, making in all 200 ria w, and afterward there fell in 1 seah or more of other, or a fruit, or 1 seah or more of diverse kinds of the vineyard, such is a case where or a fruit would serve to neutralize the diverse kinds, or diverse kinds the or a fruit, or a fruit other or a fruit. 4. Whatsoever is leavened, flavored, or mingled ate with heave offering, or a fruit, or diverse kinds of the vineyard, is forbidden. The school of Shammai say, it 9 can also convey uncleanness, and the school of Hillel say, it can never convey uncleanness unless it is an egg's bulk in quantity. 1. That they may not be eaten outside Jerusalem unless they have been redeemed. 1. When they are confused with non-hallowed produce 3 cg if a quarter seah of each of these 4 together fell into less than 100 cs of common produce, they render it holy. So, 2. If a non-priest ate an olive's bulk of any of them in combination he incurs the penalty of the 40 stripes. 4. From the produce in which any of these has fallen, and been neutralized, and the part taken out must be given to a priest ate as with cooked and liquid produce. 6. To make up in combination with common produce a quantity sufficient to neutralize the other 7. See ter 4 feet 8. The verb applies specifically to liquid produce. The 3 processes here have in mind produce that conveys marked flavor. Therefore the principle of being neutralized in 101, or 201, cannot apply. If it is unclean, even though it is less than an egg's bulk, which is the quantity necessary to convey food uncleanness. See Ta'ai, 2 feet. 5. Dositheus of Kepher Yatma was one of the disciples of the school of Shammai, and he said, I have heard a tradition from Shammai the elder who said, it can never convey uncleanness unless it is an egg's bulk in quantity. 6. Why have they said, whatsoever is leavened, flavored, or mingled, applying a stringent ruling? So is it, where like is mixed with like, but it applies both with leniency and with stringency where like is mixed with unlike. Thus if wheaten leaven 1 fell into wheaten dough 2 and there was enough to leaven it, it is forbidden whether or not there was little enough for it to be neutralized in 101. If there was not little enough for it to be neutralized in 101, it is forbidden whether or not there was enough to leaven it. 7. But it applies both with leniency and with stringency where like is mixed with unlike. Thus if crushed beans were cooked with lentils 2 and there was enough of them to give a flavor, they are forbidden whether or not there was little enough for them to be neutralized in 101. If there was not enough of them to give a flavor, they are permitted, whether or not there was little enough for them to be neutralized in 101. 8. If common leaven fell into dough and there was enough of it to leaven the dough, and afterward 3 there fell into the dough heave offering leaven or leaven made from diverse kinds of the vineyard, and there was enough of it to leaven the dough, it is forbidden. 9. If common leaven fell into dough and leavened it, and afterward there fell into it heave offering leaven or leaven made from diverse kinds of the vineyard, and it was enough to have leavened the dough, it is forbidden, but our Simeon permits it. 10. Condiments of 2 or 3 different categories 4 and of one kind, 5 or of 3 kinds of a like category, are forbidden 6 and can be included together. 7. Our Simeon says, 2 categories of a like kind, or 2 kinds of a like category may not be included together. 11. If common leaven and heave offering leaven fell into dough and neither of them sufficed to leaven the dough, but included together they leavened it, our Eliezer says, I should decide by which of them fell in last. But the sages say, whether the forbidden substance 8 fell in first or last it can never render the dough forbidden unless it sufficed of itself to leaven the dough. 12. Joser of the Bira 6 was one of the disciples of the school of Shammai, and he said, I asked of Rabban Gamaliel the elder when he was standing in the eastern gate. 10. And he said, it can never render the dough forbidden unless it sufficed of itself to leaven the dough. 13. If utensils were greased with unclean oil and then again with clean oil, or if they were greased with clean oil and then again with unclean oil, our Eliezer says, I should decide by which of them came first, but the sages say, by which came last. 1. That was heave offering, orla, or diverse kinds of the vineyard that was common food 1. But before the first leaven had acted lit, names, meaning the like of heave offering, orla, etc., which are forbidden for common consumption. Different varieties of seasoning matter, such as onions, pepper, and the like 4. By conveying a flavor they render forbidden common food in WHCH they are mixed. 7. To make up in combination a quantity too great to be neutralized variant, heave offering, leaven 4 C Pes 310 cf, Bur 9 cap, Yom T. 11. Whether the utensil was clean or unclean. 14. If heave offering leaven and leaven made from diverse kinds of the vineyard both fell into dough, and neither of them sufficed to leaven the dough, but included together they leavened it, it is forbidden to non-priests and permitted to priests. Our Simeon permits it both to non-priests and to priests. 15. If heave offering condiments and condiments made from diverse kinds of the vineyard both fell into a pot and neither of them sufficed to flavor the food in the pot, but included together they flavored it, it is forbidden to non-priests and permitted to priests. Our Simeon permits it both to non-priests and to priests. 16. If a piece of flesh from the most holy things and a piece of flesh that was refuse or remnant 2 were cooked together with other pieces of flesh. 3. It is forbidden to non-priests and permitted to priests. Our Simeon permits it both to non-priests and to priests. 17. If flesh from the most holy things and flesh from the lesser holy things 4 were cooked together with ordinary flesh, it is forbidden to them that are unclean and permitted to them that are clean. 3. 1. If a garment was dyed with dye made from shells of or oa fruit, it must be burned. If it was confused with others, all must be burned. So our Meir, but the sages say, it is neutralized in 201. 2. If a man dyed so much as 1 sit's length 5, of thread, in dye made from shells of orla fruit, and he wove it into a garment and it is not known which thread it was, our Meir says, the garment must be burned, but the sages say, it is neutralized in 201. 3. If a man wove into a garment 1 sit's length of wool from a firstling, the garment must be burned. If he wove into a sack a Nazarite's hair or hair from the firstborn of an ass, 6. The sack must be burned, and in the case of other hallowed things, 7. They render the rest hallowed in any quantity. So 4. Food cooked with shells from orla fruit must be burned. If it was confused with other foodstuffs, it is neutralized in 201. 5. If an oven was heated with shells from orla fruit and bread was baked in it, the bread must be burned. If it was confused with other bread, it is neutralized in 201. 6. If a man had bunches of fenugreek 8 that were diverse kinds of the vineyard, they must be burned. If they were confused with others, all must be burned. So our Meir, but the sages say, they are neutralized in 201. 7. For our Meir used to say, whatsoever a man is wont to count, when he sells them, can, when it is forbidden produce, render forbidden other produce with which they are mixed, so that they all must be burned. But the sages say, only 6 such things render forbidden that with which they are confused. Arakiba says, 7. And these are they: nuts from Perak, pomegranates from Badon, 9 sealed jars, beetroot tops, cabbage. These were whole offerings, sin offerings, guilt offerings, and the peace offerings of the congregation at Pentecost. CZ 51 feet 5, 2 CP 76, and N 78, C mile 1. 2 which were common and permitted food, and which were just enough to neutralize either of the other's red diamonds card suit. All offerings other than those included under the most holy things. CZ 5. App 2. See the distance between the tips of the outstretched thumb and forefinger. 6 on the ground of Dute 15 inches 7 CP 55, N 6. Tur IO. 9 Kel 17. A place in Samaria, northeast of Shechem. Orla. 2. 14. Bikurim. 1. 393 stalks, and Greek gourds. And Arakiba says, also the loaves of a householder, which he bakes himself. To such among these as may come from Orla fruit the law of Orla applies, and to such among these as may come from diverse kinds of the vineyard the law of diverse kinds of the vineyard applies. 8. If the nuts were split, the pomegranates cut open, the jars opened, the gourds cut in two, or the loaves broken in two, they are neutralized in 201. 9. Orla Iram that is in doubt 2 is forbidden in the land of Israel. 3 But in Syria it is permitted. Outside the land a man may go down to the garden and buy such fruit, provided that he does not see it gathered. If a vineyard was planted with vegetables, foreign vegetables of like kind were sold outside it, they are forbidden in the land of Israel, but in Syria they are permitted. And outside the land he may go down 5 and gather them, provided that he 6 does not gather them with his own hand. New produce. 7 is forbidden by the law everywhere. 8 The law of Orla is halakha and the law of diverse kinds. 10 is from the words of the scribes. 11 Bikurim 12. First fruits. 1. 1. Some there are that may bring the first fruits and make the avowal. 13 Others that may bring them but not make the avowal. And some there are that may not even bring them. These may not bring them. He that plants a tree in his own domain but sinks a shoot of it, so that it grows in another's domain or in the public domain. So, 2. He that sinks a shoot from a tree planted in another's domain or the public domain, so that it grows in his own domain, or he that plants a tree in his own domain and sinks it, so that it still grows in his own domain but with a private or public road between, such a one may not bring the first fruits. R. Judah says, such a one may bring them. 2. For what reason may he not bring them? Because it is written, the first fruits of thy land. 14. Thou mayest not bring them, unless their growth is wholly from thy land. They that lease the land or that hire it, is a usurping occupant. 16 Or a robber may not bring them for the like reason, because it is written, the first fruits of thy land. 3. First fruits may be brought only from the 7 kinds. 17 And not from dates from the hill country, nor from produce from the valleys, nor from any oil olives that are not of the choicest kind. First fruits may not be brought before Pentecost. 18 The men of Mount Zeboim. 19 Brought there. 1 Some texts prefix how, but what follows does not explain the preceding rule. 1 CG If a Gentile had fruit to sell, and it was known that he had orla trees, but it was in doubt whether this fruit was from those particular trees. 1 On the principle that stringency applies in cases of doubt touching a prohibition enjoined in the law, for which thus constitute diverse kinds of the vineyard. The Gentile who sells them, the Israelite who buys them. 7 See Hall. I1. Men Teufel 1 Even outside the land of Israel. See Lev 231. In all your dwellings. The accepted law, here in the sense of an unwritten law given to Moses at Sinai. CFP 12. N4. P 446. N2! 0 IE of the vineyard. Duke 22 applies only to the land of Israel. See Kel 13. Son T. Cf. Yeba. 312 C Duke 261 B12 C Duke 26 S14 X23. The former pay the owner a prescribed proportion of the crop, the latter a fixed quantity of produce. 16 C Git 5. 17 For which the land was famed: wheat, barley, grapes, figs, pomegranates, olive oil, and date, honey. See Duke 8. Verse 6 Lit. Solemn Assembly. Duke I 6 feet. Is 1. A usual title of the Feast of Weeks, or Pentecost. 19 See Hall 41. First fruits before Pentecost, but they were not accepted because of what is written in the law. The Feast of Harvest. The first fruits of thy labors which thou sowest in the field. 1 4. These may bring the first fruits, but they may not make the avowal. the proselyte may bring them, but he may not make the avowal, since he cannot say, which the Lord swore unto our fathers for to give us. 2. But if his mother was an Israelite, he may bring them and make the avowal. And when he prays in private, he should say, O God of the fathers of Israel. And when he is in the synagogue, he should say, O God of your fathers. But if his mother was an Israelite, he may say, O God of our fathers. 5. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, a woman that is the offspring of proselytes may not marry into the priestly stock unless her mother was an Israelite. It is all one whether she is the offspring of proselytes or freed slaves. Even to the 10th generation, her like may not marry into the priestly stock, unless their mother was an Israelite. 3. A guardian, an agent, a bondman, a woman, one of doubtful sex, or an androgynous may forth bring the first fruits, but they may not make the avowal, since they cannot say, which thou, 0 God, hast given me. 6. If a man bought 2 trees in his fellow's domain, he may bring the first fruits, but he may not make the avowal. R. Mayer says, he may do both. If the well was dried up or the trees cut down, he may bring the first fruits, but he may not make the avowal. R. Judah says, he may do both. A man may bring the first fruits and make the avowal, at any time, from Pentecost until the Feast of Tabernacles, while from the Feast of Tabernacles until the Feast of the Dedication. 6. He may bring them, but he may not make the avowal. R. Judah B. Bathera says, he may do both. 7. If a man set apart his first fruits and then sold his field, he may bring them, but he may not make the avowal. The other, that bought the field, may bring not that kind but another kind of produce as first fruits. J. And he may make the avowal. R. Judah Savs, he may bring first fruits of that kind and yet make the avowal. 8. If a man set apart his first fruits and they were plundered or went bad or were stolen or were lost or contracted uncleanness, he may bring others in their stead, but he may not make the avowal. And these others are not subject to the law of the added. 5th. 7. If they contracted uncleanness while in the temple court, he must scatter them and he may not make the avowal. 9. Whence do we learn that a man is answerable for them until they are brought to the temple mount? Because it is written, the first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy God, which teaches that a man is answerable for them until they are brought to the temple mount. If he brought produce of one kind and made the avowal and then brought produce of another kind, he may not make the avowal a second time. 10. These may bring the first fruits and make the avowal, they that bring them, from Pentecost until the Feast of Tabernacles, they that X 23, 2 do 26s, JCF, Kid 47. A being of double sex, see below, CH4S roughly from May to October 6, Chilv 25. Which falls in the first half of December. The Feast of the Dedication TC of the altar commemorates the victory of the Maccabees. T. Maccabees 44, FL. 7. If a non-priest consumed them in error, Lev 22 inches, CBM 4, CF, Tur 61, Big 2 feet 8 x 23. Bring any, from the 7 kinds, from the produce of the hill country and from the dates that are from the valleys, and from the oil olives from beyond Jordan. R. Jose the Galilean says, they may not bring first fruits from beyond Jordan, since that is not a land flowing with milk and honey. 11. If a man bought 3 trees in his fellow's domain, he may bring first fruits and make the avowal. R. Mayer says, even if he bought but 2. If he bought 1 tree together with the ground whereon it stands, he may bring first fruits and make the avowal. R. Judah says, even they that lease the land or they that hire it may first bring first fruits and make the avowal. 2. 1. Through heave offering and first fruits penalty of death may be incurred. 2. They are subject to the law of the added. 5th 3. They are forbidden to non-priests. They are the property of the priest. 4. They are neutralized in 101 5. They require the washing of hands. 6. And the awaiting of sunset. 7. These rules apply to heave offering and first fruits, but not to second tithe. 2. There are rules that apply to second tithe and to first fruits but not to heave offering. 4. Second tithe and first fruits require to be brought to the place. 8. And the reciting of the avowal, and they are forbidden to a mourner. 9. But R. Simeon permits first fruits, and they are subject to the law of removal. 10. But R. Simeon declares first fruits exempt, and in any quantity soever, if they are mixed with common produce of like kind, they are forbidden to be consumed, as common food, in Jerusalem, and what grows from them, when they are used for seed. is forbidden to be consumed in Jerusalem by non-priests or by cattle, but our Simeon permits this. These rules apply to, second, tithe and to first fruits but not to heave offering. 3. There are rules that apply to heave offering and to, second, tithe but not to first fruits. For heave offering and, second, tithe before they have been set apart, render forbidden what is on the threshing floor, and they have a prescribed quantity. 11 And they must be set apart from all produce whether or not the temple still stands, and by them that lease the land or hire it, and by a usurping occupant or a robber. 12 These rules apply to heave offering and to, second, tithe but not to first fruits. 4. And there are rules that apply to first fruits but not to heavy offering or, second, tithe, for first fruits can be acquired. 13 While they are still unplucked. 14 And a man may grant his whole field as first fruits, and he is answerable for them, until they are brought to the temple mount, and they require a peace offering. 15 Singing. 16 Waving. 17 And spending the night. 18 In Jerusalem. 5. Heave offering of tithe in 2 things is like to first fruits and in 2 things like to heave offering. It may be taken from what is clean instead of from what is unclean and from what does not lie nearby. 19 Like first fruits before it has been set apart, it renders forbidden what is on the threshing floor and it has a prescribed quantity, like heave offering. 1 See above. 1 Z by the non-priest who consumes them of set purpose. Cf. Hall. 1. 3 When 9 Non-priest who consumes them in error makes restitution. 4 Cf. Below. 31 Sc. Ter 4 feet 6 Cf. Hag 2. CP 714. N3. P 778. N8. 7 Before they can be consumed by a priest who had immersed himself because of uncleanness that day. Lev 224. Page 773. N. 6. 8 Jerusalem during the day of the death of one near of kin. C. Duke 26 inches. Cf. Duke 261 1. MSH 5. CPI 1. Ter. 4 feet 11 Cf. Ter I 1 MSH 51. Big I. 13 Become the property of the priests. 14 See below. 31. 5 Cf. Below. 3. Ib Cf. Below. 34. 17 Cf. Below. 318 Deduced from Duke I 619 C. Tura 1. Hall I. 6. The citron tree is in 3 things like to a tree and in 1 thing like to a vegetable. It is like to a tree in what concerns the laws of Orla, of 4th year plantings and of the 7th year, and like to a vegetable in 1 thing, in that the season of its gathering is the season for its tithing. 1. So Rabban Gamaliel, R. Eliezer says, it is like to a tree in all things. 7. The blood of 2-legged creatures is like to the blood of cattle in that it renders seeds susceptible. 1. To uncleanness, and, like to, the blood of creeping things, in that, none can become culpable by reason of it. 3. 8. The koi 4 is in some things like to wild animals and in some things like to cattle, and in some things it is like to cattle and to wild animals, and in some things it is like neither to cattle nor to wild animals. 9. Wherein is it like to a wild animal? Its blood requires to be covered up. 5 Like the blood of a wild animal, it may not be slaughtered on a festival day, but if it was slaughtered its blood may not be covered up. Its fat conveys carrion uncleanness. 6 Like a wild animal, but its own uncleanness is in doubt, and, if it is a firstling, it is not redeemed under the law of the firstborn of an ass. 7:10. Wherein is it like to cattle? Its fat is forbidden like the fat of cattle, and by reason of it a man is not punishable by extirpation. 8 It may not be bought with, second, tithe money to be consumed in Jerusalem, and it is subject to the priest's dues of the shoulder, and the 2 cheeks, and the maw. But R. Eliezer exempts it, since on him that would exact aught from his fellow lies the burden of proof. 10:11. Wherein is it like neither to cattle nor to wild animals? By virtue of the law of diverse kinds it is forbidden to yoke it, with a wild animal or with cattle, and if a man assigned to his son his wild animals and his cattle, he has not, thereby, assigned to him the koi. If a man said, May I be a Nazirite? 11 If this is neither wild animal nor cattle he must become a Nazirite. In all else it is like both to wild animals and to cattle, it requires slaughtering. 13 Like them both, and like them both it can convey uncleanness by virtue of the rules applying to carrion. 14 And to a member of a living being. 153. 1. How do they set apart the first fruits? When a man goes down to his field and sees, for the first time, a ripe fig or a ripe cluster of grapes or a ripe pomegranate, he binds it round with reed grass and says, Lo, these are first fruits. R. Simeon says, even so, he should again designate them as first fruits after they are plucked from the soil too. How do they take up the first fruits? To Jerusalem. The men of all the smaller towns that belonged to the Mahmud 16 gathered together in the town of the Mahmud and spent the night in the open place of the town and came not into the houses. And early in the morning the officer of the Mahmud said, Arise ye and let us go up to Zion unto 7 the Lord our God 9. 3. They that were near to Jerusalem brought fresh figs and grapes, and they that were far off brought dried figs and raisins. Before them went 1 cf. She before fl. 11 m. Mach 6 feet. 3. The blood of animals is expressly forbidden Lev 7, but the reptile is forbidden as a reptile Levit 8, and the prohibition does not apply specifically to its blood. In Hull 79b defined as a cross between a goat and a gazelle. See also Nas 5 feet, Hull 6 feet, Beck, is S Lev 17 inches, cf. Betts, 1, Hull 6 feet 8, Lev 7 inches 7x3 AUUCP 56A, N16, 9 Dut 18. 10 For the same principle CBK 3 inches, BB 9, Hull IO, Beck 2 7, Ta 4, 11 C Kill, 1, 8 11 C Nas S, J before it can be used for food. Exclamation point 4 Lev 11 is C Ahul 21 exclamation point 6 C Ton 4, App I 21, 17 Some texts insert the house of, CF is 2, Jer 31. The ox, 1 having its horns overlaid with gold and a wreath of olive leaves on its head. The flute was played before them until they drew nigh to Jerusalem. When they had drawn nigh to Jerusalem they sent messengers before them and bedecked their first fruits. The rulers and the prefects one and the treasurers of the temple went forth to meet them, according to the honor due to them that came and used they to go forth. And all the craftsmen in Jerusalem used to rise up before them and greet them, saying, Brethren, men of such and such a place, ye are welcome for. The flute was played before them until they reached the Temple Mount. When they reached the Temple Mount even Agrippa the king would take his basket on his shoulder and enter in as far as the temple court. When they reached the temple court, the Levites sang the song, 7 Will exalt thee, O Lord, for thou hast set me up and not made mine enemies to triumph over me. 3-5 The pigeons that were hung upon the baskets were sacrificed as whole offerings, and what the people bore in their hands they delivered to the priest. 6 While the basket was yet on his shoulder a man would recite the passage 4-7 Profess this day unto the Lord thy God, until he reached the end of the passage. R. Judah says, until he reached the words an era. Mean ready to perish tease my father. When he reached the words an Aramean, he took down the basket from his shoulder and held it by the rim, and the priest put his hand beneath it and waved it, and the man then recited the words from an Aramean ready to perish until he finished the passage. Then he left the basket by the side of the altar and bowed himself down and went his way. 7 Before time all that could recite the prescribed words recited them, and all that could not recite them rehearsed the words after the priest. But when these refrained 5 from bringing their first fruits, it was ordained that both they that could recite them and they that could not should rehearse the words after the priest. 8 The rich brought their first fruits in baskets overlaid with silver and gold, while the poor brought them in wicker baskets of peeled willow branches, and baskets and first fruits were given to the priests. 9 R. Simeon B. Nana says, they used to bedeck the first fruits with produce other than the 7 kinds. 6 R. Akiba says, they bedecked the first fruits only with produce of the 7 kinds. 10 R. Simeon says, there are 3 degrees among the first fruits, the veritable first fruits, the additions to the first fruits, and what bedecks the first fruits. The additions to the first fruits may be of like kind, but what bedecks the first fruits may be of some other kind. The additions to the first fruits must be eaten in cleanness, and they are not subject to the rules of Deme Produce. 7 But the rules of Deme Produce apply to what bedecks the first fruits. 11 In what case have they said that additions to the first fruits are like to the first fruits themselves? When they come from the land of Israel, but when they do not come from the land of Israel, they are not like to the first fruits themselves. 12 Why have they said that the first fruits are like to the goods of the one intended as a peace offering? One explained as the chiefs of the priests and the chiefs of the Levites. Cf. Luke 22 inches. The chief priests and captains of the 1,601,016 feet. Cf. Shek 5 Ps 30. Red diamonds card suit. Do 26 out of Shame 5 C17 CP 20. N9. 3349. Priest, because with them he may buy bondmen, immovable property, and unclean cattle, and a creditor can take them in payment of his debt, or a woman in payment of her ketubah. 1 as, they may also do with a scroll of the law, but R. Judah says, they may give the first fruits only to a priest, that is, an associate to and as a favor. 3 and the sages say, they give them to any priests that are on duty in the temple, and these may share among themselves as they do with the hallowed things 4 of the temple. 45:1. The androgynous is in some things like to men and in some things like to women, and in some things like both to men and to women, and in some things like neither to men nor to women. 2. How is he like to men? He conveys uncleanness with the white 6 like men. He is subject to the law of levirate marriage like men. 7. He dresses and trims his hair like men. Like men he can take a wife but cannot be taken to wife. Like as at the birth of men his mother continues unclean because of him in the blood of purification. 8. Like men he may not remain alone with women. 9. Like men he does not receive maintenance with the daughters. 10. Like men he may not transgress the laws. Ye shall not round the corners of your head, neither shalt thou mar the comers of thy beard, and thou shalt not defile thyself for the dead. 11. And like men he is bound by all the commandments enjoined in the law. 3. How is he like to women? He conveys uncleanness with the red. 13. Like women he may not remain alone with men. Like women he is not subject to the law of levirate marriage. Like women he does not share in the inheritance with the sons. Like women he may not eat of the hallowed things in the temple. Like women he does not bestow the right to eat of heave offering. 14. Like as at the birth of women his mother continues unclean because of him in the blood of uncleanness. Like women he is not eligible to give any testimony enjoined in the law, and like women if he has suffered unlawful connection he is ineligible to eat of heave offering. 4. How is he like both to men and to women? For smiting him or cursing him. 5. Guilt is incurred as for smiting or cursing men and women. If a man slew him. 16. In error he is liable to exile, and if wantonly he is put to death. Like as for other men and women, his mother must bring an offering because of him. Like as at the birth of both men and women, and he may inherit any inheritance like both men and women. 5. How is he like neither to men nor to women? Heave offering need not be burnt because of uncleanness of his issue, nor is penalty incurred through his entering the temple while he is unclean. Unlike both men and women, he cannot be sold. 17. As a Hebrew bondservant, unlike both men and women, and his valuation. 18. Cannot be vowed, unlike both men and women. And if a man said, may I be a Nazarite? If this is neither a man nor a woman he must be a Nazarite. R. Jose says, an androgynous is a creature by itself, and the sages could not decide about it whether it was man or woman, but it is not so with one of doubtful sex, since such a one is at times a man and at times a woman. 1 Appi 16, 2 C Appi 3, 6, 3 cf. Shebi 41, cp. 55, and 6. This chapter is included in all printed editions, but it is no part of the Mishnah. It is derived and expanded variously in different editions from the Tosefta of Bikurim. 2. It develops the subject of the androgynous, referred to in the Mishnah, in the style of the teachings in 2. The text is in great confusion, both as to order and contents. The version here given shows the text in its more expanded form. 6 Seminal discharge or flux. Lev 15 Zob 21, 7 CP 218, N1, Lev 12 registered sign 9 C Kid 4 10 C Ket 4, BB 9 11 Lev in 2 CF, Lev 21. Menstrual flow. Lev is 1 registered sign, CFP 651, NN 4, 5, SX 21, 6 CX2I, 17X21, 18 C Lev 27 registered sign, CFP 544, N1. Second division mode, set feasts, Shabbath Erubin Pesachim Shekalim Yom Asukah Betza Yom Tov, Rosh Hashanah Tanath Megillah Mod Katan Hayaga. Shabbath, the Sabbath. 1 I there are 2, which are, indeed, 4, 1 kinds of going out 2 on the Sabbath for him that is inside, and 2, which are, indeed, 4, for him that is outside. Thus if a poor man stood outside and the householder inside, and the poor man stretched his hand inside and put aught into the house holder's hand, or took aught from it and brought it out, the poor man is culpable and the householder is not culpable. If the householder stretched his hand outside and put aught into the poor man's hand, or took aught from it and brought it in, the householder is culpable and the poor man is not culpable. But if the poor man stretched his hand inside and the householder took aught from it, or put odd into it an, the poor man, brought it out neither is culpable. And if the householder stretched his hand outside and the poor man took aught from it or put aught into it and the householder brought it in, neither is culpable too. A man should not sit down before the barber near to the time of the afternoon tefillah 3 unless he has already prayed it. A man should not enter a bathhouse or a tannery, nor should he begin to eat a meal or decide a suit, though if any have begun a like deed, they need not interrupt it. They must interrupt their doings to recite the Shema f4, but they need not interrupt them for the tefillah. 3. A tailor should not go out with his needle on Friday near to nightfall lest he forget and go out. 5. Nor should a scrivener go out then with his pen, nor should a man search his clothes for fleas, or read by lamplight. 6. Rightly have they said. 7. A schoolmaster may look where the children are reading, but he himself may not read. 8. In like manner a man that has a flux may not eat with a woman that has a flux, since it lends occasion to transgression. 9. 4. These 10 are among the rulings 11 which the sages enjoined while in the upper room of Hananiah b Hezekiah b Gorion. 12. When they went up to visit him they voted, and they of the school of Shammai outnumbered them of the school of Hillel, and 18 things did they decree on that day. 5. The school of Shammai say, ink, dyestuffs, or vetches may not be for form of phrase cf shibui. 2 are derivable from the written law, performing the complete act of removing a burden from one domain to another, and 2 more are from the words of the scribes, in which the forbidden act is not completed by the one person. A man is culpable in the first 2 cases but not in the second 2. See below. To 1 feet, based on X 16. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. To go out fs taken to imply also carrying a burden. Jer 17. From one domain, e.g. a private house, into another, e.g. a public thoroughfare or another private house. I on Friday afternoon. See Bur 4 feet. Ap I 46. It could be said until sunset. Ap I 38. Bur 1 2 scn 2 above. He may, forgetful of the Sabbath, tilt the lamp to make the oil flow into the wick more abundantly to give a brighter light. CP 12. N 4. Registered signs since it may lend occasion for transgression of the Sabbath law. CN 6. 9 I. F. 152:0 that they should not search clothes or read. 11 Heb. Halaketh. See Ap it. What the other decrees were is not certainly known. Some have tried to count 18 teachings in the preceding 3 paragraphs, and others explain these as referring to the decisions in Par 5. See Dor. I 186. 18 rulings of extreme stringency, reflecting the standpoint of the school of Shammai, are given by the Gemara at this point. 13b. 14a. They include the 2 on searching the clothes and reading the 15th and 16th of the 18. Only one other ruling, the 14th, deals with the Sabbath, namely that which requires a Jew traveling with a Gentile on the eve of Sabbath to give his person to the Gentile's keeping. See Shab 241. 2 Variant. Garan. He was the head of the school of Shammai in the generation before the destruction of Jerusalem. It is he who succeeded in restoring the book of Ezekiel to its place in the canon. See more. I 246. Soaked. On a Friday unless there is time for them to be holy, soaked the same day. And the school of Hillel permitted 6. The school of Shammai say, bundles of flax may not be put in an oven unless there is time for them to steam off the same day, nor may wool be put into a dyer's cauldron unless there is time for it to absorb the color the same day. And the school of Hillel permit it. The school of Shammai say, nets may not be spread for wild animals, birds, or fishes unless there is time for them to be caught the same day. And the school of Hillel permit it. 7. The school of Shammai say, they may not sell aught to a Gentile or help him to load his beast or raise a burden on his shoulders unless there is time for him to reach a place nearby the same day. And the school of Hillel permit it. 8. The school of Shammai say, hides may not be given to a Gentile tanner nor clothes to a Gentile washerman unless there is time for the work to be done the same day. And all these the school of Hillel permit such time as the sun is up. 9. Rabban Simeon b Gamaliel said, in my father's house they used to give white clothes to a Gentile washerman 3 days before Sabbath. Both the school of Shammai and the school of Hillel agree that men may lay down the olive press beams or the winepress rollers. 10. Flesh and onions and eggs may not be roasted unless there is time for them to be roasted the same day, nor may bread be put into the oven when darkness is falling, nor may cakes be put upon the coals unless there is time for their top surface to form into crust. R. Eliezer says, time for their bottom surface, only, to form into crust. 11. The Passover offering may be let down 1 into the oven when darkness is falling, and fire may be kindled in the fireplace of the chamber of the hearth. 2. But elsewhere only if there is time before the Sabbath, for the fire to take hold on the greater part of the wood. R. Judah says, with charcoal, it is permitted if there is time for the fire to take hold on any quantity soever. 2. 1. With what may they light the Sabbath lamp, and with what may they not light it? They may not use cedar fiber or uncarded flax or raw won silk or a wick of bast or a wick of the desert tree or duckweed, or pitch or wax, or castor oil or heave offering, oil that is become unclean and must be burned, or grease from the fatty tail or tallow. Nahum the Mede says, they may use melted tallow, but the sages say, it is all one whether it is melted or not melted, they may not light therewith. 2. Heave offering, oil that is become unclean and must be burnt may not be used for lighting on a festival day. 4. R. Ishmael says, tar may not be used out of respect for the Sabbath, but the sages permit all kinds of oils, sesame oil, nut oil, fish oil, colocynth oil, tar, and naphtha. R. Tarfon says, they may use only olive oil. 3. Not that comes from a tree may 5th be used for lighting the Sabbath lamp, excepting flax, and not that comes from a tree can contract uncleanness by overshadowing. 6. Excepting flax, if a wick made from at the Samaritan Passover at the present time the oven or pits in the ground. 2. C. Tamai, mid-I the fiber out of the apples of Sodom or Dead Sea fruit. 4. CP 181, N11, i.e. no wick of vegetable origin. 6. From Numig 1:4 is derived the rule that whatever is overshadowed by the same roof or object that overshadows a corpse, and whatever not being a permanently fired roofing, overshadows a corpse, becomes unclean. CP 649, N3. Piece of cloth was twisted but not singed. R. Eliezer declares it susceptible to uncleanness. 1. And not to be used for lighting the Sabbath lamp, but R. Akiba says, it is not susceptible to uncleanness. 2. And it may be used for lighting the Sabbath lamp. 4. A man may not pierce an eggshell and fill it with oil and put it on the opening of the lamp. 3. So that the oil will drip from it. 4. It is forbidden even if it was made of earthenware, but R. Judah permits it. But if the potter had joined it with the lamp from the first, it is permitted in that it is a single vessel. A man may not fill a dish with oil and put it beside a lamp and put the end of the wick in it so that it will absorb the oil. But R. Judah permits it. 5. If a man put out the lamp on the night of Sabbath, from fear of the Gentiles or of thieves or of an evil spirit, or to suffer one that was sick to sleep, he is not culpable. But if he did it with a mind to spare the lamp, or to spare the oil or to spare the wick, he is culpable. But R. Jose declares him exempt in every case excepting that of the wick, since he thereby forms charcoal. 5. 6. For 3 transgressions do women die in childbirth, for heedlessness of the laws of the menstruant. 6. The dough offering. 7. And the lighting of the Sabbath lamp. 7. 3 things must a man say within his house when darkness is falling on the eve of Sabbath. Have ye tithed? 8. Have ye prepared the Arabar and light the lamp? If it is in doubt whether darkness has already fallen or not, they may not set apart tithes from what is known to be untithed, or immerse utensils or light the lamps, but they may set apart tithes from them. May produce 10 and prepare the Arab and cover up what is to be kept hot. 3. 1. If a double stove 11 had 12 been heated with stubble or straw, cooked food may 13th be set on it, but if with peat or wood, cooked food may not be set on it until it has been swept out or covered with ashes. The school of Shammai say, hot water but not cooked food may be set thereon, and the school of Hillel say, both hot water and cooked food. The school of Shammai say, they may be removed on the Sabbath, but not put back. And the school of Hillel say, they may also be put back too. If an oven had been heated with stubble or straw, naught may be put within it or upon it. If a single stove had been heated with stubble or straw, it is regarded in like manner as the double stove, and if it had been heated with peat or wood, it is regarded in like manner as an oven. 3. An egg may not be put beside a kettle on the Sabbath, so that it shall get cooked, nor may it be cracked within hot wrappings. But R. Jose 1 Kel 27, it is susceptible to corpse uncleanness if, before it was twisted up, it measured 3 finger breadths square. since what is of such a size is usable, and whatever still remains is, of itself, a usable article is susceptible to uncleanness. I being twisted up it ceases to count as usable cloth having a measure of 3 finger breadths square, and so ceases to count as, of itself, a usable article. See Kel 27. J for the shape of this lamp CP 581, N6 red diamonds card suit. So artificially replenishing the contents of the lamp during the Sabbath. The Palestinian lamp of the time hardly held more oil than would burn for an hour. Shab 7 includes both kindling and extinguishing fire among the 39 main classes of forbidden work. Thereby performing work in that he achieves a desirable end, since the singed end is easier to light the next time 6 Lev 15 registered sign, Num 15, CP 83, N1. It was forbidden to tithe on the Sabbath the food eaten on the Sabbath. Cf. Dem 7's registered sign App 1.8, CJEV 204A, Arab 3I degrees App 1.6, C Dem I, Kel 5. 2 Before the onset of Sabbath U on the Sabbath permits this, nor may it be buried in hot sand or in the dust of the road so that it shall get roasted for. The men of Tiberias once passed a tube of cold water through a spring of hot water. The sages said to them, if this is done on the Sabbath, it is like water heated on the Sabbath and is forbidden both for washing and drinking, and if it is done on a festival day it is like water heated on a festival day and is forbidden for washing, but permitted for drinking. 1 If a millirams vand is cleared of its ashes 3 one may drink from it on the Sabbath. But one may not drink from an antiqui one even though it was cleared of its ashes 5 If a kettle, holding hot water, was taken off from a stove, cold water may not be put in it to be made hot, but enough may be put therein or into hot water in a cup to make the hot water lukewarm. Spices may not be put into a pan or pot that was taken off from a stove while boiling, but they may be put into hot food in a plate or a dish. R. Judah says, they may be put into aught excepting what has in it vinegar or fish brine. 4-6. A vessel may not be put under the lamp on the Sabbath to collect the dripping oil, but if it was put there before nightfall it is permitted. But no use may be made of that oil on the Sabbath, since it is not a thing already prepared for the Sabbath. A new lamp may be moved from one place to another, but not an old lamp. R. Simeon says, any lamp may be moved from one place to another excepting a lamp already alight 5 On the Sabbath, a man may put a vessel under the lamp to catch the sparks but he may not put water therein, since he would thereby quench the sparks. 4 With what may they cover up hot food and with what may they not cover it up? They may not cover it up with peat or dung or salt or lime or wet sand or dry, or straw or grape skins or flocking, or herbs that are still wet 6, but they may do so if they are dried. They may cover up hot food with clothes or produce 7 or feathers or sawdust or hackled flax. R. Judah forbids fine hackled flax but permits the coarse too. They may cover up hot food with hides and may move them about, and with wool shearings, but these they may not move about. How should a man act? 80 Should take off the lid of the pot, while the wool shearings fall away of themselves. R. Eliezer B. Azariah says, the basket should be turned over on its side and the food thus removed, lest perchance the pot is removed in such wise that it cannot be replaced. But the sages say, it may be removed and replaced, if it was not covered up while it was yet day. It may not be covered up after nightfall, but if it was covered up and became uncovered, it may be covered up afresh. A jug may be filled on the Sabbath with cold food or liquid, and put under a cushion or under a bolster. 5. 1. With what burdens may cattle go out? 10. On the Sabbath, and with what may they not go out? The camel may go out with its curb, the female one it is permitted, on the ground of x 12 inches, to cook necessary food on a festival day. See Betza 4. 1. Water heating vessels with fuel compartments. The antiqui is said to retain its heat more effectively than the milirum. Therefore what derives heat from it on the Sabbath is under suspicion of being deliberately heated on the Sabbath. J. Before the onset of Sabbath, since these through their tartness have the effect of cooking the spices. Cf. Mas I. There is danger of extinguishing it. 6. All these were likely to generate fresh heat. 7. Such as corn. 8. When he wishes to take out the hot food, to which also the Sabbath law applies. X 20. Dut 5 U. 10 See above. P2. N2. In this and the following chapter, discrimination is attempted between permissible ornaments or appurtenances and forbidden burdens. Camel with its nose ring, the Libyan ass with its bridle, the horse with its chain, and all beasts which wear a chain may go out with a chain and be led by the chain, and these things may be sprinkled and immersed one without being removed. 2. The ass may go out with its saddle cloth if this was fastened on before the Sabbath. Rams may go out strapped up, and the aways may go out wearing the strap over or under their tails or wearing the protective cloth, and goats may go out, with their udders, bound up. All these things our Jose forbids excepting aways wearing the protective cloth. Our Judah says, goats may go out, with their udders, bound up if this is to keep them dry, but not if it serves to collect the milk. 3. And with what may they not go out? A camel may not go out with a rag 3 hung to its tail or with fore and hind legs bound together, or with hoof tied to thigh. So, 2. Is it with all other cattle? Camels may not be led along tied together, but a man may hold their ropes in his hand provided that he does not twist them together. 4. The ass may not go out with its saddle cloth if this was not fastened on before the Sabbath, or with a bell even though it is plugged, or with the ladder yoke 5 round its neck, or with its leg strap. Fowls may not go out with their bands or their straps on their legs. 6. Rams may not go out with their wagon 7 under their fat tail, nor may aways go out with the wood chip 8 in their nose, nor may the calf go out with its rush yoke. 4. Nor the cow with the hedgehog skin 10, tied round its udder, or W if the strap between its horns. R. Eleazar b. Azariah's cow 11 used to go out with the strap between its horns, which was not with the consent of the sages. 6. 1. With what may a woman go out and with what may she not go out? A woman may not go out with bands of wool or bands of flax or with her head straps, nor should she immerse herself with them unless she has loosened them. 12. Nor may she go out with forehead band or head bangles if they are not sewn on the head dress, or with a hair net, when she goes to a public place. Nor may she go out with a golden city 13 or a necklace or nose rings or with a ring that bears no seal or with a needle that has no eye. Yet if she went out wearing the like of these, she is not liable to a sin offering. 4. 2. A man may not go out with sandal shod with nails or with a single sandal if he has no wound in his foot. 15. Or with phylacteries. 16. Or with an 1c num 19 and the tractate Parah, pages 697 ff. 2. With male organ confined identification mark or ornament or amulet. The word Iraf is used in Kel 12 in the sense of plummet, and in Tam 5 in an obscure sense, perhaps covering. Modern commentators explain the word as meaning pad. 4. Lest they constitute diverse kinds through being made of wood and flax. Kill 91. Do 22 a device to prevent it from twisting its neck round to bite at its saddle sores. 6. Identification signs. A small cart supporting the heavy tail, a prized part of the sheep, and saving it from harm through contact with stones and rocks. Explained as a device to incite the aways to sneeze and so free their heads from worms. A light imitation yoke to break in the calf. 10. To prevent creeping beasts from sucking out its milk. 11. Bets. 2. Edui 311. The strap was either for ornament or protection. According to a Bereta, Shad 54b, it was not Eleazar's own cow but that of a female neighbor, but since he had not protested against it he was associated with the illegality. 12. This rule is not concerned with Sabbath observance. See Mikw 91. J. Edui 2 feet. Kelit. A tiara shaped like Jerusalem 14 Lev 4:15. Otherwise he incurs suspicion of carrying the other under his cloak. 16. The small leather boxes containing, written on parchment, in 1 sheet or in 4. Amulet that has not been prepared by one that was skilled, 1 or with a breastplate or helmet or greaves. But if he went out, wearing the like of these, he is not liable to a sin offering. 3. A woman may not go out with a needle that has an eye, or with a ring that bears a seal, or with a cochlea brooch, or with a spice box, or with a perfume flask, and if she went out, bearing the like of these, she is liable to a sin offering. So are Meir, but the sages permit a spice box or a perfume flask. 4. A man may not go out with a sword or a bow or a shield or a club or a spear, and if he went out with the like of these, he is liable to a sin offering. R. Eleazar says, they are his adornments, but the sages say, they are not save a reproach, for it is written, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. 2. A garter is not susceptible to uncleanness. 3. And they may go out therewith on the Sabbath, but ankle chains are susceptible to uncleanness and they may not go out therewith on the Sabbath. 5. A woman may go out with bands of hair, whether it is her own or another's, or from cattle, or with a forehead band or head bangle sewn on the head dress, or with a hairnet or with false locks, if she remains in her own courtyard, or with wool in her ear, or with wool in her sandals, or with the wool that she has arranged for her menstruous flow, or with a peppercorn or piece of salt or aught that she puts in her mouth, if only she does not first put it there on the Sabbath, but if it falls out she may not put it back. Rabbi permits a false tooth or a gilded tooth, but the sages forbid it. 6. They may go out with the semaphore that is put on a bunion. Small girls may go out with threads or even chips in their ears. Women of Arabia may go out veiled, and women of Media with their cloaks looped up over their shoulders, and so may anyone, but the sages spoke only of actual custom. 7. A woman may loop up 6 her cloak with a stone or nut or coin, provided that she does not loop it up first. 7 on the Sabbath. 8. A cripple may 8th go out with his wooden stump, so our Meir, but our Jose forbids it, if it has a cavity. 9 for pads. 10 it is susceptible to uncleanness. His knee pads. 11 are susceptible to mzrar uncleanness. 2 yet he may go out with them on the Sabbath or enter with them into the temple court. 13 his stool and its pads are susceptible to midras undesness, and he may not go out with them on the Sabbath or enter with them into the compartments. The passages X 13 inches dut 6 n. They are now worn at the daily weekday morning services, in fulfillment of dut 6, 1 on the forehead and 1 on the left arm, on the inner side immediately above the elbow. Ha has not yet proved the curative power of his amulets. 2 is 2. 3 it is only an adjunct to a piece of wearing apparel. See Kel 4 a silver coin. App 2. This is a cure for bunions. To keep open a hole pierced for earrings. Though they cannot be reckoned ornaments, they are permissible. 6 one corner of the garment is wrapped around some object to form a sort of button, and this is fastened to a loop or hole in another corner. 7 according to Mame, this limitation applies only to the use of the coin 8 whose leg is cut off. 4 see Kel 21, 1518. The rest of this paragraph deals with the subject of ch 15 of the tractate Kelim. 10 padding put in the concave top of the wooden leg to protect the end of the cripple's limb. 11 leather pads that protect his extremities while shuffling on the ground. 11 App I 26, see Zob 24, and General Index, SV Midrat, JCF, Burp, Kel I. Temple Court, clogs 1 are not susceptible to uncleanness, and none may go out with them, on the Sabbath. 9. Sons may go out with bindings 2 and the sons of kings with little bells, and so may anyone. But the sages spoke only of actual custom. 10. Men may go out with a locust's egg 3 or a jackal's tooth 4 or with a nail of the gallows of one that was crucified. 5 as a means of healing. So are Meir. 6 but the sages say, even on ordinary days this is forbidden as following in the ways of the Amorite. 7. 1. A great general rule have they laid down concerning the Sabbath. Whosoever, forgetful of the principle of the Sabbath, 8 committed many acts of work on many Sabbaths, is liable only to one sin offering, but if, mindful of the principle of the Sabbath, he yet 9 committed many acts of work on many Sabbaths, he is liable for every Sabbath, which he profaned. If he knew that it was the Sabbath and he yet 10 committed many acts of work on many Sabbaths, he is liable for every main class of work, which he performed. If he committed many acts of work of one main class, he is liable only to one sin offering. 2. The main classes of work are 40 save 1, sowing, plowing, reaping, binding sheaves, threshing, winnowing, cleansing crops, grinding, sifting, kneading, baking, shearing wool, washing or beating or dyeing it, spinning, weaving, making 2 loops, weaving 2 threads, separating 2 threads, tying a knot, loosening a knot, sewing 2 stitches, tearing in order to sew 2 stitches, hunting a gazelle, slaughtering or flaying or salting it or curing its skin, scraping it or cutting it up, writing 2 letters, erasing in order to write 2 letters, building, pulling down, putting out a fire, lighting a fire, striking with a hammer and taking out aught from one domain into another. These are the main classes of work. 40 save 1. 3. Another general rule have they laid down. Whatsoever it is proper to keep stored and is in such quantity as it is usual to keep stored, and a man takes it out on the Sabbath, he is liable thereby to a sin offering. but whatsoever it is not proper to keep stored or that is not in such quantity as it is usual to keep stored, and a man takes it out on the Sabbath, he only is culpable that, usually, keeps the like of it stored. 12.4. He is culpable that takes out straw equal to a cow's mouthful, or pea stalks equal to a camel's mouthful, or ears of grain equal to a lamb's mouthful, or grass equal to a kid's mouthful, or a dried fig's bulk of fresh garlic or onion leaves, or, if dry, a kid's mouthful thereof, and these may not be included together, to make up the forbidden quantity, since their prescribed measures are not equal. But if a man takes out even a dried fig's bulk of foodstuff, 13, he is culpable, and they 14 can be included. 1. The meaning is quite uncertain. Other renderings proposed are mask or a wooden donkey's head worn by mummers. See also Kel 15, where the word occurs closely associated with lute and drum. 2. The Gemara here explains that if a son longs after his father, to cure him the father ties the string of his right sandal to his son's left sandal, and the string of his left sandal to his son's right sandal. J. cures Irach red diamonds card suit. If from a live jackal it cures sleepiness, if from a dead one it cures sleeplessness. 5. Cures festering in a wound. According to Mame, it was used to cure tertian fever. 4. Variant. So R. Jose. But R. Mayer says 2. Heathenish superstition. See Hull 4 feet 8 or ignorant of the Sabbath law. 9. Forgetful that it was the Sabbath. 10. Not knowing them to be forbidden. 11. These 39 acts of work are treated in various degrees of detail in Chh. Jiv. 12. Cf to 1. Meant for human consumption, human foodstuffs. Together, to make up the forbidden quantity, since their prescribed measures are equal, excepting 1. Their husks, kernels, and stalks, and coarse or fine bran. R. Judah says, excepting the husks of lentils which are cooked together with them. 2. 8. 1. He is culpable that takes out wine enough to mix the cup. 3. Or milk enough for a gulp, or honey enough to put on a sore, or oil enough to anoint the smallest member. 4. Or water enough to rub off eye plaster, or a quarter o of any other liquid, or a quarter og of liquid refuse. R. Simeon says, the prescribed measure is a quarter log in every case, and they have enjoined these several measures only on them that keep the like of these things stored. 2. He is culpable that takes out rope enough to make a handle for a basket, or reed grass enough to make a hanger for a sifter or sieve. R. Judah says, enough to take from it the measure of a child's shoe, or paper enough to write thereon a tax gatherer's label. He, also, that takes out a tax gatherer's label is culpable, or used paper enough to wrap up the mouth of a small perfume flask. 3. He is culpable that takes out leather enough to make an amulet. 5. Or vellum enough to write on it the shortest passage in the phylacteries, namely, here, O Israel 6. Or ink enough to write 2 letters, or eye paint enough to paint 1 eye. 4. He is culpable that takes out lime enough to put on the tip of the lime twig, or pitch or sulfur enough for a small hole to be made in it, or wax enough to stop up a small hole, or clay enough to fashion the bellows hole of a goldsmith's crucible. R. Judah says, enough to make 1 of the prop 7 of the crucible, or bran enough to put over the mouthpiece 8 of a goldsmith's crucible, or quicklime enough to smear the little finger of girls. 9. R. Judah says, enough to take off the hair on the temples. R. Nehemiah says, enough to take off the hair on the forehead. 5. He is culpable that takes out red clay enough for the seal 10 of a large sack. So R. Akiba, but the sages say, for the seal of letters, or manure or fine sand enough to manure a cabbage stalk. So R. Akiba, but the sages say, enough to manure a leek, or coarse sand enough to cover a plasterer's trowel, or reed enough to make a pen, or, if it is thick or broken, enough to cook the smallest egg mixed with oil, and put in a pan. 6. He is culpable that takes out bone enough to make a spoon. R. Judah says, enough to make a tooth of a key, or glass enough to scrape the end of the shuttle, or a pebble or a stone big enough to throw at a bird. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, big enough to throw at cattle. 7. He is culpable that takes out a potsherd big enough to place between one board and another. So R. Judah, but R. Mayer says, big enough to scoop up fire, and R. Jose says, big enough to hold a quarter fcg of liquid. R. Mayer says, although there is no proof of the matter, there is 1. These are not taken into account towards making up the forbidden dried 6g's bulk. Therefore these are taken into account. 5. Explained as the quarter of a quarter log, i.e. 3/8 of an egg's bulk. 4. The little toe of a 1-day-old child. 5. Some texts. Add. Parchment enough to write a mezuzah thereon. 6. CP 104, and 16. 7. So Mame and Bert. Tiff. Yus explains it as to platter the bottom of the crucible. See Kel 5 inches. 6. To conserve the heat. Or, the smallest of girls. The references to depilatory use 10 Ahel 17:2 to fill in a gap. Mame, or to keep piled boards rigid and so avoid warping. Bert and Tiff. Yes. An indication in that it is written, and there shall not be found among the pieces thereof assured to take fire from the hearth. 1 R. Jose replied, there is proof from the self-same verse, or to scoop up water withal out of the cistern. 9. Ir. Akiba said, whence do we learn of an idol that like a menstruant? 3. It conveys uncleanness by carrying. 3. Because it is written, thou shalt cast them away like a menstruous thing. Thou shalt say unto it, get thee hence. Like as a menstruant conveys uncleanness by carrying, so does an idol convey uncleanness by carrying. 2. Whence do we learn of a ship that it is not susceptible to uncleanness? Because it is written, the way of a ship in the midst of the sea. 5. Whence do we learn of a garden bed, 6 handbreadths square, that 5 kinds of seed may be sown therein, 4 on the sides and 1 in the middle? 6. Because it is written, for as the earth bringeth forth her bud and as the garden causeth the seed sown in it to spring forth. 1. 9. It is not written with seed, but the seed sown in it. 3. Whence do we learn of a woman who emits semen on the 3rd day? 0. That she is unclean? Because it is written, and he ready against the 3rd day, come not near a woman. 10. Whence do we learn that they may bathe 1. A circumcised child on the 3rd day even if this falls on a Sabbath? Because it is written, and it came to pass on the 3rd day when they were sore. 11. Whence do we learn that they tie a strip of crimson on the head of the scapegoat? 13. Because it is written, though your sins be as scarlet they shall be as white as snow. 1. 4. Hence do we learn that on the Day of Atonement anointing is equal to drinking. 15. Although there is no proof of the matter, there is an indica Cheyenne in that it is written, and it came into his inward parts like water and like oil into his bones. 10. 5. He is culpable, that takes out, on the Sabbath, wood enough to cook the smallest egg, or spices enough to flavor a light egg, and various spices, can be included together, to make up the forbidden quantity, or shells of walnuts or skins of pomegranates or woad or matter enough to dye a garment small as a hairnet, or urine, soda, soap, simoleon earth, or lion sleeve. 17. Enough to cleanse a garment small as a hairnet. R. Judah says, enough to spread over a stain. 18. 6. He is culpable that takes out any quantity soever of sweet pepper, or of tar, or any quantity soever of any kind of spices or of any kind of metals, or any quantity soever of altar stones or of altar earth or of worn out sacred books or their worn out covers that have been stored away in. 1 is 3014. 2 Lev 15. Kel is 3 cf. Azar 3 is 30. 5 Prov 30 inches. Here the last few words, being self-evident, might be deemed superfluous, but since no words in Scripture are superfluous, the addition must be intended to mean that, in regard to the laws of cleanness and uncleanness, a ship is accounted like the sea itself, incapable of contracting uncleanness. 6 C Kil 3:7 is 61 inches. The Gemara here adds, R. Judah said, the earth bringeth forth her bud, bringeth forth, 1. Her bud, 1. Making 2. Seed sown means, at least, 2 more, making 4. Causeth to spring forth, 1. Making 5 in all. 9. The semen being still potent, but see Mikwade Lo X 1911 and even heat water 12 General 34 inches. The effects of the circumcision, and therefore its power to override the Sabbath, endure to the 3rd day. Cf. below. 191. 3. 13 Yom 4 is I. C Yom 6 C Yom 8 feet 16 Ps 109 17 Heb. A Mag. Bert. I cannot explain what it is. The word is now used to translate potash. Cf. Nid 9. Order to hide them. R. Judah says, or any that takes out aught soever pertaining to idols. For it is written, and there shall cleave not of the devoted thing to thine hand. 2:7. If a man took out a peddler's basket, although there are in it many different kinds, he is liable only to one sin offering. So, 2. If he took out garden seeds little less than a dried tig's bulk, R. Judah B. Bathera says, 5. Garden seeds, or 2 cucumber seeds, 2 gourd seeds, 2 seeds of Egyptian beans, or a live locust, however small, or a dried fig's bulk if it is dead, or birds of the vineyard, 3 alive or dead, however small. since such are kept as a means of healing. R. Judah says, even if a man took out a living, unclean locust, however small, he is culpable, since it is kept as a child's plaything. 10. 1. If a man stored up aught for a seed, or as a sample, or as a means of healing, and he took it out on the Sabbath, he is culpable, however little the quantity, but any other becomes culpable thereby only if he took out the forbidden 5 quantity thereof. If any brought it in again, he becomes culpable thereby only if it is as much as the forbidden quantity. 2. If a man took out 6 foodstuff and put it on the threshold, he does not become culpable if he afterward took it out altogether, or if another took it out, since he did not perform his whole act of work at the one time. If he put a basket full of produce on the outer threshold, even if the greater part of the produce was outside, he is not culpable, but only if he took out the whole basket. 7.3. If a man took out aught in his right hand or in his left hand, in his bosom or on his shoulder, he is culpable, for this last was the manner of carrying of the sons of Kohath. 8. If he took it out, on the back of his hand, or with his foot or with his mouth or with his elbow, or in his ear or in his hair or in his wallet carried mouth downwards, or between his wallet and his shirt, or in the hem9 of his shirt, or in his shoe or in his sandal, he is not culpable since he has not taken it out after the fashion of them that take out a burden. 4. If a man intended to take out a thing in front of him and it slipped behind him, he is not culpable, but if he intended to take it out behind him and it slipped in front of him, he is culpable. Rightly have they said. 10. If a woman wore drawers, and took aught out therein, either in front of her or behind her, she is culpable, since it is likely to move round. R. Judah says, so. 2. With letter carriers. 11.5. If a man took out a loaf into the public domain he is culpable. If 2 men took it out they are not culpable, but if one could not take it out and so 2 men took it out, they are culpable, but R. Simeon declares them not culpable. If a man took out in a vessel foodstuff less than the forbidden quantity, he is not culpable by reason of the vessel, since the vessel is secondary. If he took out a living man on a couch he is not culpable by reason of the couch. 12. Since the couch is secondary, but if he took out 1. The verb is from the same root as geneza, the chamber or cellar in which old sacred writings were stored away. Though unusable they retain their sanctity. 1 Duke 13 inches 3 A species of locust red diamonds card suit. Cf 7 as prescribed. For example, in 9.7 the Mishnah here resumes the topic of aisle 7 at the one time s num 7.9 perhaps leave. Cf. Shek 310 CP 12. N4. 1.1 Royal messengers, who bore letters contained in tube-shaped devices which tended to swing behind them. 17 Nor by reason of the living man since a living man could walk by himself. A dead man on a couch, he is culpable. So. 2. If he took out as much as an olive's bulk 2 of a corpse or an olive's bulk of carrion, or a lentil's bulk of a creeping thing. 3 He is culpable, but R. Simeon declares him not culpable. 4. 6. If a man removed his fingernails by means of his nails or his teeth. And so. 2. If he pulled out the hair of his head, or his mustache or his beard, and so. 2. If a woman dressed her hair or painted her eyelids or reddened 5. Her face, such a one R. Eliezer declares liable to a sin offering 6. But the sages forbid acts the like of these only, by virtue of the rabbinically ordained Sabbath rest. 7. If a man plucked aught from a whole plant pot he is culpable, but if from an unhulled plant pot he is not culpable, R. Simeon declares him not culpable in either case. 11. If a man threw aught from a private domain to the public domain, or from the public domain to a private domain, he is culpable, but if from a private domain to another private domain with the public domain between, R. Akiba declares him culpable, but the sage is not culpable. 2. Thus if there were 2 balconies opposite one another extending into the public domain and a man stretched out or threw aught from the one to the other, he is not culpable. If they were different private domains but on the same side of the street and, in the same story, 8. And a man stretched aught out from one to the other, he is culpable, but if he threw it he is not culpable. Such was the service of the Levites. 9. There were 2 wagons the one behind the other in the public domain, and they used to stretch out the beams from the one to the other but did not throw them. If a man took aught from the bank around a cistern 10 or from a rock that was 10 handbreadths high and 4 wide, or put aught upon them, he is culpable, but if they were less than this he is not culpable. 3. If a man threw aught from a distance of 4 cubits, so that it remained on a wall, and it was higher than 10 handbreadths, it is as though he threw it into the air. 11. But if less than 10 handbreadths it is as though he threw it onto the ground. 12. If a man threw aught to a distance of 4 cubits on the ground he is culpable, but if he threw it less than 4 cubits and it rolled beyond the 4 cubits, he is not culpable, but if he threw it beyond 4 cubits and it rolled back within the 4 cubits he is culpable. 4. If a man threw aught to a distance of 4 cubits into the sea. 13. He is not culpable, if it was a piece of shallow water through which passed a public path, and a man threw aught therein, to a distance of 4 cubits, he is culpable. 14. What depth counts as shallow water? Less than 10 handbreadths. If into shallow water, through which passed a public path, a man threw aught, to a distance of 4 cubits, he is culpable. 5. If a man threw aught from the sea to the dry land. 15. Or from the dry one, for it was an act with a purpose, which constitutes an act of work, in order to remove uncleanness. 2. See Ahol C. 2 App IV 8, holding that this is not an act necessary in itself. Doubtful. Also explained as parted the hair. Tif. Yes. For her acts can be deemed building or dying. See above. 7. I see Arab to 2 feet. L registered sign C Arab 8 inches so that they could continue the work of building the tabernacle without profaning the Sabbath. 10 C Arab 82. 2 which is accounted public domain, where he is not culpable. 12 and he is culpable as though he had thrown from a public to a private domain. 12 which counts as neither public nor private domain, such is termed Harmeleth. 14 since it counts as public domain. 12 from Harmeleth to public domain. Shabbath. 10. 5. 12. 5 land to the sea, or from the sea to a ship. 1 or from a ship to the sea, or from one ship to another, he is not culpable. If the ships were tied together, goods may be moved from one to the other. If they were not tied together, even though they lay closely together, naught may be moved from the one to the other. 6. If a man threw aught and he remembered that it was the Sabbath, after it left his hand. 2 or if another intercepted it, or if a dog intercepted it, or if it was burned, he is not culpable. If he threw it in order to wound either a man or a beast, and before the wound was inflicted he remembered that it was the Sabbath, he is not culpable. This is the general rule. They that may be liable to a sin offering 3 are not liable unless the beginning and the end of their act were done in error. If they began the act in error and ended it wittingly, or if they began it wittingly and ended it in error, they are not liable. They are not liable unless both the beginning and the end of their act were done in error. 12. 1. If a man built aught on the Sabbath, how much must he build to become culpable? He is culpable that builds aught soever, or that at all hews stone, or wields a hammer, or chisels or bores a hole. This is the general rule. If a man performs work on the Sabbath and his work is enduring, he is culpable. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, even if a man but struck a hammer on the anvil during work he is thereby culpable, since he is as one that sets other work aright. 4.2. He is culpable that plows aught soever, or that at all weeds or cuts off dead leaves or prunes. He is culpable that gathers any wood soever if it is to set the ground in order, and if it is to burn. He is culpable that gathers enough to cook the smallest egg. He is culpable that gathers any herb soever if it is to set the field in order, and if it is for the cattle. He is culpable that gathers enough to fill a kid's mouth. 3. He is culpable that writes 2 letters, whether with his right hand or with his left, whether the same or different letters, whether in different inks or in any language. R. Jose said, they have declared culpable the writing of 2 letters only by reason of their use as a mark. 6 For so used they to write on the boards of the tabernacle that they might know which adjoined which. Rabbi said, we find a short name 7 formed from a longer name, Shem from Shimeon or Shemuel, Noah from Nahor, Dan from Daniel, Gad from Gadiel. 4. If during one act of forgetfulness, that it was the Sabbath, a man wrote 2 letters, he is culpable, whether he wrote in ink or caustic or red dye or gum or copperosate or aught that leaves a lasting mark, or on 2 walls forming an angle or on 2 tablets of an account book so that the 2 letters could be read together, he is culpable. If a man wrote on his skin he is culpable. If he scratched petters on his skin, R. Eliezer declares him liable to a sin offering, but R. Joshua declares him not culpable. 5. If a man wrote with liquids or with fruit juice or with dust from the roads or with writer's sand or with aught that leaves no lasting mark, he 1 private domain 2 the act began in error but its end was not in error. See Lev 4. The beginning and end of the act must both come within the scope of unwitting tin. If he profaned the Sabbath wittingly he is liable to extirpation. P 56a, N 16. He smooths the surface of the anvil, or of the hammer face variant, sigpa 6 purposeful act from which advantage is derived, i.e. work 1 thus constituting a completed act of work CP 203, N 15. Is not culpable, if he wrote, with the back of his hand or with his foot or with his mouth or with his elbow, or if he wrote 1 letter at the side of a letter already written, or if he wrote over what was already written, or if he intended to write a hethan, and wrote 2 zanes, if he wrote 1 letter on the ground and another on the roof, or if he wrote the 2 letters on 2 walls of a house or on 2 pages of an account book so that the 2 letters could not be read together, he is not culpable. If he wrote 1 letter as an abbreviation, R. Joshua B. Bathera declares him culpable, but the sages declare him not culpable. 6. If a man wrote 2 letters during 2 acts of forgetfulness, once in the morning and again towards evening, Rabban Gamaliel declares him culpable, but the sages declare him not culpable. 13 XR Eliezer says, he is culpable that weaves 3 threads, on the Sabbath, at the beginning, of the web, or a single thread onto a piece already woven, but the sages say, whether at the beginning or end, of the web, the forbidden quantity is 2 threads. 2. He is culpable that makes 2 loops to the heddles or the sleigh, of a loom, 1 or 2 warps, in a sifter or sieve or basket, or that sews 2 stitches or that tears odd in order to sew 2 stitches. 3. If he tore his raiment in his anger or because of his dead, or if anyone acted destructively, he is not culpable, but if he destroyed with the intention to set in order, for him the forbidden measure is the same as for him that sets odd in order. 4. The forbidden measure is a double sit 2 for bleachers, hacklers, dyers, and spinners, or the breadth of 1 sit for him that weaves 2 threads. 5. R. Judah says, if a man hunted a bird and drove it into a tower trap, or, if he drove a gazelle into a house, he is culpable, but the sages say, a bird may be driven into a tower trap or a gazelle into a house or a courtyard or an animal pen. 3. On the Sabbath, Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, not all animal pens are alike. This is the general rule. If it must still be hunted, he that pens it in on the Sabbath is not culpable, but if it no longer needs to be hunted, he is culpable. 4-6. If, on the Sabbath, a gazelle entered into a house and a man shut it in, he is culpable, but if 2 shut it in, they are not culpable. 5. If 1 alone was not able to shut it in and, therefore, 2 shut it in, they both are culpable, but R. Simeon declares them not culpable. 7. If 1 sat in the doorway but could not block it and, therefore, another sat there and blocked it, the second is culpable. If the first sat in the doorway and blocked it, and then the second came and sat beside him, the first is culpable and the second not culpable, even if the first rose up and went away. For to what is such a one like? He is like to one that shut up his house to guard it, and a gazelle was found shut up therein already. 14. 1. If, on the Sabbath, a man hunted or wounded any of the 8 creeping things spoken of in the law, 6. He is culpable. 7. But if he wounded any other forbidden beast or creeping thing, he is not culpable. 8. If he won Kelai 1, 2 oral 3, Ap 2, C.J. Het Biberin, Vivarium. 4 cf. Bets. 3 5 see above. 105. 6 Leven. Since they have skins, but cf. Hull 9, he is guilty in breaking the skin by wounding them, an act falling within the forbidden main category of threshing. 7. Or if he bruised them and the skin was suffused with blood, it is an act falling within the category of dyeing. 3. Such as worms, snails, or scorpions which are supposed not to have skins. Hunted them to make use of them, he is culpable, and if not to make use of them, he is not culpable. 1. If he hunted wild animals or birds in his private domain. 2. He is not culpable, but if he wounded them, he is culpable. 2. Pickling brine may not be prepared on the Sabbath, but a man may prepare salt water and dip his bread therein or put it into cooked food. 3. R. Jose said, but would not such count as pickling brine? 4. Whether it is much or little, this, rather, is the salt water that is permissible, such that oil 5 is first put into the water or into the salt. 3. Greek hyssop may 6th not be eaten on the Sabbath, since it is not the food of them that are in health. but a man may eat pennyroyal 7 or drink not grass water. 8. He may eat any foodstuffs that serve for healing or drink any liquids except purgative water or a cup of root water, since these serve to cure jaundice, but he may drink purgative water to quench his thirst, and he may anoint himself with root oil if it is not used for healing. 4. If his teeth pain him he may not suck vinegar through them but he may take vinegar after his usual fashion. 6. And if he is healed he is healed. If his loins pain him he may not rub thereon wine or vinegar, yet he may anoint them with oil but not with rose oil. King's children may anoint their wounds with rose oil since it is their custom so to do on ordinary days. R. Simeon says, all Israelites are king's children. 15. 1. These are knots for which they, that tie them on the Sabbath, are accounted culpable, camel drivers' knots and sailors' knots. And as a man is culpable through the tying of them so is he culpable through the untying of them. R. Meir says, none is accounted culpable because of any knot which can be untied with one hand too. Some knots there are for which they are not accounted culpable as they are for camel drivers' knots and sailors' knots. A woman may tie up the slit of her shift, or the strings of a hairnet or belt, or the straps of a shoe, or sandal, or leather, bottles of wine or oil, or a cover over a pot of flesh. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, a rope may be tied up before cattle lest they stray forth. A bucket may be tied to a belt but not to a rope, but R. Judah permits this. R. Judah laid down a general rule, none is accounted culpable for any knot that is not lasting. 3. A man may fold up his garments, that he wears on the Sabbath, as many as 4 or 5 times. Beds may be spread on the night of Sabbath for the Sabbath day, but not on the Sabbath for the night following the Sabbath. R. Ishmael says, garments may be folded up and beds spread on the Day of Atonement for the Sabbath, and the fat pieces of the Sabbath offering may 12th be brought 13 on the Day of Atonement. 14. R. Akiba says, they may bring neither those for the Sabbath on the Day of Atonement nor those for the Day of Atonement on the Sabbath. Cf. Edui 2s on a serpent hunted in self-defense or for profit. 2. The act of hunting has been in part achieved already. 3. I.e. in small quantity and forbidden by Y1 under salting. 5. Which impairs the salt's action. 0. A remedy for worms in the stomach. Gem 109b. 7. A remedy for worms in the liver, an antidote to harmful liquids. The two latter were both taken by those in health at a meal. 10. In lowering it down a well. 11. That falls on the eve of Sabbath. 11. Num 28 m. 13. The Sabbath exceeds the Day of Atonement in importance, since profaning the Sabbath is punishable by stoning, but profaning the Day of Atonement is punishable only by extirpation. Tif. Yis. 14. Some texts add, but not those for the Day of Atonement on the Sabbath. 3349. 16. I. Any of the Holy Scriptures may first be saved from burning, by bearing them from one domain to another on the Sabbath, whether they are such that are read to, on the Sabbath, or not. 3. And no matter what language they are written, if they become unfit for use, they require to be hidden away. 4. And why are certain among the Scriptures not read? Lest they make the house of study of none effect. 5. The case of a scroll may be saved together with the scroll, and the case of phylacteries 6 together with the phylacteries, even though there is money in them. Whither should they be taken for safety? To an alleyway that is no thoroughfare. Ben Bathera says, even to one that serves as a thoroughfare too. If fire broke out on the Sabbath, they may save food enough for 3 meals. For men food that is suited to men, and for cattle food that is suited to cattle. Thus if fire broke out in the night of the Sabbath they may save food enough for 3 meals. If in the morning, they may save enough for 2 meals. If in the afternoon, enough for 1 meal. R. Jose says, they may always save food enough for 3 meals. 3. They may save a basketful of loaves even though it is enough for 100 meals, or a cake of figs or a jar of wine. One man may say to others, come and save food for yourselves. And if they were prudent-minded they made their reckoning 7 with him after the Sabbath was over. Whither should they take the food for safety? To a courtyard that is included within the Arab. 8. Ben Bathera says, even to one that is not included within the Arab. 4. Thither a man may take out all his utensils, and he may put on him all the clothes that he can put on, and wrap himself with whatsoever he can wrap himself. R. Jose says, he may put on only 18 things. 9. But he may return and put on others and take them out, and he may say to others, come and help me to save them. 5. R. Simeon B. Nana says, they may spread the hide of a kid over a chest, a box, or a cupboard that have caught fire, since it will only Scorch semicolon 10 and they may make a partition wall of all the vessels, whether filled with water or empty, so that the fire shall not spread. Our Jose forbids new earthenware vessels filled with water since these cannot withstand the fire but burst and put out 11 the fire. 6. If a Gentile came to put out the fire they may not say to him, put it out, or do not put it out, since they are not answerable for his keeping Sabbath. But if it was a minor 12 that came to put it out they may not permit him, since they are answerable for his keeping Sabbath. 7. They may cover a lamp with a dish so that it shall not scorch a rafter, and cover animal droppings to protect a child. 13. Or a scorpion so that it won even the prophets and the hagiographa, but only if they are written in Hebrew. 2. The prophets that are read as the Sabbath proper lessons or haftarah. 3. The hagiographa in the Genizah, c. 9, but these may not be saved on the Sabbath. Tif. Yis. 3. The hagiographa, owing to their seductive attractiveness, tend to distract the mind from the graver subject of Sabbath instruction in matters relating to the law. 6 Seat 104, and 16. 7. Too honest to profit by keeping his goods which they rescued, they can at least bargain for some return for their labor. Appi 8. Gem 120 overmantle, smock, hollow belt, linen vest, shirt, felt cap, cloak, 2 leggings, 2 shoes, 2 socks, a pair of drawers, a girdle around his loins, a hat on his head, and a wrap around his neck. 10. And not kindle another fire. C7, X35. You likewise forbidden under 7 12 under 13 years of age, and a Jew. 3. The passage is, literally, an cover, the excrement of a child, but Gem 121b followed by Mame, and others, explains it as not human excrement which it would be permissible to shift, but as the droppings of fowls, etc., lest a child should dirty itself by playing with them. Shall not bite. R. Judah said, such a case once came before R. Johanan b. Zakkai in Arab 1 and he said, I doubt whether he is not liable to a sin offering. 8. If a Gentile lighted a lamp an Israelite may make use of the light, but if he lighted it for the sake of the Israelite it is forbidden. If he filled a trough with water to give his cattle to drink, an Israelite may give his own cattle to drink after him, but if the Gentile did it for the Israelite, it is forbidden. If he made a gangway by which to come down from a ship, an Israelite may come down after him, but if he did it for the Israelite, it is forbidden. Rabban Gamaliel and the elders were once traveling in a ship. 3. And a Gentile made a gangway by which to come down, and Rabban Gamaliel and the elders came down by it. 17. 1. Any household objects may forth be moved about on the Sabbath together with their detached doors even though they were detached on the Sabbath. 5. For they are not as house doors, in that these are not such that are fashioned to be moved about. 2. A man may take up a hammer to crush walnuts, or a hatchet to split a fig cake, or a saw to cut through cheese, or a shovel to scoop up dried figs, or a winnowing shovel or fork to give aught thereon to a child. 6. Or a spindle or a shuttle staff to thrust into something, or a sewing needle to take out a thorn, or a sackmaker's needle to open a door. 3. A reed for olives. 7. Is susceptible to uncleanness if it has a knot at the end. 8. Otherwise it is not susceptible. In either case it may be removed on the Sabbath. 4. R. Jose says, any utensil may be removed excepting a large saw or plowshare. Any utensil may be removed in case of need or not in case of need. R. Nehemiah says, they may be removed only in case of need. 5. Whatsoever utensils may be removed on the Sabbath, fragments thereof may likewise be removed provided that they can perform aught in the nature of work, to wit, fragments of a kneading trough that can cover the mouth of a jar, or fragments of a glass vessel that can cover the mouth of a cruse. R. Judah says, provided that they can perform aught in the nature of their former work, to wit, fragments of a kneading trough that can have porridge poured therein, or fragments of a glass vessel that can have oil poured therein. 6. If a stone that is put in a gourd shell, to weight it, does not fall out when water is drawn up therein, the gourd shell may be used for drawing up water, but if the stone falls out, the gourd shell may not be used. 9. If a branch is tied to a pitcher, water may be drawn up therewith on the Sabbath. 7. R. Eliezer says, they may shut up a window, on the Sabbath, with the window shutter if it is fastened or hung on the window frame, but if not it may not be so used. 10. But the sages say, in either case it may be used to shut up the window. 1. Near Sepphoris in Galilee 1 as having hunted a beast. 5 cf. msh 5 that have doors or lids to them, like cupboards or boxes. Some texts omit, on the Sabbath. Gem 122b explains, even though they were detached on a weekday they may be moved about on the Sabbath. 4. Standing on the other side of a rift. 7. With which to probe maturing olives to see whether they are ready for pressing, closing one end and making tne reed into a receptacle. Cf. Kel 17 ll. If it is tightly fastened it counts as a true part of the vessel, otherwise it is as though a stone was being carried in the gourd shell registered sign, since it would count as adding to the building of a house. 8. Whatsoever lids of vessels have handles may be removed on the Sabbath. R. Jose Savs. This applies to lids over openings in the ground, but lids of vessels may be removed on the Sabbath whether they have handles or not. 18. They may clear away, on the Sabbath, as much as 4 or 5 baskets of straw or grain to make room for guests or to avoid hindrance in the house of study, but they may not do the like to the store, chamber. They may clear away clean heave offering. 1. Fem of produce. 2. First tithe from which heave offering has been given. Second tithe. 3. And dedicated produce which have been redeemed. 4. Or dried lupin, since this is food for the poor. 5. But not untithed produce, or first tithe from which heavy offering has not been given, or second tithe and dedicated produce which have not been redeemed, or arum or mustard. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel Ermitz. The clearing away of arum, since it is food for the ravens in the house. 2. Bundles of straw, bundles of branches, and bundles of young shoots may be removed from their place if they were put in readiness. 6. As cattle fodder, but if not, they may not be removed. A basket may be upturned before chickens so that they may run up and down it. If a hen has escaped, it may be driven along until it comes in again. Calves or young asses may be pulled along in the public road. A woman may pull her child along. R. Judah said, when the child can lift up one leg and put down the other, but if it is only dragged along this is forbidden. 3. They may not deliver the young of cattle on a festival day, but they may give help to the dam. They may deliver a woman on the Sabbath and summon a midwife for her from anywhere, and they may profane the Sabbath for the mother's sake and tie up the navel string. R. Jose says, they may also cut it, and they may perform on the Sabbath all things that are needful for circumcision. 7:19 Ir Eliezer says, if they had not brought the implement 8 on the eve of Sabbath it may be brought openly on the Sabbath, and in time of danger 9 a man may cover it up in the presence of witnesses. R. Eliezer said, moreover, they may cut wood, on the Sabbath, to make charcoal in order to forge an iron implement. R. Akiba laid down a general rule 10. Any act of work that can be done on the eve of Sabbath does not override the Sabbath, but what 11 cannot be done on the eve of Sabbath overrides the Sabbath. 2. They may perform on the Sabbath all things that are needful for circumcision, excision, tearing, sucking the wound, and putting thereon a bandage and cumin. 12. If this had not been pounded up on the eve of the Sabbath a man may chew it with his teeth and then apply it. If the wine and oil had not been mixed on the eve of the Sabbath each may be applied by itself. They may not newly make the special bandage on the Sabbath, but a rag may be wrapped around the member. If this had not been prepared on the eve of the Sabbath one may bring it wrapped around his linger even from another courtyard. IAP I. 48. 2 App 1.6. 2 CP 73. N6 Red Diamonds Card Suit. CP 7. And N6 9. 5 Variant. Goat 6 Before the Sabbath 1 CF. Ned 311. R. Jose. 8 Circumcision knife when it was forbidden to observe the Jewish rites. 10 Again in Pes 6. Menet 5. 2 Variant. But circumcision which. 12 CJE IV 92 IT. 3. They may wash the child either before or after the circumcision and sprinkle it by means of the hand, but not by means of a vessel. R. Eliezer B. Azariah Savs. Thev Mav wash the child 1 on the third Dav if this falls on VV a Sabbath, for it is written, and it came to pass on the third day when they were sore. They may not profane the Sabbath for the sake of a child about which there is doubt. 3 Or that is androgynous. 4 But R. Judah permits it for one that is androgynous. 4. If a man had 2 children one of which was to be circumcised on the day after the Sabbath 5 and the other was to be circumcised on the Sabbath, and he forgot and circumcised on the Sabbath the one that was to be circumcised after the Sabbath, he is culpable. If one was to be circumcised on the eve of Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and he forgot and circumcised on the Sabbath the one that was to be circumcised on the eve of Sabbath, R. Eliezer declares him liable to a sin offering, but R. Joshua declares him exempt. 5. A child can be circumcised on the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th day, but never earlier and never later. How is this ? 6 The rule is that it shall be done on the 8th day, but if the child was born at twilight the child is circumcised on the 9th day, and if at twilight on the eve of Sabbath, the child is circumcised on the 10th day. If a festival day falls after the Sabbath the child is circumcised on the 11th day, and if the 2 festival days of the new year fall after the Sabbath the child is circumcised on the 12th day. If a child is sick it is not circumcised until it becomes well. 6. These shreds of the foreskin, if they remain, render the circumcision invalid. Flesh that covers the greater part of the corona, such a one, if a priest, may not eat of heave offering. 7. If he waxes fat, and the corona is covered anew, this must be set aright for appearance's sake. If one is circumcised without having the inner lining torn, it is as though he had not been circumcised. 21. R. Eliezer says, on a festival day they may stretch out a filter 8 over a vessel's mouth, and, on the Sabbath, pour wine through it while it is yet stretched out. But the sages say, they may not stretch out a filter on a festival day or pour wine through it on the Sabbath. 9. While it is yet stretched out, but on a festival day they may pour wine through it. 10. When it is already stretched out. 2. They may pour water over wine dregs to dilute them, and strain wine through a napkin or Egyptian basket, and they may put an egg in a mustard strainer and prepare honeyed wine on the Sabbath. R. Judah says, they may prepare it on the Sabbath in a cup, on a festival day in a flagon. 17. And during mid-festival. 13. In a jar. 14. All depends on the number of the guests. 3. They may not soak asafoetida in warm water but they may put it Shab 9. 1 General 34 inches. 3. Whether it is an 8 or a 9 months child, and it is in doubt whether it can live of double sex. See Big. Is. 4 LSS the 8th day levu. 6. The principle is, that if the ceremony is not done on the 8th day itself it does not override a Sabbath or festival day. 7. He is not qualified to serve as a priest. Cf. Beck 7. Though this constitutes building something like a tent. 9. It is work of the nature of sifting. C. 7. 10. It is permitted on a festival day to prepare necessary food. X. I2U. Cf. P 181. N. It. 11. Or basket of rushes. Cf. Saw 2 feet. 3. 11. Head logan, a jug, of metal or glass, used at a meal. Cf. Azar 5. CP 207. N 19. Head habith, such as is used for storage into vinegar, and they may not soak vetches or rub them, but they may put them into a sieve or basket. They may not sift chopped straw through a sieve or set it on a high place so that the chaff will fall away, but it may be taken up in a sieve and poured into the feeding trough. 4. They may clean out the crib before a fatted ox and sweep aside spilt fodder to protect it from excrement. So Ardosa. But the sages forbid it. They may remove fodder from before one beast and put it before another on the Sabbath. 5. A man may not shift about the straw on the bed with his hand but he may shift it about with his body. If it was meant to be cattle fodder or if there was a cushion or sheet over it he may shift it about with his hand. A householder's clothes press may be loosened on the Sabbath, but not tightened, and that of washermen may not be touched. R. Judah says, if it was partly loosened on the eve of the Sabbath it may be wholly loosened on the Sabbath, and garments extracted from it. 121. 1. A man may lift up to his child even though it has a stone in its hand, or a basket even though it contains a stone. 3. And he may move from place to place on clean heave offering together with clean heave offering, or common produce. R. Judah says, they may also take out the one part of heave offering for that is fallen into another 100 parts of common produce. 2. If a stone lay on the mouth of a jar, the jar may be turned on its side so that the stone falls off. If the jar was among other jars. 5. It may be lifted up and then turned on its side so that the stone falls off. If there were coins on a cushion the cushion may be shaken so that the coins fall off. If there was filth on it, this may be wiped off with a rag. 6. If the cushion was made of hide. 7. Water may be poured over it until the filth disappears. 3. The school of Shammai say, bones and shells may be taken up from the table on the Sabbath, and the school of Hillel say, the entire table must be taken and shaken. 8. Less than an olive's bulk of crumbs, or of pods of chickpeas and lentils, may be removed from the table, since they are cattle fodder. If a sponge has a leather handpiece they may use it to wipe with on the Sabbath. but if it has not they may not use it to wipe with. And the sages say 9 in either case it can be taken from its place on the Sabbath, and it is not susceptible to uncleanness. 10. 22. 1. If a jar was broken, on the Sabbath, enough wine from it may be saved for 3 meals, and a man may say to others, come and save wine for yourselves, provided that they do not soak it up with a sponge. 11. They may not squeeze fruits to press out the juice, and, even if the juice comes out of itself, it is forbidden. R. Judah says, if they were intended to be eaten, the juice that comes from them is permitted, but if they were kept only for the sake of their juice, the juice that comes from them is forbidden. 1. On the principle illustrated into 2 in a courtyard validly included within the Arab, Appi 8. J. But only if the basket is full of fruit, the stone not being the sole contents. See Ter 4 feet s. And there was danger of the falling stone breaking other jars 4 but not with water, which would be the forbidden act of washing 7. 7. Which is not such as is washed with water. Gem 143 A remarks that the teaching of the 2 schools was the reverse registered sign. The Munich Codex omits the concluding sentence 10 c. Kel 17 inches. This would lead to squeezing, which is forbidden under the general head, 7 feet, of threshing. If honeycombs were broken on the eve of the Sabbath and the honey came out of itself, on the Sabbath, it is forbidden, but R. Eliezer permits it. 2. Whatsoever was put into hot water on the eve of the Sabbath may be, again, soaked in hot water on the Sabbath, but what was not put into hot water on the eve of the Sabbath may only be rinsed in hot water on the Sabbath, excepting only old salted fish 1 and Spanish tunny fish, for which rinsing is the completion of their preparation. 3. A man may broach a jar to eat dried figs therefrom provided that he does not intend to make a utensil of it. 2. They may not pierce the plug of a jar, on the Sabbath. So are Judah, but the sages 3 permit it. They may not pierce it at the side, and if it was pierced already a man may not put wax on it, on the Sabbath, since he would need to smooth it over. 4. R. Judah said, such a case once came before Rabban Johanan b. Zakkai in Arab. 5. And he said, I doubt whether he is not liable to a sin offering. 4. They may put a cooked dish in the cistern to preserve it. 6. Or put a vessel containing fresh water into foul to keep it cool, or cold water into hot to warm it. If a man's clothes dropped into the water while he was on the way, he may go on walking in them without scruple. 7. When he has reached the outermost courtyard of the town, he may spread them out in the sun, but not in the sight of the people. 8. 5. If a man bathed in the water of a cave or in the water of Tiberias and dried himself, even though it was with 10 towels, he may not bring them away in his hand. 9. But if 10 men dried themselves with 1 towel, wiping their faces, their hands, and their feet, they may bring the towel away in their hands. 10. 6. They may anoint or rub their stomach. 11. But not have themselves kneaded or scraped. They may not go down to Cordima. 12. And they may not use artificial emetics. 13. They may not straighten a deformed child's body or set a broken limb. If a man's hand or foot is dislocated he may not pour cold water over it, but he may wash it after his usual fashion, and if he is healed, he is healed. 23. 1. On the Sabbath, a man may borrow of his fellow jars of wine or jars of oil, provided that he does not say to him, lend 14 me them. So, 2. A woman may borrow of her neighbor loaves of bread, and if one does not trust the other may leave his cloak with the lender and make a reckoning with him after the Sabbath. So, 2. In Jerusalem on the eve of Passover when it falls on a Sabbath, a man may leave his cloak and take 1 variant, small salted fish. 2. By repairing the broken jar, offending against the principle. 7 feet. Tearing in order to sew, or to make of the breach a serviceable opening for future use. 1 variant, R. Jose Red Diamonds card suit. Offending against the principle of scraping. 5 ci 6 R degrees keep it cool. 9 That he will be suspected of having washed them. 8 So exposing himself to suspicion. 9 From fear of offending against the principle of squeezing out, however little the moisture in them. 10 So many would keep each other warned of the danger of squeezing. Tif. Yis. Some texts omit their stomach. 12 Text doubtful. Tif. Yis explains it as the name of a river, with a slippery clay bottom. Bert. Reads Piloma. TNJ Awchucks. Day. In either case it is forbidden because of the danger of persons falling into the water and afterward squeezing out their clothes. 11 According to Gem 147b in the name of R. Johanan, it is forbidden to use a drug, because of the need to crush spices on the Sabbath. Tif. Yes, but permitted to thrust the finger down the throat to induce vomiting. But according to our Nehemiah, this is forbidden even on a weekday because of its wastefulness. Red Diamond's card suit implies an agreed transaction valid for a specified time, and there would be a danger lest the transaction should involve writing his Passover iamb and make his reckoning with the seller after the close of the festival day too. A man may reckon up the number of his guests and his savory portions one by word of mouth but not from what is written down, and he may cast lots with his children and with his household at a meal, for the several portions, provided that he does not intend thereby to allot a large as against a small portion, which is forbidden on the grounds of playing dice. They may second cast lots on a festival day for the hallowed things 3 but not for the portions. 4.3. A man may not hire laborers on the Sabbath or say to his fellow that he should hire laborers for him. They may not go to await nightfall at the Sabbath limit. 5. To be in readiness, to hire laborers or to bring in produce. But a man may do so in order to safeguard produce and, then after nightfall, he may bring back the produce in his hand. Abbas laid down a general rule, whatsoever I may rightly enjoin, as a religious duty, for that I may await nightfall, at the Sabbath limit. 4. They may await nightfall at the Sabbath limit to see to the business of, the reception of, a bride or of, the burial of, a corpse, to fetch its coffin and wrappings. If a Gentile brought the flutes on the Sabbath, an Israelite may not play dirges on them unless they had been brought from nearby. If a coffin had been made, on the Sabbath for a Gentile, and a grave dug for him, an Israelite may be buried therein, but if it had been prepared for an Israelite, no Israelite may ever be buried therein. 5. They may make ready, on the Sabbath, all that is needful for the dead, and anoint it and wash it, provided that they do not move any member of it. They may draw the mattress away from beneath it and let it lie on sand that it may be the longer preserved. They may bind up the chin, not in order to raise it but that it may not sink lower. So, 2. If a rafter is broken, they may support it with a bench or with the side pieces of a bed that the break may grow no greater, but not in order to prop it up. 6. They may not close a corpse's eyes on the Sabbath, nor may they do so on a weekday at the moment when the soul is departing, and he that closes the eyes of the dying man, at the moment when the soul is departing, such a one is a shedder of blood. 24x. If, on the eve of the Sabbath, darkness overtook a man while he was on the way, he must give his purse to a Gentile. 7. And if there was no Gentile with him, he must put it on the ass. When he has reached the outermost courtyard of the town, he may take off, from the ass, such baggage as can be taken off on the Sabbath, and for what cannot be taken off on the Sabbath he may loosen the cords so that the sacks fall down of themselves. 2. They may loosen bundles of hay in front of cattle and shake loose stalks of fresh rice, but they may not loosen triply bound bundles of straw. They may not chop up unripe stalks of com or carobs in front of small or large cattle. Our Judah permits it with carobs for small cattle. 3. They may not stuff a camel with food, or cram food into its mouth. 1 choice viands eaten at the close of a meal. See Bur 6 feet. Pes Ioab. 31. Priests in the temple 3 offered on the festival day. See Bets. 5 feet. General 43 inches 2000 cubits from the place where a man lives, beyond which it was forbidden to go on the Sabbath. See Arab 4 cf. Shebi 4. 7 CP 100. N11. A Jew is answerable for his beasts keeping Sabbath. X 20 feet 0. But not for the Gentiles keeping it. Only where there is no Gentile should he put it on his own ass. Shabbath. 23I. Erubin. 1. 2 121. But they may put food into its mouth, after the usual fashion. They may not stuff calves with food against their will, but they may put food into their mouths, after the usual fashion, and they may strew food for the fowls. They may put water into the bran but not knead it, and they may not set water before bees or before doves that are in the dovecots, but they may set it before geese and fowls too, or Herodian doves. 3-4. They may chop up gourds for the cattle or a carcass for the dogs. Our Judah says, it is forbidden if it was not already dead on the eve of the Sabbath, since it would not then belong to what W has said in readiness, for the Sabbath. 5. They may annul vows 4 on the Sabbath and seek exemption 5 from vows which concern W had as needful for the Sabbath. They may stop up a light hole 6 or measure a piece of stuff 7 or an immersion pool. 8 It once happened in the days of the father of our Zadok and in the days of Abbas al-B Batnit, that, on the Sabbath, They stopped up the light hole with a pitcher and tied a pot 9 with reed grass to a stick, in order to find out if there was in the roofing an opening of 1 square handbreadth or not. 10 And from their words we learn that on the Sabbath men may shut up, and measure and tie up. Erubin, the fusion of Sabbath limits. 1. If the cross beam above the alley entry 12 is higher than 20 cubits, it must be made lower. R. Judah says, this is not necessary. If the entry is wider than 10 cubits, it must be made narrower. Yet if it has the shape of a doorway, even though it is wider than 10 cubits, it need not be made narrower too, to render such an alley entry valid. The school of Shammai say, it must have both side post and cross beam, and the school of Hillel say, either side post or cross beam. R. Eliezer says, there should be 2 side posts. In the name of R. Ishmael, a disciple stated before R. Akiba, the school of Shammai and the school of Hillel did not dispute about an entry less than 4 cubits wide, which is valid if it has either side post or cross beam. 1. These can find water for themselves. J. Which are kept indoors. 3. Domesticated, indoor doves. Herod is supposed to have bred them. Cf. Hull 121. A husband or father may annul the vows of a wife or daughter. Num 30s. C. Ned to 1. 4s from a sage. C. Ned 9 registered sign cf 17 feet. 1. To see if it is large enough. 3 finger breadths square, to contract or convey uncleanness. See Kel 27. TT8 to see if it measures 3 cubic cubits, and so will contain 40 cs. Sec Mikwai and Passim measuring a handbreadth. 10. The commentators explain that there were 2 houses separated by a passage. The passage was surmounted by a barrel-shaped roof in which was a crack. Windows in each house overlooked the passage. A person in one of the houses was at the point of death. If he died, corpse uncleanness would pass through the window of that house, and it would be conveyed by means of the common roof over the passage to the opposite house and enter into it by the window. Therefore they stopped up the window of the second house, and tied a certain sized pot to a stick and applied it to the breach in the roof. 4. See Abel 3. If there was a hole a handbreadth square in the roof, it would suffice to give egress to the uncleanness and prevent it spreading. Cf. p. 649. N 3. 1 See Appi 8. This tractated a supplement to Shabbath. Its purpose is to define the rules which permit a wider interpretation of the term domains within which it is lawful to move a burden, and to deal with cases when the rule of the 2,000 cubits of a Sabbath day's journey is capable of less rigid application. 18 What is here dealt with is a rectangular space, alley, having courtyards opening into it on 3 of its sides, and the 4th side opening into the public road. By constructing at this 4th side an alley entry, in the semblance of a doorway, the alley and the courts opening into it become a single private domain, throughout the whole of which all the occupants have complete freedom of movement on the Sabbath. But about what did they dispute? About one whose width was from 4 to 10 cubits, which, according to the school of Shammai, must have both side post and cross beam, and, according to the school of Hillel, either side post or cross beam. R. Akiba said, they disputed about both cases. 3. The cross beam of which they spoke must be wide enough to hold a half brick. Such a half brick is the half of a brick 3 handbreadths square. It is enough if the cross beam is 1 handbreadth wide, such as will hold a half brick lengthwise. 1-4. It must be wide enough to hold a half brick and strong enough to hold a half brick. R. Judah says, wide enough even if not strong enough. 5. If the cross beam is made of straw or reed, it is reckoned as though it was made of metal. If curved, it is reckoned as though it was straight. If round, it is reckoned as though it was square. Whatsoever is 3 hand breadths in circumference is 1 hand breadth in width. 2-6. The side posts of which they have spoken must be, at least, 10 hand breadths high, and their width and thickness whatsoever. R. Jose says, they should be 3 hand breadths wide. 7. They may make the side posts out of anything, even out of a thing that has life. But R. Jose forbids this. It 3 can convey uncleanness if it is used as the stone that seals a tomb. 4. But R. Meir declares it not susceptible to uncleanness. They may write thereon a woman's bill of divorce. 5. But for this R. Jose the Galilean declares it invalid. 8. If a caravan encamped in a valley and was surrounded by a fence made from the trappings of the cattle, they may move aught about therein, provided that the fence is 10 handbreadths high and that the gaps therein are not more than the built-up parts. Any gap, not more than 10 cubits wide, is permitted, since it serves as a doorway. but if wider than this it is forbidden. 9. They may surround the camp with 3 circles of ropes, the one above the other, provided that between each rope the space is less than 3 handbreadths. The size of the ropes, their total thickness, must be more than 1 handbreadth, so that the whole barrier shall be 10 handbreadths high. 10. They may surround the camp with reeds provided that the space between them is less than 3 handbreadths. 6. In all this, they have spoken only of a caravan. So are Judah, but the sages say, they have spoken of a caravan only, as of an actual case. Any partition that has not both warp and woof 7 is not accounted a partition. So are Hosea br Judah, but the sages say, one alone of the 2 suffices. 4 things have they permitted to men that are in a camp. They may fetch wood from any place. They are exempt from the washing of hands. 8 from the laws of Demeh. Produce. 9 and from preparing Arab. 10 2. 1. Around wells 11. Upright boards must be set up. 4 corner pieces having the appearance of 8 single boards. So are Judah. Our Meir 1 the length of the half brick running the length of the cross beam. A variant reading is such as will contain, i.e. support, the breadth of the half brick. The meaning is the same. 1 approximately 3 if a living animal which is not susceptible to uncleanness should be used to cover up the entrance to a tomb. 4 C Ahal 2. 15 5 C get $2. 6 cf. Kill 4 7 i.e. it must be made both with upright and with horizontal reeds. 8 before eating ap I 6. 10 They may shift goods from tent to tent without making Arab to combine them into a single domain, for the Sabbath, which are in the public domain, by being enclosed by a square, however slightly defined. A certain area around them is given the semblance and status of a private domain, so enabling their use by cattle on the Sabbath. Says, 8 boards having the appearance of 12, 4 being corner pieces and 4 single. They must be 10 handbreadths high, 6 wide, and their thickness may be whatsoever, while between them there must be space enough for 2 teams of 3 oxen each. So our Meir, our Judah, says, 4 oxen each, brought closely together and not widely apart, so that one team can enter in while the other goes out too. The boards may be brought close to the well provided that the head and the greater part of a cow shall be within the enclosure when it drinks. They may be shifted back any distance from the well, provided that the number of the boards is increased 3. Our Judah says, they may be removed only so far as to leave 2 skas space. 1 They replied, the measure of 2 c space has been prescribed only in what concerns a garden or an outer area. 2 But in what concerns a cattle pen or fold or store yard 5 or courtyard 5 or even 10 con space 4 is permitted. Therefore here, 2. The boards may be shifted back any distance provided that the number of the boards is increased. 4. Our Judah says, if a public path passed through them it should be diverted. But the sages say, this is not necessary. It is all one whether it is a public cistern or a public well or a private well. They may be encompassed by the like boards, but a private cistern must be surrounded by a partition wall 10 handbreadths high. So our Akiba, but our Judah b Baba says, boards are set up around a public well only, while around all the others a girdle is set up 10 handbreadths high. 5. Our Judah b Baba moreover said, within a garden or outer area, not more than 70 cubits and 2/3 square, 5 surrounded by a wall 10 handbreadths high. Ought may be carried about 6 provided that there is in it a watchman's hut or a dwelling place or that it is close to the town. Our Judah says, even if there is not save a cistern or pit or cavern they may carry aught about therein. Our Akiba says, even if there is none of these they may carry aught about therein provided that it is 70 cubits and 2/3 square. Our Eliezer says, if its length is more than its breadth even by a single cubit they may not carry aught about therein. Our Hosea says, even if its length is twice its breadth they may carry aught about therein. 6. Our Ile said, I heard from our Eliezer, even if it contains as much as 1 course space. 7. I also heard from him that if one of the occupants of the courtyard forgot to prepare Arab percent it is forbidden to him to take aught in or out of his house, but permitted to the others. I also heard from him that men can fulfill their obligation 9 at Passover by eating even hart's tongue. And I went around among all his disciples and sought a fellow disciple. 10 and found none. 1 Ap 2. EC Lev 27. 1 Kings 18. It is an area equal to the forecourt of the tabernacle. X 27. 2 cubits by 50, and such as can be sown over with 2 seahs of seed. Head car path. An enclosure outside a settlement and enclosed for storing wood or the like, but not made to be inhabited. 5 or court from 375,000 to 750,000 sq cubits. 1 core equals 30 cs. Given as the approximate square root of 5,000 sq cubits, or 2 cs space, the error is slight. See also S1 feet. 4 i.e. it is deemed private domain as distinct from Carmelith, which is neither public domain nor private domain. 75,000 sq cubits. See below. 6 feet to eat bitter herbs. X 12:10 one who could support the testimony. Cf. Abai. Yeb 16 feet. 3 I Arab 1 and shidduch may first be made from any food. 3 save water or salt. Any food may be bought with. Second. Tithe money. 4 save water or salt. If a man vowed to abstain 5 from food he is still allowed water or salt. They may prepare Arab for a Nazirite with wine, and for a non-priest with heave. Offering 6. Simachus says, with common produce, alone, they may prepare it, for a priest in a grave area. 7 R. Judah says, even in a graveyard, since he can go and make himself a partition. 6 and so eat, in cleanness. 2. They may prepare Arab with Funkf Pradoi. 9 with first tithe from which heave offering has been given. 10 with second tithe or dedicated produce which have been redeemed, and priests may prepare Arab, with dough, offering 11 or heave offering. 12 but not with untithed produce or first tithe from which heave offering has not been given, or second tithe or dedicated produce which have not been redeemed. If a man sent his Arab by the hand of a deaf-mute, an imbecile, or a minor, or by the hand of one that does not admit the lawfulness of Arab, the Arab is not valid, but if he had told another to receive it from him, then the Arab is valid. 3. If he put it on a tree higher than 10 handbreadths, his Arab is not valid, but if lower than 10 handbreadths, it is valid. If he put it in a cistern, even 100 cubits deep, his Arab is valid. If he put it on the end of a reed or on the end of a stick that had been uprooted and thrust in the ground, even though it is 100 cubits high, the Arab is valid. If he put it in a cupboard and shut it up and the key was lost, the Arab is valid. R. Eliezer says, unless he knows that the key is in its place the Arab is not valid. 4. If while it was yet day 14 it rolled beyond the Sabbath limit, or if a heap of stones fell on it, or if it was burned, or if, being heave offering, it contracted uncleanness. 1s the Arab is not valid, but if the like mishap befell it after nightfall the Arab is valid, and if it is in doubt, R. Meir and R. Judah say, it is like the ass driver and camel driver. 16 R. Jose and R. Simeon say, where there is doubt concerning Arab it is deemed valid. R. Jose said, Abtalamus in the name of 5 elders testified of an Arab about which there was doubt, that it is deemed valid. 5. A man may make conditions 17 about his Arab and say, if Gentiles 18 come from the east let my Arab be to the west, if from the west, let my Arab be to the east, if from both sides let me go to which side I will, if they come from neither side, let me be as the people of my town. 19. Or, 1 Appi 8. Here, and in the following 2 chapters, the Arab, commingling, fusing, of Sabbath limits is intended. See below. 81. Arab of courtyards is effected with a loaf only. See 7 inches 1 Appi 39. The association of alleyways, creating a right of unrestricted access in the associated courtyards and alleyways. 3 See below. 7 inches. 4 Duke 14. CMSH. Is SCF. Ned 61 registered sign. 7 feet registered sign. 6 Though not fit for him it is fit for others. For the Nazirite see Num 6 and for heavy offering see Appi 48. Teruma. 7 See Ahal 17 registered sign. 8 See Ahal 81 registered sign. Appi 6. 10 The Levite must give to the priest as heave offering a tithe from the tithe, first tithe, which he, the Levite, has received. 11 Num 15 inches. P 83. N1. 17 Some texts omit the bracketed sentence. 17 A Samaritan or a Sadducee. 14 Before sunset on Friday evening. 1 Therefore unfit for food for anyone, even a priest. 16 He is unable to decide whether he has acquired right to move 2,000 cubits in any direction from the point where the Arab was laid down, or whether he has only right to move within 2,000 cubits of his home. Just so a man who leads a camel and an ass cannot progress, since the ass will only move if urged from behind, and a camel if led from before. 17 He lays down 2 Arabs, one at the Sabbath limit to the east and one at the Sabbath limit to the west, leaving it conditional which he shall abide by. 14 Tax conferers. Tif. Yes, with the right to go 2,000 cubits in any direction. If a sage comes from the east, let my Arab be to the east. If from the west, let my Arab be to the west. If one comes from both sides, let me go to which side I will. If none comes from either side, let me be as the people of my town. R. Judah says, if one of them was his teacher, he should go to his teacher. If both were his teachers, he may go to which side he will. 6. R. Eliezer says, on a festival day next to a Sabbath, whether before it or after it, a man may prepare 2 Arabs and say, let my Arab for the first day be to the east and that for the second to the west. Or, let my first be to the west and the second to the east. Or, let my Arab be valid for the first day, and for the second, let me be as the people of my town. Or, let my Arab be valid for the second day, and for the first, let me be as the people of my town. But the sages say, he prepares Arab for one direction or it is no Arab at all. He prepares Arab for both days or it is no Arab at all. What must he do? That the Arab shall be valid for 2 days. On the first day he that brings the food, waits over it until nightfall when he takes it and goes his way. 3 On the second day he takes it to the Sabbath limit and waits over it until nightfall and then eats it. Thus he secures the benefit both of his journeying and of his Arab. If the food is eaten on the first day, it serves as Arab for the first day but not for the second. R. Eliezer said, ye agree with me that they are accounted 2 distinct times of holiness. 7. R. Judah says, if at the new year a man feared that the month might be intercalated. 5. He may prepare 2 Arabs and say, let my Arab for the first day be to the east and that for the second day to the west. Or, let that for the first day be to the west and that for the second to the east. Or, let my Arab be valid for the first day, and for the second let me be as the people of my town. Or, let my Arab be valid for the second day, and for the first let me be as the people of my town. But the sages did not agree with him. 6. 8. Moreover, R. Judah said, a man may make conditions about a basket of fruit. 7. On a first festival day and eat it on the second. So, 2. An egg ate late on the first day may be eaten on the second. But the sages did not agree with him. 9. R. Dosa B. Harkinus says, he that goes before the ark 9 on the first festival day of the new year says, give us strength, O Lord our God, this first day of the month, whether it be today or tomorrow. And on the morrow he says, whether it be today or yesterday. But the sages did not agree with him. 1. In opposition to R. Eliezer, the sages regard the 2 days as a single unit. Just as for the Sabbath, one Arab cannot be valid for the first half of the day and another for the second half. So, 2. When the holy period extends over 2 days, 2 after which, c3, it is effective for the whole of the day which then begins 3 back to his home, and preserves it for the following evening. 4. For if the Arab had been lost the first day, he would, for the second day, have lacked both the Arab and the right of journeying beyond the Sabbath limit. 5. CRSH 3. In cases of such delay of evidence of the appearance of the new moon, the court added another day to Elul, the last month of the year. The New Year feast was then observed both on the 30th of Elul and the 1st of Tishri. 6. They ruled that the 2 days counted as a single continuous sacred period. 7. Of untithed produce. Gem 39b explains, on the first day he says, if today is not holy, let this produce be heave offering for the rest, and if today is holy, let my words be void, since tithe and heave offering may not be set apart on a holy day. The next day he says, if yesterday was holy and today not holy, let what I yesterday designated heavy offering be heave offering for the rest, and if today is holy and yesterday was not holy, it is in any wise heave offering, and he may then eat of the tithed produce and leave aside the heave offering. See Bets T9 cf. Ber 5J. 4. If a man was taken out beyond the Sabbath limit, by Gentiles or an evil spirit, he may only move within 4 cubits. If they brought him back again, it is as though he had never gone out. If they brought him to another town, or set him in a cattle pen or a cattle fold, Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer B. Azariah say, he may traverse their whole area, but R. Joshua and R. Akiba say, he may only move within 4 cubits. It happened when they came from Brondisium 1 and when their ship was sailing in the sea, that Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer B. Azariah walked the whole length of the ship, but R. Joshua and R. Akiba did not stir beyond 4 cubits, since they were minded to apply to themselves the more stringent ruling. 2. Once they did not enter into the harbor until nightfall, on Friday, They said to Rabban Gamaliel, "Is it permissible for us to land?" He answered, "It is permitted, for I have already made observation. 2. And we were within the Sabbath limit before nightfall. 3. If a man went out beyond the Sabbath limit, on a permissible errand. 3. And it was then told him that the needful act had been done already, he has the right to move within 2,000 cubits in any direction. If he was within the Sabbath limit, it is as though he had not gone forth, for whosoever goes out to deliver one that is in danger may return to his place of starting. 4. If a man sat down while on a journey, on the eve of the Sabbath, and rose up after nightfall, and saw that he was near to a town, 4. Since it had not been his intention. 5. He may not enter the town. So our Meir, but our Judah says, he may enter. Our Judah said, it once happened that our Tarfon entered a town in like case, although it had not been his intention to pass the Sabbath there. 5. If a man fell asleep while on a journey and knew not that night had fallen, he may move within 2,000 cubits in any direction. So are Johanan b. Nuri. But the sages say, he may only move within 4 cubits. Our Eliezer says, himself being in the middle of them. Our Judah says, he may walk in any direction he will. And our Judah agrees that when once he has chosen his direction, he may not go back on it. 6. If there were 2 persons whose limits of 4 cubits in part overlapped one another, they may bring their food and eat it in the middle, provided that the one does not put forth what belongs to him into the space pertaining only to his fellow. If there were 3 persons and the limit of the middle person was wholly overlapped by the limit of the 2 others, he is permitted to eat with them or they with him, but not the 2 outer persons with each other. Our Simeon said, to what can it be likened? It is like to 3 courtyards opening the one into the other, and also opening into the public domain. If the 2 outer courtyards made Arab with that in the middle, it is permitted access to them and they to it, but the 2 outer courtyards are forbidden access the one to the other. 7. If a man was on a journey and darkness overtook him. 6. And he recognized a tree or a fence. 7. And said, let my Sabbath resting place be one Brindisi. CJEV 560. On the journey of these 4 on a mission to Rome. Cf. MSH. 5. Shab 16:2 with some simple telescopic device. Gem 43b. For the calculation of distances. On Rabban Gamaliel's astronomical knowledge. CFRSH 3 e.g. to bear witness of the appearance of the new moon, or to save life. Cf. below. 8. 4. FHN the Sabbath limit s of spending Sabbath in that town. 6. Variant. And he feared lest darkness should overtake him. 7. Which he could reach before nightfall, but he was weary and wished to rest where he was burt under it. He has said nothing. 1. But if he said, let my Sabbath resting place be at its root, he may walk from where he stands to its root up to a distance of 2,000 cubits, and from its root to his house, up to a distance of 2,000 cubits. Thus he can travel 4,000 cubits after it has become dark. 8. If he does not recognize any like landmark, or is not skilled in halakha. 2. And he says, let my Sabbath resting place be where I stand, his position gives him right to travel within 2,000 cubits in any direction as though he was within a circle. So are Hanani Abi Antigonus. But the sages say, as though he was within a square, like a square tablet, so that he wins the benefit of the corners. 9. This it is of which they have said, the poor man makes Arab with his feet. 3. Our Meir said, we are concerned with the poor man only. Our Judah says, it is all one whether it is a poor man or a rich man, for they have only enjoined that Arab is made with bread so that it shall be easier for the rich man and that he need not himself go out and make Arab with his feet. 10. If a man went out, with the Arab food, to go to another town for with which the people of his town were making Arab, and his fellow induced him to return, he himself is permitted to go to the other town on the Sabbath, but all the other people of his town are forbidden. So are Judah. Our Meir says, whosoever could have made Arab and did not do so, it is like the ass driver and the camel driver. 5:11. If a man went out beyond the Sabbath limit, even a single cubit, he may not enter again. Our Eliezer says, if he went out a distance of 2 cubits he may enter again, but if 3 he may not. If darkness overtook a man when only 1 cubit outside the Sabbath limit he may not enter within it. Our Simeon says, even if he was 15 cubits outside, he may enter in, since the surveyors do not measure exactly. 6. For the sake of them that act in error. 5. 1. How can the confines of a town be extended? If, among the outermost houses, one house recedes and another projects, if part of the town wall recedes and part projects, or if there are ruins 10 handbreadths high or bridges or tomb, monument 7 in which is a dwelling chamber, the limits of the town are extended so that it shall contain them, and the area of the town is shaped like to a square tablet, so that it wins the benefit of the comers. 2. An outer area 8 is added to the town, so are Meir, but the sages say, they have prescribed an outer area only as between two towns, if to the one was added a further space of 70 cubits and 2/3, and these would then adjoin one another, they may add an outer area for each town, so that they become as one. He must specify a spot confined within 4 cubits 2 Appi 11, 3 since he cannot send another to set down bread at the Sabbath limit 4,000 cubits away. The two towns would then by means of Arab be within Sabbath range of one another as it is in doubt. C3. He may have right to profit like the poor man, from having specified the place which he intended to use as his Sabbath base, or he may be restricted, like his fellow townsmen, to 2,000 cubits from his home. 6. They mark out the Sabbath limit within the 2,000 cubits for safety's sake, to keep a man far from transgression. 2 Shek 2s. Ahal 71. Such as the structure east of Jerusalem known as the Tomb of Absalom, which contains such a chamber as is here mentioned. C. 2 feet. The 2,000 cubits, according to our Meir, begin from the bounds of this outer area, but according to the sages it begins immediately at the actual confines of the town. 3. So, 2. If 3 villages were arranged triangle-wise, and between the two outermost one there was a distance of 141 cubits and 1/3, the middle village causes the 3 of them to be reckoned as 1, 2, 4. They may measure only with a rope 50 cubits long, neither less nor more, and a man may only measure, while holding the end of the rope, over against his heart. If in his measuring he reached a rift or a wall he must take count only of the horizontal span and continue measuring. If he reached a hill he must take the horizontal span only, and continue measuring, provided that he does not go outside the Sabbath limit. 3. If he cannot span it with the rope, in this case Ardasithias Br Yane said in the name of our Meir, I have heard that they bore through 4 hills. They may only measure at the hand of one that is skilled. If his measure in one place exceeded his measure in another, the greater measure is observed. If one measured a greater distance and another measured a lesser distance, the greater distance is observed. Even a bondman and even a bondwoman may be believed when they say, 5. Thus far is the Sabbath limit, since the sages have not enjoined the rule of the Sabbath limit for the sake of stringency but for the sake of leniency. 6. If a town 6 having a single owner was made into a town having many owners it can all be included in a single Arab, but if a town having many owners was made into a town having a single owner it may not be included in a single Arab unless there was a residue outside it. 7. Like the town of Hadashah in Judea, wherein are 50 inhabitants, so are Judah. Our Simeon says, 3 courtyards having each 2 houses. 7. If, on the Sabbath, a man was in the east and he had said to his son, on the eve of the Sabbath, make me Arab to the west, or if he was in the west and he had said to his son, make me Arab to the east, and the distance between him and his house was 2,000 cubits, and between him and his Arab more than this, the road to his house is permitted, but that to his Arab is forbidden. If the distance to his Arab was 2,000 cubits, and that to his house more than this, the way to his house is forbidden and that to his Arab permitted. If a man put his Arab within the confines 8 of the city, he has done nothing. If he put it even a cubit beyond the limit of the city's confines, he loses in one direction what he gains in another. 8. The people of a large town may traverse the whole of a small town, but the people of a small town may not. 0. Traverse the whole of a large town. 111 Those at the ends of the longest side of the triangle. 2. E.g. the village A forming the triangle's apex, if less than 2,000 cubits from either of the others, is to be regarded as placed between the two, B and C, at the base. If then between A and B and between A and C the distance, disregarding the contained area of the villages, is not more than 141 j cubits in either case, the 3 can be considered 1. Tif. Yis. 3. Lest they that see him suppose the limit to extend thus far. 4. Metaphorical for taking the net horizontal distance. Gem 58b explains how in measuring over a steep incline they used a short rope, one man holding one end to his heart and another, higher up, holding it horizontally at foot level. The process is then continued through the entire incline SCF. Ket 21. The subject is suddenly changed from the Arab of Sabbath limits to the Arab of courtyards and streets within a town. 7. So that it shall not be forgotten that only by means of Arab is it permissible to move burdens from house to house or from courtyard to courtyard. 8. Within the 70 cubits and 2/3 of the outer area. 9. All of which falls within the large town's Sabbath limit law omitted in some texts. 11. But only unless they have made Arab, to the limit of their 2,000 cubits. Thus 1. If a man was in a large town and he put his Arab in a small town, or if he was in a small town and he put his Arab in a large town, he may walk through the whole of it and 2,000 cubits beyond. Akiba says, he may walk only within 2,000 cubits from the place of his Arab. 9. Akiba said to them, do ye not agree with me that if a man put his Arab in a cave he can only walk within 2,000 cubits from his Arab? They replied, this applies if none dwelt therein, but if any dwelt therein he may walk through the whole of it and 2,000 cubits beyond. Thus it is less stringent for him within the cave than if he had put his Arab above it. As to the measurer of whom they have spoken, he is allowed only 2,000 cubits, even if the end of his allotted measure expires in a cave. 6. 1. If a man lived in the same courtyard with a Gentile or with one that does not admit the lawfulness of Arab. 2. This restricts him from the use of the courtyard. 3. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, he can never suffer restriction unless it is two Israelites that restrict each other. 2. Rabban Gamaliel said, a Sadducee once lived with us in the same alley in Jerusalem, and my father said to us, hasten and put out all the needful vessels in the alley before he brings out 5 his vessels, and so restricts you. R. Judah recounts the tradition, in other fashion, hasten and do what is needful. 6. In the alley, before the eve of Sabbath is ended and he so restricts you. 3. If one of them that lived in the courtyard forgot to take part in the Arab, his house is forbidden both to him and to them for taking a burden in or out, but their houses are permitted both to him and to them. If they had given him right of access to their houses, he is permitted to take odd in and out of his house and the courtyard, but they are forbidden. If there were 2 that forgot, each restricts the other, since one person can give and one person can take the right of access, whereas 2 can give the right but not take the right. 4. When can they give right of access? The school of Shammai say, while it is yet day, and the school of Hillel say, after it has become dark. If a man had granted the right of access and then took aught out, whether by error or wantonly, this restricts the other. So R. Meir. R. Judah says, if wantonly, it restricts, but if in error, it does not restrict. 5. If a householder was a joint holder with his neighbors, 7. With the one in wine and with the other in wine, they need not make Arab, but if he was a joint holder with one in wine and with the other in oil, they must make Arab. R. Simeon says, in neither case need they make Arab. 1. But it does not proceed to an explanation of what goes before. Gem 61 points out that there is a lacuna here, and that, keeping the knot of the previous sentence, and omitting thus, we should read, this applies only to him who measures the Sabbath limit, but if a man. This accounts for the reference to the measurer in the next paragraph 1. See above. 3. Some texts add, so R. Meir, the courtyard space is held in common by the surrounding householders, unless by means of Arab they all combine to form a single family, making the whole, houses and courtyard, into a single domain. The householders are restricted in that they cannot move anything from the house into the courtyard, or from the courtyard into the house. If one of the householders is a Gentile, the others must, for the Sabbath, rent from him his right in the courtyard. For Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel. 3. Thereby asserting his own right, the Sadducee is to be reckoned with as a dissentient Jew. 6. Pay him rent for his right in the courtyard. He is to be regarded as a Gentile. 7. E.g. if they all possessed a stock of wine in common. 3349. 6. If 5 companies kept the Sabbath in the same eating hall. 1. The school of Shammai say, Arab is needful for each company. 2. And the school of Hillel say, 1 Arab suffices for all, but they agree that if some of them occupied rooms or upper chambers, 3 An Arab is needful for each company. 7. If brothers 4 ate at their father's table but slept in their own houses, Arab is needful for each. Therefore if one of them forgot to take part in the Arab, he must forego his right. This applies when their Arab is taken to some other place, but if the Arab is brought to them, or if they alone occupy the courtyard, they need not make Arab. 8. If there were 5 courtyards opening into each other and also opening into the alley, 6 and they made Arab in the courtyard 7 but did not make Shidduch in the alley, they are unrestricted in the courtyards but restricted in the alley. But if they made Shidduch in the alley they are unrestricted in both. If they made Arab in the courtyards and Shidduch in the alley, but one of the occupants of a courtyard forgot to take part in the Arab, they are still unrestricted 8 in both. If one of the occupants of the alley forgot to take part in the Shidduch, they are unrestricted in the courtyards but restricted in the alley, since the alley to the courtyards is as the courtyard to the houses 9. If there were 2 courtyards one within the other 9 and the occupants of the inner one made Arab but not they of the outer one, the inner one is unrestricted but the outer one is restricted. If the outer one made Arab but not the inner one, both are restricted. If they each made Arab for themselves, each is unrestricted as regards themselves. Our Akiba restricts the outer courtyard since the right of thoroughfare restricts it, but the sages say, the right of thoroughfare does not restrict it. 10. If an occupant of the outer courtyard forgot to take part in the Arab, the inner courtyard is unrestricted but the outer one is restricted. If an occupant of the inner courtyard forgot to take part in the Arab they are both restricted. If they made their Arab in the same place, and an occupant of either the inner or the outer courtyard forgot to take part in the Arab, they are both restricted. But if each courtyard has but a single owner they do not need to make Arab with one another. 7. 1. If there was a window in the dividing wall between 2 courtyards, 4 handbreadths square and within 10 handbreadths from the ground, they may make Arab singly or, if they wish, they may make Arab jointly. If the window was less than 4 handbreadths square, or higher than 10 handbreadths, they must make Arab singly and may not make Arab jointly. 2. If there was a wall between 2 courtyards, 10 handbreadths gh and 4 thick, they must make Arab singly and may not make Arab jointly. If produce was found thereon, they may climb up on either side and eat thereof provided that they do not bring it down. If there was a gap in the wall less than 10 cubits, they may make Arab singly or if they will, triclinium, CBB 6, explained as a large room subdivided into cubicles, 1 to each company, each cubicle having separate access to the courtyard. 1 i.e. each company must contribute towards providing the loaf for the Arab. 3 wholly isolated. 4 some texts add that were joint holders, 5 within the same courtyard, 6 CP 121, and 12. 7 rendering all 5 a unity. He has still a share in the Shidduch. The Arab in the courtyards is not essential when Shidduch of the alleys has been prepared. C7. 9 the outer one opening into the public domain and the inner one having right of way through the outer one. They may make Arab jointly, since it is, as it were, a doorway. If the gap was greater they may make Arab jointly and need not make Arab singly. 3. If there was a trench between 2 courtyards, 10 handbreadths deep and 4 wide, they must make Arab singly and may not make Arab jointly, even though it was filled up with straw or chopped hay. If it was filled up with earth or small stones they may make Arab jointly and need not make Arab singly. 4. If a board was set across it, 4 handbreadths wide, so, 2. If there were 2 balconies opposite one another, they may make Arab singly or if they will they may make Arab jointly. But if the board was narrower they must make Arab singly and may not make Arab jointly. 5. If a heap of straw, 10 handbreadths high, separated the 2 courtyards they must make Arab singly and may not make Arab jointly. These may feed their cattle from the one side and the others from the other side. If the heap of straw was reduced to less than 10 handbreadths, they may make Arab jointly and need not make Arab singly. 6. How do they prepare Shidduch in the alley? 2 1 sets down a jar 3 and says, this belongs to all the occupants of the alley, and he may thus grant possession to them through a man's son or daughter that are of age, or through his Hebrew bondman or bondwoman, or his wife, but he may not thus grant possession through a man's son or daughter that are minors or through his Canaanite bondman or bondmaid, since their hand is as his hand. 7. If the food in the jar has grown less than the prescribed quantity he must add to it and grant possession to the others of this also, but he need not repeat the declaration. But if the occupants of the alley become more in number, he must add more to the food and grant them possession. And repeat the declaration. 8. What is the prescribed quantity? When the people are many, there should be enough for 2 meals for each one, plus when they are few, a dried fig's bulk, such as it is lawful to carry out on the Sabbath, for each one. 9. Our Jose says, This applies only when the Arab is first prepared, but for what is afterward added to the Arab the quantity may be whatsoever, since they have only spoken of making Arab in the courtyard so that the children should not be suffered to forget. 10. Arab or shidduch may be made from any food save water or salt. So our Eliezer, our Joshua says, a whole loaf is the proper Arab 5 a baking of 1c6 of flour, if but part of a loaf, may not be used for Arab. A loaf costing 1 iser, 7 if it is a whole loaf, may be used for Arab. 11. A man may give a ma'at to a wine seller or a baker to secure for him a share in an Arab. So our Eliezer, but the sages say, his money, alone, cannot secure for him a share. 9. But they agree that with any others 10 his money can secure for him a share. Moreover none may make Arab for another save only with his consent. Our Judah said, this applies only to Arab of Sabbath limits, but for the Arab of courtyards they may make Arab with or without his consent, since they may act to another's advantage in his absence, but not to his disadvantage in his absence. 1. And a board connected them one to form, for purposes of the Sabbath, a single domain of the street and courtyards opening into it containing any food, excepting water or salt. See above. Red diamonds card suit. Defined as 18 times the bulk of a dried fig. 5 of courtyard 6 App 2, D7 App 2, A8 App 2, A. Payment of money is not enough to secure title to property. CP 353, N1, 0 if he had so spoken to any excepting bakers. Cf. Git 1. 8x How do they prepare shidduch at the Sabbath limits? They set down a jar and say, let this be for all the people of my town. For any that would go to a house of mourning or to a house off feasting. 1 All that accept it while it is yet day, to them it is permitted, but if they accept it only after night fall, to them it is forbidden, since none may make Arab after nightfall. 2. What is its prescribed quantity? Food for 2 meals for each one, fare such as he would eat on weekdays and not on the Sabbath. 2 So our Meir, but our Judah says, such as he would eat on a Sabbath and not on weekdays, and they were each minded to give the more lenient ruling. Our Johanan B. Baroka says, not less than 1 loaf worth a port d and 3 from wheat costing 1 sella 3 for 4 Cs. 4 Our Simeon says, 2/3 of a loaf of a size 3 to the cab, the half of it, is the quantity prescribed. In what concerns a house afflicted with leprosy, 0 and the half of its half is the quantity which, if unclean, renders the body unfit to consume heave offering. 7:3. If they that dwell in a courtyard and they that dwell in the gallery above the courtyard forgot to make Arab, then what is higher than 10 handbreadths pertains to the gallery, and what is lower than this to the courtyard. A bank around a cistern, or a stone, if higher than 10 handbreadths, 8 pertains to the gallery, but if lower than this, to the courtyard. This applies only to what adjoins the gallery. If it is separate, even if higher than 10 handbreadths, it pertains to the courtyard. And what is that which adjoins? Aught that is not farther than 4 handbreadths. 4. If a man put his Arab 9 in a gatehouse, portico, or gallery, it is not a valid Arab, and none that dwells therein can restrict him. If he put it in a straw shed or cattle shed or wood shed or storehouse, it is a valid Arab, and one that dwells therein can restrict him. Our Judah says, if the householder has there a right of storage, the other cannot restrict him. 5. If a man left his house and went to keep Sabbath in another town, whether he was a Gentile or an Israelite, his house restricts the other occupants of the courtyard. 10 So our Meir, our Judah says, it does not restrict. 11 Our Jose says, the empty house of a Gentile restricts, but that of an Israelite does not restrict, since it is not the custom of an Israelite to return on the Sabbath. Our Simeon says, even if he left his house and went to keep the Sabbath with his daughter in the same town, it does not restrict, since he has already banished from his mind the intention of returning. 6. If there was a cistern between 2 courtyards which had not made Arab, they may not draw water therefrom. 12 On the Sabbath unless they had made for it a partition 13 10 handbreadths high, either above or 14 below 15 or only within its rim. 16 Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, the school of Shammai say, below, and the school of Hillel say, above. Our Judah said, the partition should not be higher than the wall that is between the courtyards. 1 usually has the sense of wedding feast. 1 cf. Kel 171 feet J App 2, ACF. p 8 feet s ap 2, dc negative 13, cf. Ker 31. 7. This was one of the 18 stringent decrees mentioned in Shah 1 as enjoined through the influence of the school of Shammai 5 cf. Shabu, of courtyards. Degrees since they have not made Arab jointly with him, though empty, his house must still be taken account of, since he may return on the Sabbath to occupy it. 11. No account need be taken of an empty house. 11. Since each would be taking water out of the other's domain, since half the well counts as outside each courtyard, marking the line of division between the courtyards. 14. Some texts omit above or, reaching 1 handbreadth below surface level. 16. And not touching the water. The reading above is thus superfluous. 7. If a water channel 1 passed through the courtyard, they may not draw therefrom on the Sabbath unless they had made for it a partition 10 handbreadths high at its coming in and at its going out. R. Judah says, the wall above it is deemed the partition. R. Judah said, it happened with a water channel enabled that they used to draw from it on the Sabbath by the consent of the elders. But the sages replied, that was because it was not of the prescribed size. 2:8. If there was a balcony 3 above the water, they may not draw from it on the Sabbath unless they had made for it a partition 4 10 handbreadths high either above or below. So, 2. If there were 2 balconies one above the other, if they had made a partition for the upper one but not for the lower one, both are forbidden to draw water, until they have made Arab. 9. They may not pour out water on the Sabbath into a courtyard whose area is less than 4 cubits 6 unless they had made a cavity holding 2 seas. 7. From the opening downwards. 8. Whether it was outside or inside the courtyard, save only that if it was outside it must be covered over. But if inside it need not be covered over. 10. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, water may be poured into a roofed drain 9 on the Sabbath if 4 cubits of the drain were covered over in the public domain. But the sages say, even if a roof or a courtyard is 100 cubits in area, water may not be poured over the mouth of the drain, but it may be poured from roof to roof, so that the water flows down into the drain. The courtyard and the portico are included together in making up the prescribed 4 cubits. Zai. So, 2. If there were 2 habitations over against one another, and the occupants of the one made a cavity but not the occupants of the other, they that made the cavity are permitted to throw out water, but they that had not done so are forbidden. 9. 1. All the roofs of a town count as a single domain provided that no roof is 10 handbreadths higher or 10 handbreadths lower than its neighbor. So are Meir. But the sages say, every roof is a domain in itself. R. Simeon says, it is all one with roofs or courtyards or outer areas. 10. They count as a single domain in what concerns vessels contained therein on the Sabbath, but not in what concerns vessels contained within the house on the Sabbath. 2. If a large roof adjoined a small roof, to take up aught to the larger roof is permitted, but to take aught from the larger to the smaller is forbidden. If there was a breach between a large courtyard and a small, access to the larger courtyard is permitted, but access to the smaller is forbidden, since it is reckoned a doorway to the larger courtyard. If there was 10 handbreadths or more wide and 4 deep, it counts as Carmelith, a separate and neutral domain, neither public nor private. 2. Which was necessary to constitute it Carmelith. J. Having a hole in its floor through which the water jar could be drawn up from water that was in public or neutral domain. Perpendicularly from the balcony limits, built either downwards from the balcony or upwards from the water's edge. Some texts add, or for the lower one but not for the upper one. 6. Since such an area is too small to absorb the water that may be thrown out, the water will flow away into the public domain, which offends against the rule about throwing a thing from one domain into another. Shaban. Cf. Arab 10. 7. The average quantity of water needing to be thrown away on the Sabbath, i.e. the cavity, must be on a lower level than the exit from the courtyard. 9. Whose mouth is in a courtyard measuring only 4 cubits square 10 cf2s. 5. See Betts. 4. The sense here is a rear court to a house. A breach between a courtyard and the public domain, and a man brought in aught therefrom into a private domain, or into it from a private domain, he is culpable. 2. So are Eliezer. But the sages say, whether he brought in aught from within it into the public domain, or from the public domain into the courtyard, he is not culpable, since it is deemed neutral domain. 3. If a breach was made on both sides 4 of a courtyard towards the public domain, so, 2. If a breach was made in a house on 2 sides, or if an alley entry lost its crossbeam or side posts. 5. They are permitted for that Sabbath. 6. But forbidden on future Sabbaths. So R. Judah. R. Jose says, if they are permitted for that Sabbath they are permitted for future Sabbaths, and if they are forbidden for future Sabbaths they are forbidden for that Sabbath. 4. If a man built an upper room above 2 houses, that are on opposite sides of an alley, and so, 2, with viaducts, they may move out beneath them from place to place on the Sabbath. So R. Judah. But the sages forbid it. Moreover R. Judah said, they may make Arab in an alley that is a thoroughfare. But this the sages forbid. 10x If a man found phylacteries 7, in the open field, he should bring them in, 1 pair at a time. 8 Rabban Gamaliel says, 2 pairs 9 at a time. This applies only if they were old. 10 But, even, if they were new, and he brought them in, he is not culpable. If he found them bound up in sets or bundles, he should wait by them until nightfall and then bring them in. If it was in time of danger 1 he may cover them up and go his way. 2 R. Simeon says, he may give them to his fellow and his fellow may pass them to his fellow, and so on, until they reach the outermost courtyard of the town. So, 2 with his child, bomb in the open field, he may give him to his fellow and his fellow may pass him to his fellow, and so on, even though they are 100. R. Judah says, a man may give a jar to his fellow and his fellow may pass it to his fellow even beyond the Sabbath limit. But the sages replied, it cannot go farther than the feet of its owner. 3. If a man was reading in a scroll of scripture on the threshold and the scroll rolled out of his hand, he may roll it back to himself. If he was reading on the edge of the roof and the scroll rolled out of his hand, if it does not reach 10 handbreadths from the ground, he may roll it back to himself, but after it has reached lower than 10 handbreadths, he must turn it over onto the written side. 12 R. Judah says, if it is distant only a needle's thickness from the ground he may roll it back to himself. R. Simeon says, even if it touches the very ground he may roll it back to himself, since there is naught that concerns the Sabbath rest 3 that can withstand the honor due to the Holy Scriptures. 10 handbreadths or more, which destroys its status of private domain. Since it counts then as public domain. J. Heb Carmelith. Cf 8 feet 4 at a corner. Ci. 6 on which the mishap befell. 7 CP 104. NT 6. 8 1 on the head and 1 on the arm, in the manner in which they were worn on weekdays. 9 According to him they were not worn on the Sabbath for the synagogue service. Therefore they can be worn 2 at a time and regarded as ornaments. Degrees recognizable by their worn straps as proper phylacteries. If the straps show no signs of use they may be merely amulets. 11 When it was forbidden to practice the rites of Judaism. 11 He may not draw it back, since it has reached into the public domain. The best he can do is to turn its writing downwards to protect the writing from dust or rain. 1J The elaborations of the biblical law of doing no work on the Sabbath as they were devised and multiplied by rabbinical interpretation. See below. IOU. And 4. If there was a projection 1 in front of the window, they may put aught upon it or take aught from off it. 2 On the Sabbath, a man may stand within a private domain and move aught about in the public domain, or stand within the public domain and move aught about in a private domain, provided that he does not extend them beyond 4 cubits. 5. A man may not stand within a private domain and make water in the public domain, nor may he stand within the public domain and make water in a private domain, nor may he spit in like manner. R. Judah says, even he whose spittle is loose in his mouth must spit before he has walked 4 cubits. 6. A man may not stand within a private domain and drink in the public domain, nor may he stand within the public domain and drink within a private domain unless he has inserted his head and the greater part of his body into the place where he drinks. So, 2. With the winepress. 3. A man may catch up water out of a gutter 4 if it is less than 10 handbreadths. 5 From the ground, and he may drink from the mouth of a water spout. 6 After any fashion. 7 If a cistern was in the public domain, with a surrounding bank 10 handbreadths high, a man may draw water out of it on the Sabbath from a window above it. If a dung heap was in the public domain, 10 handbreadths high, they may throw water thereon on the Sabbath from a window above it. 8. If the boughs of a tree overshadowing the ground were less than 3 handbreadths from the ground they may carry aught about under it. If its roots were 3 handbreadths, or more, above the ground a man may not sit thereon. 8. They may not stop up gaps in a rear court with a door, or a breach with briars or with matting. unless they hang higher than the ground. 9. A man may not stand within a private domain and open a door in the public domain, or stand within the public domain and open a door in a private domain, unless he had made a partition 10 handbreadths high. 10. Zohar Meir, the sages said to him, it happened in the Poulterers 11 market in Jerusalem that they used to shut their shops and leave the key in a window above the door. R. Jose says, it was the wool dealer's market. 10. R. Eliezer forbids a bolt with a knob on its end. 12. But R. Jose permits it. R. Eliezer said, it happened in the synagogue in Tiberias that they deemed it permitted until Rabban Gamaliel and the elders came and forbade them. R. Jose says, they deemed it forbidden, but Rabban Gamaliel and the elders came and gave them permission. 11. They may shut up the gates in the temple with a bolt that is dragged on the ground. 13. But not in the provinces, but one that can be won. See Ahel 14. At least 10 handbreadths from the ground, from within the house. The projection counts as the same private domain. 3. See Mos 4. The present passage is not concerned with the Sabbath. A man may take a haphazard drink from the winepress and be exempt from tithes, provided that the greater part of his person is within the domain of the winepress. 4. That drains off the water from a roof. This is reckoned public domain, and he too is standing in the public domain. 6. Its outlet projects some distance from the roof. It is in all respects in the public domain. 7. He can even collect it in a vessel, and drink. See bets. 5. Above 3 handbreadths comes under the prohibition against climbing a tree on the Sabbath. Less than this is regarded as no more than ground level. 9. Thus avoiding the appearance of building. Shab 7. 10. In the public domain enclosing the doorway. 11. Or butchers. 11. To be used to shut up a door on the Sabbath, unless it is hung or fastened to the door, i.e. it was fastened to the gate by a long rope and not merely suspended. Laid apart. 1 is forbidden in either place. R. Judah says, one that could be laid apart was permitted in the temple, and one that was dragged on the ground was permitted in the provinces. 12. They may thrust back to its socket the lower pivot of a door in the temple, but not in the provinces, and to thrust back the upper one is forbidden in either place. 2. R. Judah says, the upper was forbidden in the temple, and the lower one in the provinces. 13. They may replace a plaster on a wound in the temple, but not in the provinces, and in either place it is forbidden to put it on for a first time. They may tie up a string. 3. In the temple, but not in the provinces, and in either place it is forbidden to tie it up for a first time. They may cut off a wen in the temple but not in the provinces, and if it is done with an implement it is forbidden in either place. 14. If a priest was wounded in the finger he may wrap reed grass around it in the temple but not in the provinces. If it was done to force out blood it is forbidden in either place. They may scatter salt on the altar ramp for that the priests shall not slip, and they may draw a w-ater with a wheel on the Sabbath from the Gala cistern and from the great cistern, and from the Hacker well. 6. On a festival day. 15. If a creeping thing. 7. Was found in the temple a priest may remove it with his girdle that he suffer not the uncleanness to remain. So R. Johanan B. Baroka. R. Judah says, he should remove it with wooden tongs that he suffer not the uncleanness to increase. 8. From what places must it be removed? From the sanctuary and from the porch and from between the porch and the altar. So R. Simeon B. Nanas. R. Akiba says, it must be removed from any place where a man, if he entered being unclean, would be liable to extirpation if he acted wantonly, or to a sin offering if he acted in error. Elsewhere they put a sictor 9 over it. R. Simeon says, wheresoever the sages have permitted aught to thee they have but given thee what is already thine, for what they have permitted thee is only that which they had withheld by virtue of the Sabbath rest. 10. Pesachim, Feast of Passover. 1. On the night of 11 the 14th of Nisan, the hametz 12 must be searched for by the light of a lamp. Any place into which hametz is never brought needs no searching. Then why have they said, they must search? 2. Rows in a wine vault? They are a place into which hametz might be brought. The school of Shammai say, they must examine the 2 rows on the whole surface. 13. Of the stack of jars in the wine vault. And the school of Hillel say, only the 2 outermost rows that are uppermost. 14. 1 not fastened at all. 2 it demands greater exertion. J of a musical instrument. 4 mid 3. Cf. Yom 2. Cx 20 inches. S names of 2 cisterns in the temple court. C mid $sign Gala means exiled Israel, and the Gala cistern is explained as a cistern dug by the returned exiles. 6. A well in the provinces on the road of the pilgrims to Jerusalem. To draw water from it with a wheel was permitted by the prophets even on festival days. Dead. Lev 1:1 It would have rendered the girdle unclean. 2:9 IPVKTR. P equals wine cooler. A large brass vessel. See Tam 5:10 see above. 10. 11 i.e. the night preceding the day which, in modem usage, would be called the 14th of the month. 12 Anything, food or not food. Pes 31. Made from or containing what is made from grain, flour or bran of wheat, barley, spelt, goat grass, or oats, hall isle, which, from contact with water or liquid containing water, has fermented or is in process of fermenting. X. I2L forbids hametz throughout the 7 days. I5 2 ist Nisan, of Passover. Front or top 14 the top 2 rows facing you as you enter. Erubin. 10. 2. Pesachim. 1. 7 137 2. They need not fear that a weasel may have dragged hametz from house to house, or from place to place, for if so, it may likewise have dragged it from courtyard to courtyard, or from town to town. There is no end to the matter. 3. R. Judah says, they may search out the hametz on the night of the 14th or on the morning of the 14th or at the very time for its removal. 2. But the sages say, if a man has not searched on the night of the 14th, let him search on the 14th. If he has not searched on the 14th, let him search during the feast. If he has not searched during the feast, let him search after the feast. And what he would leave over. 3. Let him put in safe keeping that he shall not afterward need to search for it. 4. R. Meir says, they may eat hametz throughout the 5th hour 4 on the 14th, but at the beginning of the 6th hour they must burn it. R. Judah says, they may eat it throughout the 4th hour, hold it in suspense 5 throughout the 5th hour, and burn it at the beginning of the 6th hour. 5. Moreover, R. Judah said, 2 cakes of the thank offering 6 that had become unfit 7 were laid on the roof of the portico. 8 So long as they were laid there all the people could eat hametz. When one was taken away they remained in suspense, neither eating nor burning the hametz. When both were taken away all the people began to burn the hametz. Rabban Gamaliel says, hametz, that was common food, could be eaten only throughout the 4th hour, but heave offering 9 could be eaten throughout the 5th hour, and both were burnt at the beginning of the 6th hour. 6. R. Hanina the prefect of the priests says, 10 The priests never refrained from burning flesh that had become unclean from a derived uncleanness. 11 Together with flesh that had become unclean from a primary uncleanness. 12 Although they thereby added uncleanness to its uncleanness. Moreover, R. Akiba said, the priests never refrained from burning in a lamp rendered unclean by one that had contracted corpse uncleanness. 13. Heavy offering, oil that was rendered unfit by one that had immersed himself the selfsame day, because of uncleanness. 14 Although they thereby added uncleanness to its uncleanness. 7. R. Meir said, from their words we learn that at Passover men may bum clean heave offering, that is hametz, together with unclean. R. Jose answered, that is not the inference. And R. Eliezer and R. Joshua agree that each should be burnt by itself. About what did they dispute? About what was doubtfully unclean and what was unclean, of which R. Eliezer says, let each be burnt by itself, and R. Joshua says, both of them together. 1 CP 136, N11, 1 C below, a 1 for food until the time prescribed for burning hametz until 1 ams neither eating nor burning it. 6 Lev 7 UT left over after the time appointed for eating it. Lev 22 inches 8 C Shek 84, Suk 4, C Teruma, Ap I 48, 10 Edu I 11 Lit. Offspring of uncleanness, i.e. the flesh had contracted uncleanness from some other thing which had contracted uncleanness from a primary, or father of, uncleanness. See Kel 1 Tm, Ap IV 11 Lit. Father, i.e. primary source, of uncleanness. The first flesh suffered second-grade uncleanness and the other first-grade uncleanness. By burning them together the first flesh also contracts the graver first-grade uncleanness. CP 714, N3, Ta 1. 13 A corpse is a father of fathers of uncleanness. What a corpse renders unclean is also a father of uncleanness. The lamp that touches it becomes exceptionally. CP 649, N3, C, Ap IV 7, also a father of uncleanness. 14 Het Tebel Yam, lit. Immersed the same day. He is a priest who although he had already immersed himself because of an uncleanness. See Tam I 1, still needs to await sunset levis, before he is deemed and qualified to eat of heave offering. See Bur 11. He still counts as suffering second-grade uncleanness, and the heave offering oil which he has touched suffers third-grade uncleanness. This oil, being put in a lamp which has become a father of uncleanness, is raised from third to first-grade uncleanness owing to contact with the father of uncleanness. 2. So long as it is permitted to eat of the hametz, a man may give it as fodder to cattle, wild animals, and birds, or sell it to a Gentile, and, after any fashion, it is permitted to derive benefit from it, but when the time is past it is forbidden to derive benefit from it, nor may one light an oven or stove with it. R. Judah says, removal one of the hametz may only be by burning, but the sages say, it may be crumbled up and scattered to the wind or thrown into the sea. 2. An Israelite may derive benefit from hametz belonging to a Gentile which has remained over Passover, but it is forbidden to derive benefit from that belonging to an Israelite, for it is written, let it not be seen of thee. 2. 3. If a Gentile lent aught to an Israelite on security of his hametz, it is allowed to derive benefit from it after Passover. 3. But if an Israelite lent aught to a Gentile on security of his hametz, it is forbidden to derive benefit from it after Passover. 4. If a falling building fell upon hametz, it is deemed removed. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, whatsoever a dog is unable to search out, is deemed removed. 4. If during Passover a man consumed heave offering that was hametz, if in error he must pay its value and the added 5. But if wantonly he is exempt from making restitution. 6. And, even, from paying its worth as wood. Fui. 5. These are the things by eating, which unleavened at Passover a man fulfills his obligation. 7. Wheat, barley, spelt, goat grass, and oats. The obligation is fulfilled if they are deme product, first tithe from which heave offering has been taken, second tithe or dedicated produce which have been redeemed. 9. And the priest fulfills his obligation if they are dough offering 10 or heave offering, but the obligation is not fulfilled if they are untithed produce, or first tithe from which heave offering has not been taken, or second tithe or dedicated produce which have not been redeemed. A man cannot fulfill his obligation by eating the cakes for the thank offerings 11 or the wafers of a Nazirite 1 if he made them for himself, but if he made them to sell in the market he can fulfill his obligation therewith. 6. And these are the herbs by eating, which at Passover a man fulfills his obligation. 13. Lettuce, chicory, pepperwort, snakeroot, and dandelion. He fulfills it whether they are fresh or dried, but not if they are pickled, stewed, or cooked, and these may be included together to make up the prescribed quantity of an olive's bulk. He can fulfill his obligation if he eats but their stalks, or if they are deme produce, or first tithe from which heavy offering has been taken, or second tithe or dedicated produce which have been redeemed. 7. They may not soak bran for fowls, but must scald it. 14. A woman may not soak the bran which she takes with her to the bathhouse, but must rub it on her skin dry. At Passover a man may not chew grains of wheat to put on his wound, since they will ferment. 8. They may not put meal in the haricethals or in the mustard. 16. And if they do so they must consume it at once. Our Meir forbids it. The Passover 1x 12 inches 2x 13 feet. J. During Passover it was in Gentile possession. 4. During Passover it was in an Israelite's possession. Lev 51. CBM 4:6. It is worthless at Passover even as fuel. Par 1 above. C. Tur 7 feet 7x 12. S. App I 6. For these terms CP 7. NN 6 9. 10 Nutton is 1 9. CP 83. N1. 11 Lev 7 J 12 Num 61 feet O of eating bitter herbs. X 12. 14. During Passover, hot water does not cause fermentation. 5 C2. Since these have water mixed with them. Lamb may not be cooked in liquids 1 or fruit juice. 2. But it may be basted therewith or dipped therein. Water that has been used by a baker must be poured away, since it ferments. 3. These must be removed at Passover. Babylonian porridge, Median beer, Edomite vinegar, and Egyptian barley beer, also dyer's pulp, cook's starch flour, and writer's paste. R. Eliezer says, also women's cosmetics. This is the general rule. Whatsoever is made from any kind of grain must be removed at Passover. These are included in the prohibition, yet punishment by extirpation is not thereby incurred. 3.2. If dough remained in the cracks of a kneading trough and there was an olive's bulk in any one place, it must be removed. if there was less than this it is negligible in its scantness. So, 2. In a matter of uncleanness, for he that is scrupulous about it must make a partition. 5. If he wishes it to remain it can be reckoned as 1 with the kneading trough. Dough that is still dumb. 6 is forbidden if other dough like to it has already fermented. 3. How is the dough offering set apart on a festival day if the dough is unclean? 7. R. Eliezer says, she should not designate it dough offering until it is baked. R. Judah B. Bathera says, she should throw it into cold water. R. Joshua said, such hametz is not included in the prohibitions. Let it not be seen and let it not be found. 9. But, rather, she should set it apart and leave it until evening, and if it becomes hametz it becomes hametz. 4. Rabban Gamaliel says, 3 women may knead dough at the same time and bake it in the same oven one after the other. 10. But the sages say, 3 women may occupy themselves at the same time with the dough, 1 kneading, 1 rolling it out, and 1 baking. R. Akiba says, all women and all kinds of wood and all ovens are not equal. This is the general rule. If the dough swells let her slap it with cold water. 5. Dough beginning to ferment sir, must be burned, but he that eats it is not culpable. Dough wholly fermented, sidduq, must be burnt and he that eats it is liable to punishment by extirpation. What is sir? Dough on which streaks appear, like the horns of a locust, and sidduq, dough, on which the cracks are all entangled together. So are Judah. But the sages say, if a man ate either of these, he is liable to punishment by extirpation. But what is sir? Dough, whose surface turns pallid like a man's face when his hair stands on end. 6. If the 14th falls on a Sabbath all 12 hametz must be removed before the Sabbath. So are Meir. But the sages say, not until its appointed time. 13. R. Eliezer B. R. Zadok says, heave offering must be removed before the Sabbath, but common food, not until its appointed time. 7. If a man was on the way to slaughter his Passover offering or to circumcise his son or to eat the betrothal meal at his father-in-law's, meaning the 6 specified in Mach 6. 2 cx 12, nor sodden at all with water. 3 cp 562, and 16. If a dead creeping thing touched an olive's bulk of the dough. 5 cf. Ahal, chh 8. 9. Signs of fermentation not yet apparent. 7. Since it is forbidden to burn it, as in Pes 2, on a festival day, and it may not be left until the next day lest it ferment. The festival day spoken of is the 15th of Nisan. X 137, XIA. 10. He means that the delay will not suffice to make the dough ferment. Some women are idle, some wood is damp, and some ovens heat slowly. So even so there is danger that delay will give time for fermentation. 12. Heave offering or common food. 13. Pes 1. The burning of the hametz overrides the Sabbath. Heave offering hametz should be burnt before, since it affects but the few, but to bum ordinary food would deprive most men of food on the Sabbath. House. And he remembered that he had left hametz in his house. If he has yet time to go back and remove it and return to fulfill his religious duty, let him go back and remove it, but if not, he may annul it in his heart. If he was on the way to render help against ravaging soldiery or a flood or a fire or a falling building, he may annul the hametz in his heart, but if it was but to keep the feast at a place of his own choice he must return at once. 8. So, 2. If a man had gone forth from Jerusalem and remembered that he still had with him flesh that was hallowed. 1. If he had already passed Zophim. 2. He may burn it there and then, but if not, he must return and burn it before the bier. 3. With wood for the altar hearth. 4. By reason of how much flesh or hametz must they return? R. Meir says, in either case an egg's bulk. R. Judah says, in either case an olive's bulk. But the sages say, an olive's bulk of hallowed flesh or an egg's bulk of hametz. 4. Where the custom is to do work until midday on the day before Passover they may do so. Where the custom is not to do work, they may not work. If a man went from a place where they do so to a place where they do not, or from a place where they do not to a place where they do, to him is applied the more stringent use of the place which he has left. 5. And the more stringent use of the place to which he has gone. But let no man behave differently from local use, lest it lead to conflict. 2. In like manner if a man brought 7th year produce from a place where it is come to an end to a place where it is not come to an end, or from a place where it has not come to an end to a place where it has come to an end, he is under obligation to remove it. 6. R. Judah says, they say to him, 7. Do thou thyself also go and fetch it. 83. Where registered sign the custom is to sell small cattle to Gentiles, they may sell them. Where the custom is not to sell them, they may not sell them. And nowhere may they sell them large cattle, calves, or foals, whole or maimed. Our Judah permits a maimed beast to be sold, and Ben Bethera permits a horse for. Where the custom is to eat flesh roast on the nights of Passover, they may eat it so. Where the custom is not to eat it roast, they may not eat it so. Where the custom is to kindle the lamp on the nights of the Day of Atonement, they may do so. Where the custom is not to kindle it, they may not do so, but they may kindle it in synagogues, houses of study, dark alleys, and over sick persons. 5. Where the custom is to do work on the 9th of Ab, they may do so. Where the custom is not to do work, they may not work, but everywhere the disciples of the sages cease from work. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, a man should always behave as a disciple of the sages. Moreover, the sages say, in Judea they used to do work until midday on the eves of Passover, but in Galilee they used to do nothing at all. In what concerns the night, between the 13th and 14th of Nisan, the school of Shammai forbid any work, but the school of Hillel permitted until sunrise. One that had formed part of an offering. Even the lesser holy things become invalid if taken out of Jerusalem. CZ 14:1 Mount Scopus, the hill northeast of Jerusalem, on the northern road, from which the city first becomes visible. 3 cf. Oral 21, Pes 7, Z 12, P 582, N 8, Mid-I, par 3 feet. The actual temple structure. In the Talmud it is variously explained as a place in the Temple Mount, the whole of the Temple Mount, and a tower in the Temple Mount. Red diamonds card suit. And not wood of his own s in case he should return 6 cf. Shebi 9 Some texts omit they say to him. 8 Ironical. Such produces no more found locally in the fields Azar 1. 6. Our Mayor says, whatsoever work a man has begun before the 14th he may finish on the 14th, but he may not begin it from the beginning on the 14th even though he was able to finish it. But the sages say, 3 craftsmen may do work until midday on the eve of Passover, and these are they: tailors, barbers, and washermen. Our Jose B. R. Judah says, shoemakers also 7. They may set up hen co-ops on the 14th, and if a brooding hen escaped it may be restored to its place, and if it died another may be made to sit in its stead. They may clear away, refuse, beneath the feet of cattle on the 14th, and during the feast one they may clear it away to the sides of the stall. They may take utensils to the house of a craftsman and bring them away even though they are not needful for the feast. 8. The men of Jericho did 6 things: 2 for 3 they reproved them, and for 3 they did not reprove them. And these are the things for which they did not reprove them. They grafted palms on the 14th of Nisan, the whole day. They did not make the prescribed divisions in the Shema 3. They reaped and stacked before the Omer 4, and they did not reprove them. And these are the things for which they reproved them. They permitted the use of Egyptian figs from stems that had been dedicated to the temple. They ate on the Sabbath fruit that lay fallen under the tree. 5 And they gave peak 6 from vegetables, and the sages reproved them. 7 5 1. The daily whole offering 8 was slaughtered at a half after the 8th hour, and offered up at a half after the 9th hour. But on the eve of Passover it was slaughtered at a half after the 7th hour and offered up at a half after the 8th hour, whether it was a weekday or the Sabbath. If the eve of Passover fell on the eve of a Sabbath, it was slaughtered at a half after the 6th hour and offered up at a half after the 7th hour. And after this, the Passover offering was slaughtered. 2. If a Passover offering was slaughtered but under some other name. 9. Or if its blood was received, conveyed, and tossed, but under some other name, or under its own name, and then under some other name, or under some other name, and then under its own name, it becomes invalid. How can it be treated under its own name and then under some other name, if, to wit, it was treated first under the name of a Passover offering and then under the name of a peace offering? And how can it be treated first under some other name and then under its own name? If, to wit, it was treated first under the name of a peace offering and then under the name of a Passover offering. 3. If it was slaughtered for such as cannot eat of it. 10. Or for such as were not numbered one among them that should eat of it, or for the uncircumcised. 12. 1. I.e. during the mid-festival days. CP 207, N 19. 1. That were unlawful equals C. Bur 2 Menaik, App I 31. It may have fallen on the Sabbath itself and so be forbidden. 6 Lev 19:9. CPI registered signed 7. Many texts add the following Bereta, i.e. teaching not included in the Mishnah, but related to and contemporary with the teachings of the Mishnah, and recorded in the Gemara. The present Bereta is taken from Pes 563. 6 things did King Hezekiah. With 3 they consented and with 3 they did not consent. He dragged the bones of his father on a bed of ropes, and they consented. He ground small the bronze serpent, and they consented. He hid away the scroll of healings, and they consented. With 3 things they did not consent. He cut in pieces the doors of the sanctuary and sent them to the king of Assyria, and they did not consent. He stopped up the water of the upper Gihon, and they did not consent. He intercalated Nisan with Nisan, and they did not consent. Of the evening, see Num 281 and Tractate Talmud, cf below. 101. 9 C Zebai 110 C Pes 8 feet 11 C Pes 8. Or the unclean. 1 It is not valid, but if both for such as can and for such as cannot eat of it, or both for such as have and for such as have not been numbered among them that should eat of it, or both for the uncircumcised and for the circumcised, or both for the unclean and for the clean, it is valid. If it was slaughtered before midday it is invalid, for it is written, between the evenings. 2 If it was slaughtered before the daily whole offering it is valid, provided that someone stir up its blood until the blood of the daily whole offering has been tossed. 3 But if it was tossed before, it is valid. 4. If a man slaughters the Passover offering with hametz in his possession, he transgresses a negative command. Our Judah says, also, if he so slaughters the daily whole offering after midday on the 14th. Our Simeon says, if a man slaughters the Passover offering on the 14th under its own name, while he was near to hametz, he is culpable, but if under some other name he is not culpable. And for all other offerings, whether slaughtered under their own name or not, a man does not become culpable. During the feast itself if he slaughtered it under its own name, he is not culpable, but if under some other name, he is culpable, while for all other offerings, whether slaughtered under their own name or not, he is culpable, except for a sin offering 5 which has been slaughtered under some other name. 5. The Passover offering was slaughtered by the people, in 3 groups, for it is written, and the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall slaughter it. 6. Assembly, congregation and Israel. When the first group entered in and the temple court 7 was filled, the gates of the temple court were closed. On the shofar, a sustained, a quavering, and again a sustained blast 8 were blown. The priests stood in rows and in their hands were basins of silver and basins of gold. In one row all the basins were of silver and in another row all the basins were of gold. They were not mixed up together, nor had the basins bases, lest the priests should set them down and the blood congeal. 6. An Israelite slaughtered his own offering and the priest caught the blood. The priest passed the basin to his fellow, and he to his fellow, each receiving a full basin and giving back an empty one. The priest nearest to the altar tossed the blood in one action against the base of the altar. 7. When the first group went out the second group came in, and when the second group went out the third group came in. As the rite was performed with the first group so was it performed with the second and the third. In the meantime the Levites sang the Hallel. 9 If they finished it, they sang it anew, and if they finished it a second time they sang it a third time, although it never happened that they thrice completed it. Our Judah says, never during the turn of the third group did they reach so far as I love the Lord because he hath heard my voice. 10 Since the folk in that group were but few. 8. As the rite was performed on a weekday so was it performed on a Sabbath, save that the priests swilled the temple court, which was not with the consent of the sages. Our Judah says, they used to fill a cup with the mingled blood that was spilled, and toss it in one action against the altar. But the sages did not agree with him. 1 Num 9 1 x 12 3 see below. 5. P 468, N 15, x 34 5 Zebai 1, 6 x 12 7 CP 589. N11. 8 CF. Suck S. RSH 4 feet PSS 113-18. 10 PN 6 feet 11 after all had slaughtered their offerings. This made valid any of the offerings whose blood had not been rightly treated. 9. How did they hang up the carcasses and flay them? There were iron hooks fixed in the walls and pillars, and on these they used to hang the carcasses and flay them. And if any had no place where to hang and flay, there were thin smooth staves which a man could put on his own and his fellow's shoulder and so hang and flay his offering. R. Eliezer says, if the 14th fell on a Sabbath, a man would rest his hand on his fellow's shoulder, while the hand of his fellow rested on his shoulder, and so would they hang and flay their offerings. 2:10. When he had slit the carcass and removed the sacrificial portions. 3. He put them on a tray and the priest burned them on the altar. When the first group went out, they remained within the temple mount. If the 14th fell on a Sabbath, and the second group in the rampart. 4. And the third group remained where they were, within the temple court. After nightfall they went out and roasted their Passover offerings. 6. 1. These acts pertaining to the Passover offering override the Sabbath, slaughtering it, tossing its blood, scraping its entrails, and burning its fat pieces. But the roasting of it and rinsing its entrails do not override the Sabbath, carrying it to the temple, and bringing it from outside to within the Sabbath limit, and cutting off a wen from the carcass, do not override the Sabbath. R. Eliezer says, they do override it too. R. Eliezer said, is not that the inference, if slaughtering, which comes within the category of work, 5 overrides the Sabbath, may not those things override the Sabbath which come only within the category of Sabbath rest? 6. R. Joshua said to him, a festival day affords proof. 7. For on it they have permitted acts which come within the category of work and have forbidden acts which come within the category of Sabbath rest. 8. R. Eliezer said to him, what is this, Joshua? How can a voluntary act be any proof concerning an obligatory act? 9. R. Akiba answered and said, sprinkling with the sin offering water. 10. Affords proof, for it is obligatory, it comes within the category of Sabbath rest, yet it cannot override the Sabbath. Wonder not that these other acts also, although they are obligatory and come within the category of Sabbath rest, do not override the Sabbath. R. Eliezer said to him, thereon, too, do I base my inference. If slaughtering, which comes within the category of work, overrides the Sabbath, should not sprinkling the sin offering water override the Sabbath in that it only comes within the category of Sabbath rest? R. Akiba said to him, nay, on the contrary, if sprinkling the sin offering water, which only comes within the category of Sabbath rest, does not override the Sabbath, does it not follow that slaughtering, which comes under the category of work, cannot override the Sabbath? R. Eliezer said to him, see mid 3. But the halakha is not according to him. It was permitted to move the staves about on the Sabbath, since the rabbinical rules of the Sabbath rest, as distinct from work which is forbidden by Scripture, did not apply in the temple. Cf. Arabio. R. Also the slaughtering of the Passover offering overrides the Sabbath as the parts specified in Lev 3-4. See mid 2J5 such as Scripture forbids. See Shab 7 feet. 6 extra restrictions imposed by rabbinical authority only. See Arab 2. 7 by X exclamation point 2L. The preparing of necessary food is permissible on a festival day. See Betz 5-9. On a festival day slaughtering is voluntary, but at Passover it is compulsory. 19. See Num 19:18, especially V19. CFP 697. And 3. If the third or seventh day falls on a Sabbath, by rabbinical ruling the sprinkling is forbidden. It is obligatory in that unless the unclean person has received the prescribed sprinklings he cannot slaughter the Passover lambs. Akiba, wouldest thou uproot what is written in the law, between the evenings in its appointed time? 2. Whether this be a weekday or a Sabbath? He answered, Rabbi, bring me an appointed time, enjoined in the Scriptures, for these acts equal, in its explicitness, to the appointed time, enjoined, for slaughtering the Passover offering. R. Akiba laid down a general rule. 3. Whatsoever work for can be done on the day before the Sabbath cannot override the Sabbath. Slaughtering which cannot be done on the day before the Sabbath overrides the Sabbath. 3. When may a man bring also a free will festal offering? 5. When the Passover offering is offered on a weekday, and in cleanness, and is insufficient, but when it is offered on a Sabbath, or is sufficient, or is offered in uncleanness, none may bring a free will festal offering. 4. The free will festal offering may be taken from the sheep or from the oxen, from the lambs or from the goats, from the males or from the females, and consumed during 2 days and 1 night. 6.5. If on the Sabbath a man slaughtered a Passover offering under some other name, he is thereby liable to a sin offering. 7. With any other animal offering, if it was slaughtered as a Passover offering and was not fitted for the Passover offering, he is culpable. 8 And if it was fitted, our Eleazar declares him liable to a sin offering, but our Joshua declares him exempt. Our Eleazar said, what if the Passover offering is permitted to be slaughtered on the Sabbath, when it is slaughtered under its own name, though a man is culpable if he slaughtered it under some other name? Is not the inference that, with other animal offerings, which, in any wise are forbidden 9, to be slaughtered on the Sabbath, even when slaughtered under their own name, a man is culpable if he slaughtered them under some other name? Our Joshua answered, knowest thou arguest of the Passover offering that was slaughtered under some other and forbidden name? Wouldest thou argue of other animal offerings that were slaughtered under some other but permitted name? Our Eleazar said to him, the public offerings 10 afford proof, since they are permitted when slaughtered on the Sabbath, under their own name, yet he that slaughters other offerings under that name, on the Sabbath, is culpable. Our Joshua answered, knowest thou arguest concerning public offerings, whose number has a limit? Wouldest thou argue concerning the Passover offerings whose number has no limit? Our Meir says, howbeit he that slaughters other animal offerings on the Sabbath, under the name of the public offerings is not culpable. 6. If a man slaughtered the Passover offering on the Sabbath, for such as could not eat of it, or for such as were not numbered among them that should eat of it, or for the uncircumcised or the unclean, he is culpable. But if both for such as could and for such as could not eat of it, or both for cf. Hor: 3, 2 Num 93, 3 Shab 19 feet, Menat 3, arising from the Passover offering, Het Hayaga, but it is not identical with the compulsory offering, Ratiaya, dealt with in the tractate Hayaga. The offering here spoken of was intended to supplement if need be the meal on the night of Passover. Unlike the Passover offering itself, the slaughtering of it does not override the Sabbath or the laws of cleanness. See below. 7:4 i.e. on the 14th and 15th, and the night between them, whereas the Passover lamb must be a male from the sheep or the goats, and eaten during the night of the 15th. 7 Lev 4, a. It does not, like the Passover offering, override the Sabbath liable to a sin offering, i.e. in a category I of offering forbidden to be slaughtered on the Sabbath. 10 Such as the daily whole offering, such as were and for such as were not numbered among them that should eat of it, or both for the circumcised and for the uncircumcised, or both for the clean and for the unclean, he is not culpable. If he slaughtered it and it was found to have a blemish, he is culpable. If he slaughtered it and it was found to be tarifa one within, he is not culpable. If he slaughtered it and it then became known that the owners had withdrawn from sharing in the eating of it or had died or had contracted uncleanness, he is not culpable, since he had slaughtered it permissibly. 7. 1. How do they roast one the Passover offering? They bring a skewer of pomegranate wood and thrust it through from its mouth to its buttocks, laying its legs and its entrails inside it. So our Jose the Galilean, our Akiba says, that would be of the nature of cooking 3, but, rather, they hang them outside it too. The Passover offering is roasted neither on a metal spit nor on a grill. Our Zadok said, Rabban Gamaliel once said to his slave Tabby, go and roast the Passover offering for us on the grill. If it touched the earthenware of the oven, that part must be pared away, for if some of its juice dripped onto the earthenware and dripped again on part of the carcass, that part must be taken away. If some of its juice dripped onto the flour, he must take a handful away from that place, and bum it. 3. If it had been basted with heave offering oil, they may eat it if they are a company of priests, but if they were Israelites. 5. It must be rinsed if it was raw, and if roasted the surface must be pared off. If a man basted it with second tithe oil, its value may not be charged to the members of the company, since second tithe may not be sold in Jerusalem. 6. 4. 5 things may be offered in uncleanness, but they may not be eaten in uncleanness. The omer. 7. The 2 loaves of Pentecost. 8. The showbread. 9. The peace offerings of the congregation. 10. And the goats offered at the new moon. If the Passover offering is offered in uncleanness, it may also be eaten in uncleanness, since from the beginning it was offered only to be eaten. 5. If the flesh contracted uncleanness but the fat continued clean, the blood is not tossed against the base of the altar. If the fat contracted uncleanness but the flesh continued clean, the blood is tossed, but it is not so with the other offerings, for even if the flesh contracted uncleanness and only the fat continued clean, the blood may be tossed. 6. If the congregation or the greater part thereof contracted uncleanness, or if the priests were unclean but the congregation clean, The Passover may be kept in uncleanness, if the lesser part of the congregation contracted uncleanness. They that are clean keep the first Passover, and they that are unclean the second. 12:7. If the blood of a Passover offering had been tossed against the base of the altar, and it was afterward known that it was unclean, the high priest's frontlet affects acceptance. 13. But if the person of any of the partakers was unclean, the frontlet does not affect acceptance, because they 1 Appi 47. 2. In fulfillment of the terms of X 12:2, since its entrails and legs were, as it were, laid in a pot, because it was not directly roast with fire but by the heat of the oven side, so, 2, with the juice that had touched the side. 5. I.e. non-priests. 6 CMSH 11. 1 Appi 31. Lev 23 inches X 25. Lev 24. Men 11. Lev 231 11 Num 281 12 Num 9 U. P 9. Have said, for the Nazirite one and for him that keeps the Passover, the frontlet affects acceptance where there is uncleanness of the blood, but the frontlet does not affect acceptance where there is uncleanness of the partaker's person. If a man contracted uncleanness by uncleanness from the deep, 2. The frontlet affects acceptance. 8. If the whole or the greater part of the Passover offering contracted uncleanness, it must be burnt before the biraj with wood for the altar hearth. If the lesser part, or what remained over, for contracted uncleanness, they may burn it in their own courtyards or on their own roofs with their own wood. The niggardly burn it before the biraj to enjoy the use of the wood for the altar hearth. 9. If the Passover offering was taken out of Jerusalem, or contracted uncleanness, it must be burnt at once. If its owners contracted uncleanness or died, its appearance must be spoiled. 5. And it must be burnt on the 16th of Nisan. R. Johanan B. Baroka says, this, too, should be burnt at once, since there is none to eat thereof. 10. The bones and sinews and what remains over must be burnt on the 1/6. If the 1/6 falls on a Sabbath, they must be burnt on the 17th, since they override neither the Sabbath nor a festival day. 11. All that can be eaten of a full-grown ox can be eaten of a small kid, even the ends of the shoulder blades and the gristly parts. If a man breaks a bone 6 of a clean Passover offering, he incurs the 40 stripes. 7. But if he suffers aught to remain from a clean Passover offering, or breaks a bone of one that is unclean, he does not incur the 40 stripes. 12. If the limb of a Passover offering projected outside 8, the wall of Jerusalem, it must be cut away until the bone is reached, and the flesh then pared off until the joint is reached, and then it may be cut off. With other offerings it may be chopped off with a chopper, since they do not come under the rule of the breaking of a bone. From the jamb of the door inwards counts as inside, and from the jamb of the door outwards counts as outside. The windows and the thickness of the wall count as inside. 13. If 2 companies ate the Passover offering in the one room, these should eat with their faces turned in one direction, and the others should eat with their faces turned in the other direction, with the kettle 9 between them. And when the servant 10 stands up to mix the cups of the other company, he should close his mouth and turn his face the other way until he, again, reaches his own company and goes on eating, and a bride should turn her face aside while she eats. 8. 1. If a woman was living in her husband's house and her husband slaughtered the Passover offering for her, and her father slaughtered for her, she shall eat from that of her husband. If she went to keep the first feast 11 in her father's house, and her father slaughtered for her and her husband slaughtered for her, she shall eat it in which place she will. An orphan for whom many guardians have slaughtered may eat it in which one Num 612 from a hidden or unsuspected grave. Cf. Nas G. Par 3. 3 CP 140. N3. 4x 12 inches 3 CF. Pes 9 feet. Shek 7. Zeb 86x 12. Num 97 C Mac 3. On the 14th, or on the night of the 15th, outside the house where it is being eaten, it offends against X 124:9, in which the water is one for mixing with the wine. 10. Who shares with one company and serves both 11 after her marriage place he will. A slave belonging to joint holders may not eat from the Passover offering of both. He that is half slave and half free may first not eat from that of his master. 2. If a man said to his slave, "Go and slaughter the Passover offering for me," and he slaughtered a kid, the master may eat of it, and if he slaughtered a lamb he may eat of it. If he slaughtered both a kid and a lamb he should eat of the first that was slaughtered. If he forgot what his master told him, whether it should be a kid or a lamb, what should he do? let him slaughter a lamb and a kid and say, if my master told me to slaughter a kid, let the kid be his and let the lamb be mine, and if he told me to slaughter a lamb, let the lamb be his and let the kid be mine. If his master forgot what he told him, they must both go forth to the place of burning, but they are exempt from keeping the second Passover. 3. If a man said to his sons, I will slaughter the Passover offering for whichsoever of you shall first come up to Jerusalem, so soon as one has put his head and the greater part of his body inside Jerusalem, he has gained his portion, and he must grant portions to his brothers also. Others may always be received within the number so long as there remains an olive's bulk of the Passover offering for each one. They may be received within the number and withdraw from it until such time as it is slaughtered. R. Simeon says, until the blood is about to be tossed on his behalf. 4. If a man invited others to share with him in his portion, the other members of the company have the right to give him only what belongs to him, and he, with them that he has invited, eats of what belongs to him while the others eat of what belongs to them. 5. If a man that had a flux 2 suffered 2 issues, they may slaughter for him on his 7th day. 3. If he suffered 3, they may slaughter for him on his 8th day. A woman that awaits day against day. 4. For her they may slaughter on her 2nd day. If she suffered flows for 2 days, for her they may slaughter on the 3rd day. A woman that had a flux. 5. For her they may slaughter on her 8th day. 6. They may slaughter for one that mourns his near kindred. 6. Or for one that clears away a ruin. 7. So, 2. For one whom they have promised to bring out of prison, for a sick man, or for an aged man that is able to eat an olive's bulk. For none of these in particular may they slaughter, lest they cause the Passover offering to become invalid. 8. Therefore if aught befell any of them to make them ineligible, they are exempt from keeping the second Passover, excepting him that clears away a ruin, since he was liable to become unclean from the first 7. They may not slaughter the Passover offering for one person. So R. Judah, but R. Jose permits it. They may not slaughter it even for one. See Git 4J2 Lev, is 1-5, Lev 1513. Red Diamonds Card Suit. Meg Z, Hor I5, Nid 4 feet, Zod 1. A menstruant who suffered an issue during the 11 days between one fixed period and the next, and having immersed herself on the next day, awaits a complete day free of a flow, after which she is deemed clean. Thus on her 2nd day, if this begins on Passover night, she may eat of the Passover offering. Lev 15 inches registered sign 6. He is forbidden to eat of hallowed things. Cf. Duke 26. Throughout the day in which his father, mother, brother, sister, son, daughter, or wife have died, also, by rabbinical authority only, throughout the following night, and the following day also if the burial is delayed until then. 7. To rescue one who may be found dead, so rendering the rescuer unclean. Cf. Yom 87. 8. The Munich Codex adds, but they may slaughter for them together with others. Cs. Because the offering was valid when its blood was tossed. A company of 100 that are not able to eat an olive's bulk, nor may a company be made up of women, slaves, and minors. 3. He that mourns his near kindred may, after he has immersed himself, eat the Passover offering in the evening, but he may not eat of other hallowed things. 1. If a man heard of the death of one of his near kindred or caused the bones of his dead to be gathered together. 2. He may, after he has immersed himself, eat of hallowed things. The school of Shammai say 3. If a man became a proselyte on the day before Passover, he may immerse himself and consume his Passover offering in the evening. And the school of Hillel say, he that separates himself from his uncircumcision is as one that separates himself from a grave. 4-9. 1. If any man shall be unclean, or be in a journey afar off. 5. And he has not kept the first Passover, let him keep the second. If through error or constraint he did not keep the first, i.e. him keep the second. If so, why is it said, if any man shall be unclean, or in a journey afar off? Because these are not punishable by extirpation, but others are punishable by extirpation too. What counts as a journey afar off, beyond Modiaith, 6 or a like distance in any direction. So R. Akiba, R. Eliezer says, beyond the threshold of the temple court. R. Jose said, therefore there is a point over the Hef as if to say, not because it is indeed afar off, but only as far off as beyond the threshold of the temple court. 3. Wherein does the first Passover differ from the second? To the first apply the prohibitions, it shall not be seen and it shall not be found, whereas at the second a man may have both unleavened bread and hametz with him in the house. At the eating of the first, the Hallel 9 must be sung. But at the eating of the second, the Hallel need not be sung. Both require the Hallel to be sung while they are preparing, and both are eaten roast with unleavened bread and bitter herbs, and both override the Sabbath. 4. If the Passover offering was offered in uncleanness, 10 men or women that suffer of flux or menstruance, 1 or women after childbirth may 12th not eat thereof. Yet if they ate thereof they are not punishable by extirpation. 1-3 R. Eliezer declares them exempt even if, in like case, 14 they enter the temple. 5. Wherein does the Passover of Egypt 15 differ from the Passover of the generations 16, that followed after? At the Passover of Egypt the lamb was got on the 10th of Nisan. Sprinkling of the blood with a bunch of hyssop was required on the lintel and on the 2 side posts, and it was eaten in CP 55, N 16. 1 About a year after burial in a rock sepulchre the bones were gathered together out of the tomb niche cm cot 5, and deposited in an ossuary, a small stone or earthenware casket 3 edui 5j. 4 And needs to be sprinkled, see above, p 143, n 10, on the 3rd and 7th days following, before he becomes clean. 5 c num 9 1. 6 Also Modath, Modiine, cs Maccabees 1. Perhaps the modern Mediah 17 miles northwest of Jerusalem. The Talmud describes it as 15 miles, each of 2,000 cubits, from Jerusalem. 7 The last letter in the Hebrew word rendered afar off. The point is reproduced in the present Masoretic text. C.C.D. Ginsburg, Introduction to the Masoretico-Critical Edition of the Hebrew Bible, London, 1897, pages 318 ffx is 1, 13 feet. 9 See above, 5 feet, see above, 7 11 Levi 51, FL 11 Lev 121 1 Lev 7 WT When the Passover is offered in uncleanness, see num 19 inches. 5 As ordained in X 6 As ordained in XI 2 L 4. Haste and during one night, 1 Whereas the Passover of the generations that followed after, continued throughout 7 days 6. R. Joshua said, I have heard a tradition that a substitute too for the Passover offering can be offered, and, also, that a substitute for the Passover offering cannot be offered, and I cannot explain it. R. Akiba said, I will explain it. If a Passover offering, that had been lost, was found before the slaughtering of the substituted Passover offering, it must be left to pasture until it suffers a blemish, when it must be sold and a peace offering offered with the price thereof, and so, too, with its substitute. But if it was found after the slaughtering of the substituted Passover offering, it can itself be offered as a peace offering, and so, too, with its substitute. 7. If a man set aside a female as his Passover offering, or a male 2 years old, it must be left to pasture until it suffers a blemish, when it must be sold and a peace offering offered with the price thereof. If a man set aside his Passover offering and then died, his son after him may not offer it as a Passover offering but as a peace offering. 8. If a Passover offering was confused with other animal offerings, 3 They must all be left to pasture until they suffer a blemish, when they must be sold and an offering of the one kind offered with the price of the best among them, and an offering of the other kind offered with the price of the best among them, and the added cost let him lose from his own substance. For if it was confused with firstlings, R. Simeon says, if they belonged to a company of priests they must all be consumed during the night of Passover. 9. If a company lost their Passover offering and said to one of their number, Go and seek out and slaughter us another, and he went and sought out and slaughtered one, while they also took and slaughtered another, if it was his that was first slaughtered, he eats of his, and they eat of his with him, and if it was theirs that was first slaughtered, they eat of theirs and he eats of his. But if it is not known which of them was first slaughtered, or if they were slaughtered both at the same time, then he eats of his, and they do not eat with him, and theirs goes forth to the place of burning, but they are exempt from keeping the second Passover. If he said to them, If I delay, go ye and slaughter for me, and then he went and sought out and slaughtered one, while they also took and slaughtered another, if it was theirs that was first slaughtered, they eat of theirs and he eats with them, and if it was his that was first slaughtered, he eats of his and they eat of theirs. But if it is not known which of them was first slaughtered, or if they were slaughtered both at the same time, then they eat of theirs and he does not eat with them, and his goes forth to the place of burning, but he is exempt from keeping the second Passover. If he said to them and they said to him that all would eat of the first, that should be slaughtered, and it is not known which of them was first slaughtered, they both go forth to the place of burning. If he said not to them and they said not to him, they need have no regard the one to the other. 10. If the Passover offerings of two companies were confused, these draw one of them and the others draw one of them, then a member of one. The Gemara, 96b, points out that there is here a lacuna in the Mishnah which should state that the prohibition of leavened bread lasted in the Passover of Egypt but one day, whereas, etc. See Lev 27 inches. See Tractate Temura. J. Guilt offerings or whole offering. Red Diamonds Card Suit. Cf. Zeb 8. This company comes to the other company, and a member of the other company comes to this company, and they speak thus: if this Passover offering is ours, do thou withdraw thyself from thine own and be counted in with ours, and if this Passover offering is thine, we withdraw ourselves from our own and are counted in with thine. So also is it with, even, 5 companies of 5 or 10 members each. 1 of the confused Passover offerings is drawn by each company, and they speak in like fashion. 2 if the Passover offerings of 2 persons were confused, they each draw one of them and each appoints a partner from the street and each comes to the other, and they speak thus: if this Passover offering belongs to me, do thou withdraw thyself from thine and be counted in with mine, and if this Passover offering is thine, I will withdraw myself from mine and be counted in with thine. 10 on the eve of Passover, from about the time of the evening offering, a man must eat not until nightfall. Even the poorest in Israel must not eat unless he sits down to table, and they must not give them less than 4 cups of wine to drink, even if it is from the paupers. Dish. 2. After they have mixed him his first cup, the school of Shammai say, he says the benediction first over the day and then the benediction over the wine, and the school of Hillel say, he says the benediction first over the wine and then the benediction over the day. 3. When food 4 is brought before him, he eats it seasoned with lettuce until he is come to the breaking of bread. 5 They bring before him unleavened bread and lettuce and the hariseth. Although haroset is not a religious obligation, R. Eliezer Br. Zadok says, it is a religious obligation. 7 And in the holy city 8 They used to bring before him the body of the Passover offering. 4 They then mix him the second cup, and here the son asks his father, and if the son has not enough understanding, his father instructs him how to ask, why is this night different from other nights? For on other nights we eat seasoned food once, but this night twice. On other nights we eat leavened or unleavened bread, but this night all is unleavened. 9 On other nights we eat flesh roast, stewed, or cooked, but this night all is roast. 10 And according to the understanding of the son, his father instructs him. He begins with the disgrace and ends with the glory, and he expounds from a wandering Aramean was my father until he finishes the whole section. 11:5 Rabban Gamaliel used to say, whosoever has not said the verses 2 concerning these 3 things at Passover has not fulfilled his obligation. And these are they: Passover, unleavened bread, and bitter herbs. Passover, because God passed over the houses of our fathers in Egypt. 1 See Num 28. See above 5 feet cf. P 87. 3G Bur 8. Red Diamonds Card Suit. Some texts add vegetables and lettuce. 5 Sobert. Variant, the bread condiment parpareth, as in Bur 6s, ob 3 inches, i.e. the bitter herbs. 6 Made of nuts and fruit pounded together and mixed with vinegar. The bitter herbs were dipped into this to mitigate their bitterness. Some texts add, and 2 cooked dishes. 7 To recall, by its appearance, the mortar out of which the Israelites made bricks in Egypt lit, temple, CMSHI. Some texts add, on other nights we eat all other manner of vegetables, but this night bitter herbs. 10 Some texts add, on other nights we dip but once, but this night twice. Duke 26x 71. Unleavened bread, because our fathers were redeemed from Egypt. Bitter herbs, because the Egyptians embittered the lives of our fathers in Egypt. In every generation a man must so regard himself as if he came forth himself out of Egypt. For it is written, and thou shalt tell thy son in that day, saying, it is because of that which the Lord did for me when I came forth out of Egypt. 1 Therefore are we bound to give thanks, to praise, to glorify, to honor, to exalt, to extol, and to bless him who wrought all these wonders for our fathers and for us. He brought us out from bondage to freedom. from sorrow to gladness, and from mourning to a festival day, and from darkness to great light, and from servitude to redemption. So let us say before him the Hallelujah. 6. How far do they recite the Hallel? The school of Shammai say, to a joyful mother of children's, and the school of Hillel say, to a flint stone into a springing well. 4. And this is concluded. 5. With the Julazar Tarfon says, he that redeemed us and redeemed our fathers from Egypt and brought us to this night to eat therein unleavened bread and bitter herbs. But there is no concluding benediction. 7. Akiba adds, therefore, O Lord our God and the God of our fathers, bring us in peace to the other set feasts and festivals which are coming to meet us, while we rejoice in the building up of thy city and are joyful in thy worship, and may we eat there of the sacrifices and of the Passover offerings whose blood has reached with acceptance the wall of thy altar, and let us praise thee. 8. For our redemption and for the ransoming of our soul, blessed art thou, O Lord, who hast redeemed Israel. 7. After they have mixed for him the third cup, he says the benediction over his meal. Over a fourth cup, he completes the Hallel and says after it the benediction over song. If he is minded to drink more between these cups he may drink, only between the third and the fourth cups he may not drink. 8. After the Passover meal they should not disperse to join in revelry. 0. If some fell asleep during the meal, they may eat again, but if all fell asleep they may not eat again. Our Jose says, if they but dozed they may eat again, but if they fell into deep sleep they may not eat again. 9. After midnight the Passover offering renders the hands unclean. 10. The refuse 1 and remnant 12 make the hands unclean. If a man has said the benediction over the Passover offering, it renders needless a benediction over any other animal offering. 13. That he eats, but if he said the benediction over any other animal offering, it does not render needless the benediction over the Passover offering. So our Ishmael, our Akiba says, neither of them renders the other needless. 1x 13. This whole sentence is omitted by older sources, usually referred to as the Hallel, i.e. PSS 113:18. See above. 3. End of Ps 113. End of Ps 114. When Israel came out of Egypt. 3 lit. Sealed. Cf. Ber. I. 4 lit. Redemption, i.e. a benediction recounting God's redemption of his people out of the hands of the Egyptians. 7. As in the following version by our Akiba. 8. Some texts add, with a new song. 4. Heb. Epikomen. Tiri kilometers Iov. Cf. Is 30 inches. The joy of the Passover meal with its solemn symbolism must not degenerate into an ordinary convivial gathering. The traditional interpretation, however, is, they may not finish with dessert. 10 feet could be eaten only until midnight. CZ 5. X 12 inches only forbids it to remain until the morning. Cf. Ber Il 11 lit. Abomination. Levu. 197. Cf. Z2. 3. Men 1. 1 Lev 7 inches. 19. The free will festal offering spoken of above. 63. Shekalim. The shekel dues. 1. 1. On the first day of Adar 1 they give warning of the shekel dues to and against the sowing of diverse kinds. 3. On the 15th thereof they read the Megillah. 4 inches walled cities and repair the paths and roads. 5. And pools of water. 6. And perform all public needs and mark the graves. 7. And they also go forth to give warning against diverse kinds. 2. Our Judah said, at first they used to root them out and cast them down before the owner, but when transgressors grew many they used to root them out and cast them down by the waysides. Later, they ordained that where diverse kinds grew, the whole field should be accounted ownerless property. 3. On the 15th thereof the tables of the money changers were set up in the provinces, and on the 25th thereof they were set up in the temple. After they were set up in the temple they began to exact pledges. 8. From whom did they exact pledges? From Levites, Israelites, proselytes, and freed slaves, but not from women, slaves, or minors. If the father had begun to pay the shekel on behalf of his son that was a minor, he may never again cease to pay it. They did not exact pledges from the priests, in the interests of peace. 9:4. Our Judah said, Ben Bukri testified at Jabna that if a priest paid the shekel he committed no sin. Rabban Johanan B. Zakkai answered, not so, but, rather, if a priest did not pay the shekel he committed sin. But the priests used to expound this scripture to their advantage. And every meat offering of the priest shall be wholly burned, it shall not be eaten. Degrees. Since the omer and the 2 loaves and the showbread are ours, how can they be eaten? 11:5. although they have said, they do not exact pledges from women, slaves, or minors. If they have paid the shekel, it is accepted of them. But if a Gentile or a Samaritan paid the shekel, it is not accepted of them, nor do they accept of them the burnt offerings of a man or woman that has a flux 12, or of a woman after childbirth 13, or sin offerings or guilt offerings. But they may accept of them vow offerings or free will offerings. This is the general rule. What is vowed or freely offered is accepted of them, but what is not vowed or freely offered is not accepted of them. And so is it expressly enjoined by Ezra, for it is written, "Ye have nothing to do with us to build a house unto our God." 1 Apia the half shekel, cx 30 liters, fl, due to the temple from every Israelite 20-year-old and upward before the it of Nisan each year. On and after the Ist of Nisan the public offerings may be brought only from the newly paid shekel dues. 3 CP 28, NI Book of Esther, C Meg ILB 5 after the winter rains, in readiness for the Passover pilgrimage. 6 to equip them as valid immersion pools. See Tractate Mikwaoth. 7 with lime. CMSH. S. Lest any become unclean by coming near them. Cf. Num 6 feet. 19 inches from such as had not paid. Cf. Git S1. The Jerusalem Talmud here reads, by reason of respect, Lev 6 inches 11, meaning that since these 3 meal offerings are brought as public offerings at the charges of the temple fund, which is maintained by the shekel contributions, the priests may not contribute to the temple fund. If they contributed to the cost of these meal offerings, they would need to be burned, and this would be contrary to scripture. Lev 15, U, TJ Lev 12, Ezra 4. 6. And these are they that are liable to surcharge. 1 Levites and Israelites. 2 and proselytes and freed slaves, but not priests, women, slaves, or minors. If a man paid the shekel on behalf of a priest or a woman or a slave or a minor, he is exempt. If he paid for himself and for his fellow, he is liable to but a single surcharge. Our Mayor says, a double surcharge. If a man gave a selah and took back a shekel, he is liable to a double surcharge. 7. If a man paid the shekel on behalf of a poor man or on behalf of his fellow or on behalf of a fellow townsman, he is exempt, but if he had lent it to them, he is liable. If brothers 4 that were joint holders are liable to surcharge. 5. They are exempt from tithe of cattle. 6. And if they are liable to tithe of cattle. 7. They are exempt from surcharge. And how much is the surcharge? A silver in so our Mayor, but the sages say, half a ma. 2. 1. Shekels may be changed into derricks. 6. Because of lightening a journey's load. Like as there were shofar chests 10 in the temple, so were there shofar chests in the provinces. If the people of a town sent their shekels to the temple, and they were stolen or lost, if teruma 11 had already been taken, the messengers swear an oath 12 before the treasurers, otherwise they swear an oath before the people of the town, and the people of the town must pay the shekel dues anew, if the dues that were lost were found again, or if the thieves restored them. These, too, are taken as shekel dues. 3. And they do not count in fulfillment of their obligation for the coming year. 2. If a man gave his shekel to his fellow to pay on his behalf and he paid it on his own behalf, if teruma had already been taken, he has committed sacrilege. 14. If a man paid a shekel from money that belonged to the temple, if teruma had already been taken and a sacrifice 5 offered, he has committed sacrilege. If it was from second tithe money or the price of 7th year produce, he must still consume produce of the like value. 16.3. If a man brought together coins and said, Lo, these are for my shekel, the school of Shammai say, the surplus falls also to the temple fund. 17. And the school of Hillel say, the surplus is free for common use. But if he said, these are for my sin offering, they agree that the surplus falls to the temple fund. But if he said, I will offer my sin offering from them, they agree that the surplus is free for common use. 4. Our Simeon said, wherein do shekel dues differ from a sin offering? The shekel dues have a prescribed limit, but the sin offering has number 1 compensation to the temple shekel collectors to reimburse them for any loss incurred in changing the shekels or half shekels into or out of other money. 1. Neither priests nor Levites. This is a frequent sense of Israelite throughout the Mishnah 3 Ap 2, A Hull, I, Beck 9 3. If they had divided their goods. 6. That were bomb when their goods were still undivided. 7. If they had not divided their goods. 8 Ap 2. A Persian gold coin worth about 16 shekels. 10. To receive the shekel dues. Shofar possibly refers to the tapering shape of these money chests. TC 31, and API 48. 3. This taking of a teruma imposes on the money so drawn upon the sanctity of temple property. 11. So becoming exempt from making restitution. CBM 3M valid for the current year. Red Diamonds card suit. Misappropriation of temple property. Lev 5. CP 573, N2. 13. Bought from the money taken in the teruma. 16. In the conditions prescribed for second tithe, MSH 2, or seventh year produce, Shebi 9. 17. Lit. For a free will offering. Prescribed limit. R. Judah says, shekel dues have also no prescribed limit, for when Israel returned from exile they used to pay the shekel in derricks. 1. Then they changed and paid the shekel in double shekels. 2. Then they changed and paid the shekel in shekel pieces, and then they sought to pay the shekel in denars. Sr. Simeon said, nevertheless the charge for all was equal, whereas for a sin offering one man offers the value of 1 selah, another 2 selahs, and another 3. 5. The surplus of money that had been assigned to shekel dues is free for common use, but the surplus of the price of the tenth of the ephah, 4, or of the bird offerings 5 of a man or woman that have a flocks, or of a woman after childbirth, or of sin offerings or guilt offerings, their surplus falls to the temple fund. This is the general rule. The surplus of what had been assigned as the price of a sin offering or a guilt offering falls to the temple fund. The surplus of money assigned to a whole offering must be used for a whole offering. The surplus of money assigned to a meal offering must be used for a meal offering. The surplus of money assigned to a peace offering must be used for a peace offering. The surplus of money assigned to a Passover offering must be used for a peace offering. The surplus of money assigned to Nazarites offerings must be used for other Nazarites offerings. The surplus of money assigned to 1 Nazarites offerings falls to the temple fund. The surplus of money collected for the poor must be used for the poor. The surplus of money collected for 1 poor man must be given to that poor man. The surplus of money collected to ransom captives must be used for other captives. The surplus of money collected to ransom 1 captive must also be used for that captive. The surplus of money collected to pay for the burial of the dead must be used for other dead. The surplus of money collected to pay for the burial of 1 dead person must be used for his heirs. R. Meir says, the surplus of money collected to pay for the burial of 1 dead person must be left until Elijah comes. R. Nathan says, it is used to build a monument over his grave. 3. 1. 3 times in the year did they take up terumah out of the shekel chamber, a half month before Passover, a half month before Pentecost, and a half month before the Feast of Tabernacles. And these same are the appointed seasons for the tithe of cattle. 7. So Akiba ben Azai says, on the 29th of Adar, and on the 1st of Siwan, and on the 29th of Ab. R. Eliezer and R. Simeon say, on the 1st of Nisan, on the 1st of Siwan, and on the 29th of Elul. Why did they say, on the 29th of Elul and not on the 1st of Tishri? Because that is a festival day 8 and it is not possible to tithe on a festival day, therefore they made it earlier, on the 29th of Elul 2, in 3 baskets, each holding 3 seahs. 9 did they take up terumah out of the shekel chamber, and on them was inscribed the letters, Aleph, Beth, and Gimel. R. Ishmael says, on them was inscribed in Greek, the 1 not the same as in 2. Perhaps a Persian silver coin of that name is intended. Litzell is equal in value to half a shekel. Some texts add, but these were not accepted of them. 4. Lev 5, LWSCP 152, NN 12, 13. 6. The word is that which is generally translated heave offering. Here it has no longer the restricted sense of the portions of harvested produce due to the priest. Cf. Ned 2. Cf. I $4, and Cf. above 2 feet. In modern Hebrew the word does duty for subscription. Contribution 1 Levi 4. C. Beck 98 CP 181, N11, App 2, D. Letters, Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. He that went in to take up terumah did not wear a sleeved cloak or shoes or sandals or phylacteries or an amulet, lest if he became poor men should say that he became poor through a sin against the shekel chamber, or if he became rich they should say that he became rich from the terumah taken up out of the shekel chamber. For a man must satisfy mankind even as he must satisfy God. For it is written, and be guiltless towards the Lord and towards Israel. And again it says, so shalt thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of God and man. 1:3. They of the house of Rabban Gamaliel 3 used to go in with their shekel between their fingers and throw it in front of him that took up teruma. And he that took up teruma was at pains to thrust it into the basket. He that took up teruma never took it up without saying, shall I take up terumav? And they thrice made answer, take up teruma, take up terumal, take up terumav. 4. After taking up the first teruma, he put a covering over the residue, and after the second he again put a cover over the residue, but after the third he put no covering over the residue, lest he should forget. And again take up teruma, from those shekels from which teruma had already been taken. He took up the first teruma on behalf of the land of Israel, and the second on behalf of the cities nearby, and the third on behalf of Babylon, Media, and the regions afar off. 4. 1. What did they do with the teruma? They bought therewith the daily whole offerings 4 and the additional whole offerings 5 and their drink offerings 6 the omer 7 and the 2 loaves 8 and the showbread 9 and all else needful 4. The offerings of the congregation. The guardians of the 7th year 10 aftergrowths 1 received their hire from the teruma of the shekel chamber. R. Jose says, he that was so minded could offer himself as guardian without hire. They answered, thou, too, sayest that these are offered only from public means. 2. The red heifer 12 and the scapegoat 13 and the crimson thread 14 were bought with the teruma from the shekel chamber. The causeway for the red heifer 15 and the causeway for the scapegoat 16 and the thread between its horns 17 the upkeep of the water channel 8 the city wall and the towers thereof and all the city's needs were provided from the residue 19 of the shekel chamber. Abbasal says, the causeway for the red heifer was built by the high priests at their own charges. 3. What did they do with the surplus of the residue of the shekel chamber? Wine, oil, and flour were bought therewith. 20 and the profit fell to the temple. So R. Ishmael, but R. Akiba says, they may not traffic with what belongs to the temple, nor with what belongs to the poor. 1 Nam. 32 L. J. Prov 3:1 to ensure that their shekel dues should be used directly for the temple offerings, and not be left as the residue. See below. 4 Num 28 the special offerings for Sabbaths, new moons, and festival days. Num 28. 91:44 and meal offerings 7 Lev 23 registered sign. App I 31. Lev 23:14. X 25. Lev 24 registered sign 10 Lev 2 SJ. Required for the Omer. 11 Num 191. See Tractate Para. Lev I 614. M registered sign 14 to distinguish between the two goats. Lev 16 registered sign. See Yom 4. Par 3 I Yom 6 17 Yom 6. Comma that flowed through the temple court. Yom 5. Zeb 8 feet registered sign. Turn 7. Tam 5. Mid 3. What was left after the teruma had been taken. J0 to be sold to those bringing private offerings. 4. What did they do with the surplus of the teruma? R. Golden plating for bedecking the Holy of Holies. R. Ishmael says, the surplus of the prophets 1-2 was devoted to offerings for the altar such time as it lay idle, and the surplus of the teruma was devoted to vessels of ministry. R. Akiba says, the surplus of the teruma was devoted to offerings for the altar such time as it lay idle, and the surplus from the drink offerings 3 was devoted to vessels of ministry. R. Hanina the prefect of the priests says, the surplus from the drink offerings was devoted to offerings for the altar such time as it lay idle, and the surplus of the teruma was devoted to vessels of ministry. Of these two neither admitted that profits were permissible. 5. What did they do with the surplus of the incense? 4. They set apart therefrom the hire of the craftsmen. 5. And, after they had redeemed it with the money due to the craftsmen, they gave it to the craftsmen as their hire, and bought it back from them again, with money, from the new teruma. If the new teruma came in due time they bought it back with new teruma, but if not, with old. 6. If a man dedicated his goods to the temple, even if there were among them things fit for the offerings of the congregation, they should be given to the craftsmen as their hire. So R. Akiba ben Azai said to him, that is not the manner prescribed. 6. But, rather, they used to set apart therefrom the hire of the craftsmen, and after they had redeemed them with the money due to the craftsmen, they gave them to the craftsmen as their hire and bought them back again, with money, from the new teruma. 7. If a man dedicated his goods to the temple, even if there were among them cattle, male and female, fit for the altar, R. Eliezer says, the male should be sold to them that need whole offerings and the female 7 to them that need peace offerings, and their price and the rest of the goods fall to the temple fund. R. Joshua says, the males themselves should be, forthwith, offered as whole offerings, and the female should be sold to them that need peace offerings, and with their price whole offerings should be offered, and the rest of the goods falls to the temple fund. R. Akiba says, I prefer the opinion of R. Eliezer to that of R. Joshua, for R. Eliezer applied his rule equally while R. Joshua made distinction. R. Papias said, I have heard a tradition that accords with both their opinions, that if a man dedicates his goods on explicit terms it is according to R. Eliezer's opinion, but if without terms, it is according to R. Joshua's opinion. 8. If a man dedicated his goods to the temple, even if there were among them things fit for the altar, wine, oil, flour, or birds, R. Eliezer says, 1. What was left after the purchase of the things specified in Par 1 and the beginning of Par 2. 1. On the wine, oil, and flour sold to those bringing private offerings 3c 5 an ordinary lunar year had 354 days and a leap year 384. Every year they prepared 368 mints of incense, a tradition handed down by Moses from Sinai, hence some years had a surplus. The consumption of incense was half a mina each morning and afternoon, and 3 minas more on the Day of Atonement, whereas there was a deficit for leap years. The problem was how to carry over 1 year's surplus without offending against the rule that, beginning with each first of Nisan, what was offered should be only from the newly taken teruma. Who compounded the incense, baked the showbread, and guarded the 7th year aftergrowth 6 according to the principle in the foregoing paragraph 7 since these could not be whole offerings Lev 1. They should be sold to them that need that kind of offering, and with their price whole offerings should be offered, and the rest of the goods falls to the temple fund. 9. Once in 30 days prices were assessed, anew, with the shekel chamber, if any had undertaken to provide flour at 4, Rio Aracela, and the price stood, that month, at 3, Caesacela, he must still provide it at 4, if he had undertaken to provide it, at 3, and the price stood, that month, at 4, Caesacela, he must provide it at 4, since the temple has the upper hand. If the flour turned maggoty he must bear the loss. If the wine turned sour he must bear the loss. He cannot receive payment until after the altar has effected acceptance. 1. 5. 1. These are the officers which served in the temple. Johanan b. Phinehas was over the seals. 2. Ahijah was over the drink offerings. Matithiah b. Samuel 3 was over the lots. 4. Petahiah was over the burnt offerings 5. This same Petahiah was Mordecai. Why was his name called Petahiah? Because he was able to open 6 matters and to expound them. 7. And he knew 70 languages. Ben Ahijah was over the bowel sickness. 8. Nehuniah was the trench digger. 9. Gabini was the herald. 10. Ben Jeber was over the shutting of the gates. Ben Bebe was over the knout. 11. Ben Arza was over the cymbal. 12. Higras b. Levi was over the singing. 13. The house of Garmu. 14. Was over the preparation of the showbread. The house of Abtinus. 15. Was over the preparation of the incense. Eleazar was over the hangings, and Phinehas was over the vestments too. There were never less than 3 treasurers and 7 supervisors, nor were less than 2 persons suffered to hold office over the public in aught concerning property, save only Ben Ahijah who was over the bowel sickness and Eleazar who was over the hangings, whom the congregation 16 agreed to accept 3. There were 4 seals in the temple and on them was inscribed Calf, Ram, Kid, Sinner. Ben Azai says, there were 5 and on them was inscribed in Aramaic, Calf, Ram, Kid, Poor Sinner, and Rich Sinner. Calf signified drink offerings 17 for offerings from the herds, whether large or small, male or female. Kid signified drink offerings for offerings from the flock, large or small, male or female, excepting rams. Ram signified the drink offerings for rams alone. Sinner signified the drink offerings for the 3 beasts offered by lepers. 18:4. If any wished for drink offerings he would go to Johanan who was over the seals and give him money and receive from him a seal. He would then go to Ahijah who was over the drink offerings and give him the seal and from him 1 cf. Pes 77. Zeb Hu. Then only does the merchant cease to be answerable for the quality of his wares. Sec below. 5:1 mentioned in Yom 31. Tam 3 feet. 4 Yom 2 WSCP 598. N3. 8. The literal meaning of Patahia is the Lord has opened. A probable reference to the complicated problems arising out of these offerings. See Tractate Kinnim, CHH 2 and 3, cf. Ob 31. 4. To which the priests were liable owing to going about barefooted and their abundant flesh diet Bert. 7. He used to dig the wells and cisterns needed to supply the pilgrims to Jerusalem with water. 10. His voice could be heard in Jericho. Tam 3. 11. To scourge priests or Levites found sleeping while on guard. Mid. I. The word rendered naut is also explained in the Jerusalem Talmud in the sense of wick, i.e. Ben Bibay was in charge of the lamps of the 7-branched candlestick SC Tam 7, C Yom 3:1, 14 C Yom 3:1, 5 C Yom 3 inches. 14. Some texts read, most of the congregation 17 and meal offerings. Receive drink offerings. And in the evening the two came together and Ahijah brought out the seals and took their corresponding value in money. And if there was any surplus, the surplus fell to the temple. 1. And if there was any lack, Johanan paid it from his own means, since the temple has the upper hand. 5. If a man lost his seal, they made him wait until evening. If they found money left over, enough for his seal, they gave him a seal. But if they did not find enough, he received none. And the name of the day was inscribed thereon because of defrauders. 6. There were 2 chambers in the temple. One the chamber of secrets and the other the chamber of utensils. Into the chamber of secrets the devout used to put their gifts in secret, and the poor of good family received support therefrom in secret. The chamber of utensils, whosoever made a gift of any article used to cast it therein, and every 30 days the treasurers opened it, and any article which they found of use for the temple fund they left there, and the rest were sold and their price fell to the chamber of the temple fund. 6. 1. There were 13 shofar chests, 13 tables, and 13 prostrations in the temple. They of the house of Gamaliel and of the house of Arhanina the prefect of the priests used to make 14 prostrations. And where was the added one? Opposite the wood store, for thus was the tradition among them from their forefathers, that there the ark lay hidden too. Once when a priest was occupied therein, he saw a block of pavement that was different from the rest. He went and told it to his fellow. But before he could make an end of the matter his life departed, so they knew assuredly that there the ark lay hidden. 3. Where 3 did they make the prostrations? 4 times in the north, 4 times in the south, thrice in the east and twice in the west, opposite the 13 gates. The southern gates, counting from the west, were, the upper gate, the kindling gate, the gate of the firstlings, and the water gate. And why was it called the water gate? Because through it they brought in the flagon of water for the libation at the Feast of Tabernacles. 4 R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, through it the waters trickle forth, and hereafter they will issue out from under the threshold of the house. 5. And opposite them, on the north, counting from the west, the gate of Jeconiah, the gate of the offering, the gate of the women, and the gate of singing. And why was it called the gate of Jeconiah? Because through it Jeconiah went forth when he went into exile. To the east was the gate of Nicanor, and it had 2 wickets, one to the right and one to the left, and there were 2 gates, to the west which had no name. 4. There were 13 tables, 6 in the temple, 8 of marble in the shambles on which they rinsed the inwards, and 2 to the west of the altar, ramp, 1 of marble and 1 of silver. On that of marble they laid the parts of the offering, and on that of silver the vessels of ministry. And there were 2 in the porch within, at the entering in of the house. 7. The one of marble and the other of gold. On the table of marble they laid the showbread when it was brought in, and on that of gold, they laid it, 1 and was used, c4, to provide vessels of ministry. 1 TSM 3. 3 CF, mid, 2 red diamonds card suit. C suck 4 SCF, Eric 471 4, C Tam 3, mid 37 here meaning the htal or sanctuary, C mid 41, the present passage is repeated. When it was brought out, since what is holy must be raised, in honor, and not brought down, and within was a table of gold whereon the showbread lay continually. 1-5. There were 13 shofar chests 2 in the temple, whereon was inscribed, new shekel dues, old shekel dues, bird offerings, young birds for the whole offering, wood, frankincense, gold, for the mercy seat, 3 an, on 6 of them, free will offerings, new shekel dues, those for each, present, year, old, shekel dues. If any had not paid a shekel in the last year he must pay it in the next year. Bird offerings, these are the turtle doves, and young birds for the whole offering. They are the young pigeons, and both of these are for whole offerings. So are Judah. But the sages say, of the bird offerings one is a sin offering and the other a whole offering. But the young birds for the whole offering are all of them for whole offerings. 4:6. If a man said, I pledge myself to offer pieces of wood, 5 he must bring not less than 2 faggots. If frankincense, he must bring not less than a handful. If gold, he must give not less than a golden denner. 6 and on 6 of them was inscribed, free will offerings. What did they do with the free will offerings? They bought whole offerings with them, the flesh for God and the hides for the priests. Jehoiada the high priest gave the following exposition. It is a guilt offering. He is certainly guilty before the Lord. 7. This is the general rule. All that comes from the residue of money assigned to an offering incurred by an act of sin or guilt, whole offerings must be bought therewith, the flesh for God and the hide for the priests. Thus both scriptures are fulfilled. He shall bring his guilt offering to the Lord and for a guilt offering unto the priest. 9. It says also, the money for the guilt offerings and the money for the sin offerings was not brought into the house of the Lord. It was the priest's. 10. 7. 1. If money was found between the chest for shekels and the chest for free will offerings and it lay nearer to the chest for shekels, it falls to the chest for shekels. If nearer to the chest for free will offerings, it falls to the che-3t for free will offerings. If midway, it falls to the chest for free will offerings. If it was found between the chest for wood and the chest for frankincense and it lay nearer to the chest for wood, it falls to the chest for wood. If nearer to the chest for frankincense, it falls to the chest for frankincense. If midway, it falls to the chest for frankincense. If it was found between the chest for bird offerings and the chest for young birds for whole offerings and it lay nearer the chest for bird offerings, it falls to the chest for bird offerings. If nearer to the chest for young birds for whole offerings, it falls to the chest for young birds for whole offerings. If midway, it falls to the chest for young birds for whole offerings. If the money was found between common money and second tithe money, 11, and it lay nearer to the common money, it falls to the common money. If nearer to the second tithe money, it falls to the second tithe money. If midway, it falls to the second tithe money. This is the general rule. They shall decide in accordance with which is the 1x25.1 see above. 21. X's. But there was no ark in the second temple. Bert explains the word kapareth as vessels of ministry. 4 see Kin is Men 133. 25 silver denners. Ap 2. A7 Lev 5 inches Lev 5 inches. Lev 5. Nearer, even if leniency ensues, but where it lies midway they shall decide according to the more stringent ruling. 1z If money was found before cattle dealers, it must be deemed to be second tithe money. 2 If it was found in the Temple Mount, it may be deemed to be common money. If in Jerusalem during a feast, it must be deemed second tithe money, and at all other times of the year common money. 3. If flesh was found in the temple court and it was in the form of entire members, 3. It must be deemed to belong to a whole offering. If in cut up pieces, to a sin offering. 4. If it was found in Jerusalem. 5. It must be deemed to belong to a peace offering. 6. But in every like case its appearance must be spoilt and it must be taken away to the place of burning. If it was found elsewhere within the borders of the land of Israel, and it was in the form of entire members, it must be deemed to be carrion. 7. But if in cut up pieces it is permitted for use, and at the time of a feast, when there is much flesh, even if it was found in the form of entire members, it is permitted. 8. 4. If cattle are found between Jerusalem and as far as Migdal Eder, 9, or within the like distance in any direction, males must be deemed to be whole offerings and females peace offerings. 10. R. Judah says, if fitted to be Passover offerings, they must be deemed to be Passover offerings, if they are found during 30 days before the feast. 5. Before time they used to exact pledges from any that found a straying beast, until he should offer its drink offerings. But when they began to let them alone and flee from them, the court ordained that the drink offerings thereof should be offered at the charges of the congregation. 1:6. R. Simeon said, the court ordained 7 things and this was one of them. Moreover they ordained that, if a Gentile sent his whole offering from a region beyond the sea and sent the drink offerings also, these are offered, but if he did not, they are to be offered at the charges of the congregation. So, 2. If a proselyte died and left animal offerings, and There were drink offerings also. These are offered out of his goods, but if not, they are to be offered at the charges of the congregation. It was also a condition enjoined by the court, that if a high priest died, his meal offering 12 should be offered at the charges of the congregation. R. Judah says, from the property of his heirs, it was offered undivided. 13:7. Moreover they ordained, concerning the salt and the wood that the priests should have free use of them, and concerning the red heifer 14 that the law of sacrilege 15 did not apply to its ashes, and concerning burnt offerings that were invalid, that others in their place should be offered at the charges of the congregation. R. Jose says, he that provides the burnt offerings must provide others in place of them that are invalid. 1. i.e. in favor of a whole offering, of which the priests receive no share. 1. Since most cattle sold in Jerusalem were bought with second tithe money. 3. As described in Tam 42. 4. Since such was cut up and divided among the priests as not in the temple court, only such could be eaten outside the temple court. I do 14 inches. 8. Provided that the majority of the population are Israelites. 1 General 35 inches. Near Bethlehem. I 10. Since Lev 1, they were not valid as whole offerings. 11. Males from the sheep or the goats, less than 1 year old. 11 Lev 61-1. 8. Any spittle found in Jerusalem may be deemed 1 free from uncleanness. 2. Excepting what is found in the upper market. 3. Zohar Meir. R. Jose says, other times of the year they that walk in the middle of a street must be deemed unclean, and they that walk at the sides may be deemed clean, but during a feast they that walk in the middle may be deemed clean, and they that walk at the sides must be deemed unclean, because when they are but few they withdraw to the sides of a street. 2. All utensils found in Jerusalem on the path down to the place of immersion must be deemed unclean, but if they are found on the path back they may be deemed clean, for the path by which they are taken down is not the same as that by which they are brought back. So R. Meir. R. Jose says, all may be deemed clean excepting the basket, shovel, or pick especially used in digging graves. 3. If a knife was found on the 14th of Nisan, a man may slaughter therewith at once. 4. Without immersion, but if on the 13th, it must be immersed again, but a chopper. 5. In either case must be immersed again. If the 14th fell on the Sabbath, a man may slaughter therewith at once. If it was found on the 15th, a man may slaughter therewith at once. If it was found fastened to the knife, it may be treated in like fashion as the knife. 4. If the veil of the temple contracted uncleanness from a derived uncleanness. 6. It may be immersed within the temple court, and forthwith brought in again, but if from a primary uncleanness. 7. It must be immersed outside and spread out on the rampart. 8. Since it must await sunset to be wholly clean, if it is new it should be spread out on the roof of the portico. 9. That the people may see how fine is the craftsmanship thereof. 5. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says in the name of R. Simeon son of the prefect, the veil was 1 handbreadth thick and was woven on a loom having 72 rods, 10, and over each rod were 24 threads. 11. Its length was 40 cubits and its breadth 20 cubits. It was made by 82 young girls, and they used to make 2 in every year, and 300 priests immersed it. 6. If flesh of the most holy things. 13. Contracted uncleanness, whether from a primary uncleanness or from a derived uncleanness, whether inside the temple court or outside it. The school of Shammai say, it must ever be burnt within, save when it has contracted uncleanness outside from a primary uncleanness, and the school of Hillel say, it must ever be burnt outside, save when it has contracted uncleanness inside from a derived uncleanness. 14. By him that is scrupulous, an associate, Dema, or a Pharisee, cf. Hag 2 feet. J. Is not issuing from one that had a flux, see Kel 1. Since this was largely frequented by Gentiles, for it can be assumed to have been immersed in readiness for slaughtering the Passover offering that day, which serves to break bones, cf. Pes 7 inches. Therefore it is not fitting for use at Passover, and so may not have been specially immersed. 4 CP 137, N11, 7 CP 137, N12, the Kel, C mid 2. It marked the boundary of the outermost court, cf. Kel T. It must remain there until sunset. C. Lev 11 inches. C. Pes Isuk 44, 10 variant, woven on 72 strands, or each strand was of 24 threads. 11 variant, at a cost of 82 myriad dinars. JC Zeb $L. Whole offerings. sin offerings, guilt offerings, and the peace offerings of the congregation. They could only be consumed, some entirely on the altar and some by the priests, within the temple court. 14 cf. MSH 3. 3149. 7. R. Eliezer says, what has contracted uncleanness from a primary uncleanness, whether inside the temple court, or outside it, must be burnt outside, and what has contracted uncleanness from a derived uncleanness, whether inside the temple court, or outside it, must be burnt inside. R. Akiba says, where it contracted uncleanness there should it be burnt. 8. The members of the daily whole offering 1 were set down on the altar ramp on the lower half, on the west 2 side of it, those of the additional offerings 3 on the lower half of the altar ramp 4 on the east 5 side of it, those of the new moon offerings 6 were set down on the rim of the altar above. 7. The laws concerning the shekel dues and first fruits 8 apply only such time as the temple stands, but the laws concerning the tithe of corn 9 and the tithe of cattle 10 and firstlings 11 apply such time as the temple stands and such time also as it does not stand. If a man dedicates 12 the shekel dues or first fruits, they become hallowed things. R. Simeon says, if he declares his first fruits hallowed, they do not, thereby, become hallowed things. Yoma, the Day of Atonement. 1:1. 7 days before the Day of Atonement. 13 The high priest was taken apart from his own house unto the counselor's chamber. 14 And another priest was made ready in his stead, lest aught should befall him to render him ineligible. 15 R. Judah says, also another wife was made ready for him, lest his own wife should die, for it is written, he shall make atonement for himself and for his house. 16 His house, that is his wife. They said to him, if so there would be no end to the matter. 2. Throughout the 7 days he must toss the blood. 17 And burn the incense. 18 And trim the lamps. 19 And offer the head and the hind leg. 20 But on other days he offers, only, if he is minded to offer. 21 For the high priest has first place in offering a portion of the animal offerings, and has first place in taking a portion. 3. They delivered unto him elders from among the elders of the court, and they read before him out of the prescribed rite for the day, and they said to him, my lord high priest, do thou thyself recite with thine own mouth, lest thou hast forgotten or lest thou hast never learned. On the eve of the Day of Atonement in the morning they make him to stand at 1 c above. 41. Cf. Tam 4. Yom 2 feet 2 c Tarn 4 feet. Variant, east. C above. 41. For the inclined plane, south of the altar, used instead of steps. C mid 3s variant, west. 6 num 28 inches 7 This would be the top surface of the altar outside the 24 sq cubits of the altar fire. See mid 31. A variant reading is, beneath the rim of the altar below. This would correspond to the place on which the feet of the priests trod. Mid 3 feet due 26. 9 General term to include the dues, heave offering, first tithe, heave offering of tithe, second tithe, and poorman's tithe, exacted from wine, and oil. 10 Lev 27 inches 11x, I 31W num 1814 412 At a time when there is no temple 12 which falls on the 10th of Tishri. See Lev Ifi 124, num 29, U. 14 Hedlishkath Palhadrin, NDPT Spo 1, cf. Mid J4, where the high priest's room is called the wood chamber, and Par 3, the house of stone. The Gemara, 8b, explains that the name counselors was applied to the high priests because they had become little more than royal officials who were changed year by year. 15 By becoming unclean or by suffering certain bodily defects. Cf. Ob 5s 44 Lev 164. 7 Of the daily whole offerings, x 29, x 30. 19 x 27 degrees 1, so 19 c tam 4, the first bore the head and a hind kg. Shekalim, 8, 7, Yoma, 2, 3 163 The eastern gate and pass before him oxen, rams, and sheep, that he may gain knowledge and become versed in the temple service. 4. Throughout the 7 days they did not withhold food and drink from him, but on the eve of the Day of Atonement toward nightfall they did not suffer him to eat much, since food induces sleep. 5. The elders of the court delivered him to the elders of the priesthood and they brought him up to the upper chamber of the house of Abtinus. 1 They adjured him and took their leave and went away having said to him, My lord high priest, we are delegates of the court, and thou art our delegate and the delegate of the court. We adjure thee by him that made his name to dwell in this house that thou change not of what we have said unto thee. He turned aside and wept, and they turned aside and wept. 6. If he was a sage, he used to expound the scriptures, and if not, the disciples of the sages used to expound before him. If he was versed in reading the scriptures, he read, and if not, they read before him. And from what did they read before him? Out of Job and Ezra and Chronicles. 1. Zechariah B. Kabutel says, many times I read before him out of Daniel 7. If he sought to slumber, young members of the priesthood 3 would snap their middle finger before him and say to him, my lord high priest, get up and drive away, sleep, this once, by walking, on the cold pavement. And they used to divert him until the time of slaughtering drew near. 8. Every day they used to remove the ashes from off the altar at cockcrow, or near to it, either before it or after it, but on the Day of Atonement, they did so, at midnight, and on the feast 4 at the first watch, and before the time of cockcrow drew near, the temple courts was filled with Israelites too. 1. Before time whosoever was minded to clear the altar of ashes did so. If they were many they used to run and mount the altar ramp. 6. And he that came first within 4 cubits secured the task, if 2 were equal. The officer 7 said to them, raise the finger. And how many did they stretch out? 1 or 2, but they did not stretch out the thumb in the temple. 2. It once happened that 2 were equal, and they ran and mounted the altar ramp, and one of them pushed his fellow so that he fell and his leg was broken. And when the court saw that they incurred danger, they ordained that they should not clear the altar save by lot. There were 4 lots, and this was the first lot. 3. The second lot was to determine who should slaughter, who should toss the blood, who should take away the ashes from the inner altar, and who should take away the ashes from the candlestick, and who should take up to the altar ramp the members 8 of the whole offering, the head and right hind leg, the 2 forelegs, the rump and the left hind leg, the breast and the neck, and the 2 flanks, and the inwards. Also, who should take up the fine flour 9, and the bacon cakes 10, and the wine 1 thus 13 1 Tamil, mid-I, for they are books that divert the mind and drive away sleep. Bert. J. Some text read Levites red diamonds card suit. Passover, Pentecost and Tabernacles. SCP 589 and 11. 6 mid 3 I who was over the lots. C. Shek 5. Matithia B. Samuel. CTAM 4. Num 8 feet 10 Lev 6 11. CF. Men 4 11 Num 28 feet. X 29.